Be mindful of your thoughts, Anakin. They betray you.
Is it possible to learn this power?
I thought not. It's not a story the Jedi would tell you.
The attempt on my life has left me scarred and deformed.
I'm not the Jedi I should be. I want more. And I know I shouldn't.
The ability to speak does not make you intelligent.
I miss the idea of it. But not the truth. The weakness.
The ability to speak does not make you intelligent.
Ah! Mando! They all hate you, Mando. Mando. Only you, Mando. Welcome back, Mando. Mando. Sorry for the remote rendezvous, Mando. What about you, Mando? Mando! Things got really heated once Mando crashed the safe house. That was impressive, Mando. Very impressive.
I am altering the deal. Pray I don't alter it any further.
What's up, guys? How you doing? Welcome back to Stupendous Theory podcast, episode, well, technically episode 3, but really episode 2 for live streams.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Yeah. Oh, wait, let me get the chat up.
So what's new for you, man?
Just been getting ready to leave for next week and been busy freaking day, but now we're here and ready to chill out with everyone in the chat and the boys. I guess the boy. You. I still got to get like a proper intro going, and we gotta up the. Do you have someone for intros? I got a few guys, but they're kind of tied up with some other stuff. I got them on.
I had an intro like made a while ago, but I just found going straight into the video helped me.
Yeah. Yeah.
So like,
no, I just meant for
I just
the
go
podcast.
right into it. Oh yeah, no, I know I can have someone.
We can
would
maybe
probably be interested.
Yeah. How's chat doing tonight? Hey, we got Sly Supersonic right away. I guess this is the first live stream where you guys can actually send in super chats, because last week we did, by the way, thanks to everybody, we did I think it's over 13,000 now for the charity stream to St. Jude's.
That's so
and
cool.
we also well, they reached out because of that. I emailed them. I'm like,
Really?
"You guys," yeah, I let them know, and they're like, we appreciate everything you continue to do. And anyways, they're aware and they're happy they got the money, so that helps
That's
a lot of families
awesome.
out. Yeah, so thank you everyone, and obviously thank you Stupendous Wave, and hope to do many more in the future, some big ones.
Yeah,
so we can get
absolutely.
more creators on the channel and have like a really large live stream.
Yeah, it was lots of fun for my first like live stream to see all the like donations fly in towards the end. That was so sick.
Yeah. We even
had one for like $1,000, right?
Yeah, we had one for $1,000, which was I think the first time I've ever seen a super, because you can't, super chats lock out at 500, but I guess for donations you can do unlimited amounts, whatever your card can handle, I suppose.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And it was anonymous, right? We don't know who did that.
Yeah, we don't know.
Beautiful.
We don't know. Could have been George Lucas for all we know.
That would be so crazy. Oh my gosh. That would be insane, just like anonymously donating. Oh, that would be something I feel like he would do too. Because he's always hated the spotlight, it seems.
Yeah, he doesn't like it. Well, because he's George Lucas.
Yeah, he's George Lucas. How could you not?
Yeah.
Have you seen that clip? Have you seen the clip of like George Lucas appearing in the background of a random documentary?
Yeah, of that dude. Yeah.
Yeah. Just like walking in there.
Just like chilling.
What a crazy thing to catch, just randomly walking down the street.
When we get to over 1,000, I want to ask you guys something. It's a job opportunity for perhaps some of you. We're at 911, 935 right now. So once it passes over, usually takes like a minute or so. Sly Supersonic sends in $5. He says, sorry, $5.50. Is that the best y'all could do? Theory Wave would have been better because it sounds like Dragon Ball Z's Kamehameha Wave. What do you think?
We talked about it.
Yeah.
Someone last week was like, too suave, like
Yeah.
too suave.
Yeah, but no one really knows me as like only like the super OGs because I was Darth Toos
Right.
back in like the first few months. But I don't know, man. We're this is our like second real live stream, so we're still getting into the groove of everything, and it's going to be not as fluid as it will be several months from now or whatever. So we're figuring it out. Theory Wave is still on the table. Stupendous Theory is on the table. Whatever. At the end of the day, we're here to have some fun and talk about Star Wars, and it's going to pick up a lot once the shows are out. Like once we have Andor season 2, dude, Ahsoka, we're probably going to have so much to say.
Yeah. No, I know that they haven't even gone into production yet. I took a screenshot of like they're maybe entering production next year. Like why do you think these shows take so long?
Next year. So it's not coming out next year?
That's what worries me is I hope that it does come out next year, but from everything I've seen, it sort of looks barren, truthfully.
Huh. Oh, well, that's not good.
Yeah, we have the Skeleton Crew, obviously, which I know that they're already talking about making a second season or some sort of spin-off, which I wish they wouldn't do. I wish that they would sort of read the room first, or else you get the right?
Oh yeah, those. Oh, that sucks. It's filming late.
Yeah, that's a super long wait.
Yeah, why are they behind? So that means it probably won't come out for 2025, unless they like pull some crazy acolyte cash together and get maybe like double the size of the team.
Cash.
Yeah. Oh, dude, freaking! How is that thing going to 300 million soon? It's insane.
I don't know. What was it was last I saw reported 230. Where's the extra 70 coming from? Is that just
didn't you say that once they like pull in more receipts, it's projected to be at 300 million or some crap?
Yeah, something. Yeah, it is. This is all just a tax write-off at the end of it, is I think what we're seeing, which is why it's being reported. It's ridiculous. But it was also reported today that Disney sold $1 billion in merchandise like this last year. So
that's it.
That's it.
Well, is it for Star Wars or all over the world,
Star Wars?
Or is that just North America?
I think that might be worldwide. What do you think the normal annual product gross is?
Was that for like lightsabers, statues, or is that just clothing?
I think that the article just says.
Could you find the article and bring it up?
Yeah, it's the Hollywood Reporter.
Okay.
Has it? Here, let me find it.
What up, Waffles? What up, Boba? What up, Benjamin? Oh yeah, I should do that. But by the way, we're going to be doing promo because I got to show you guys this for the very first time. It is so heavy, so I'm going to do a video review of that tonight. This one's I installed it with the original pack, and then of course the brand new Chosen One SE, which does not have the control box, so it's like perfect for, well, when I go see Nick Gillard, it's going to be perfect for that. So
that's so cool.
Yeah,
I know you mentioned in your recent video. Oh, go ahead.
Potentially, our new sponsor might be, well, not sponsor. What's the word? Yeah, you'd be like a sponsored athlete.
I would love to think of it like that. Yeah. A sponsored athlete.
Yeah.
That I would love to do that. Those they look extremely high quality. And I've seen like some reviews and videos, so they are pretty sick.
Well, you can judge for yourself when I send you a bunch, and then we'll go from there. The goats collabing again. Well, yeah, this is a weekly thing. I saw some people that weren't sure. They were like, can you guys stream again sometime? It's like, you guys, this is like the new show. This is the new podcast. Yeah, like we want to keep doing this for years to come, hopefully. So we're here every single Thursday.
Hang out.
It's the new rule of two. It's the new nerd theory. It's just finally, luckily found perfect co-host. Couldn't think of anyone better, really. Yeah,
no kidding. I was thinking today, because I love the Revenge of the Sith novel so much.
Yeah.
And just randomly thinking, because a lot of people talk about like where Anakin is during Revenge of the Sith and how strong he is. I see
Yeah.
everybody all the time, they say Anakin, but Darth Vader Anakin.
Yeah.
And when you really think about it, Anakin and Obi-Wan are really at like the height of their abilities in that moment.
Yeah.
Like people talk about Anakin being strong, but like Obi-Wan is as well. Obi-Wan has nothing left to lose. That's something that Palpatine even praises him for in, is it The Rise of Darth Vader? He's like, if every Jedi fought like Obi-Wan fought on Mustafar, there's no way the Sith could have ever won.
Yeah.
I think that's fascinating.
Yeah. I do too. Especially if it's like such a testament. I don't know how much input George had with this when it came to Obi-Wan's character, saying like, oh, he's really kind of crappy with the Force, but it was just his dedication and discipline that made him so unbelievably well-versed and powerful. But it's pretty cool because it allows for so many people out there who maybe aren't, like I've gone against like in competitions and stuff in sports, people who are maybe more gifted or genetically gifted or more talented, and it's disheartening in a sense because it's like, shit, it's like an uphill battle. But with Obi-Wan, he was like apparently the worst, but he just put so much time and training into it that he became on par with Anakin in Revenge of the Sith, that he was able to at least defend everything.
Which is insane that like he's
Yeah.
able to have that jump in power to even match Anakin's force push for half a second is
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Yeah. Which was cool because when Nick Gillard created that power level system, he said that Anakin jumped from a 7 to a 9 when he went to the dark side. He like completely bypassed 8.
Uh-huh.
And so I don't think Obi-Wan was at a 9 at all. I just think his ability to defend lightsaber attacks was impenetrable, really.
Yeah, and we learned earlier with Grievous that he's able to do that because he submits himself completely to the Force.
Yeah.
Which is something that not every Jedi can do. And Obi-Wan, he goes to Mustafar and he's not thinking about a future. He's not even anticipating that he's going to have a future.
No.
He is just in there in that singular moment and he fights like it.
Yeah.
Where
that's the coolest part.
Yeah, no, it's so cool. And where Anakin now, he has everything to lose.
Yeah.
He has his vision that is now boiled down to a physical contest, which 99% of the time, that's exactly how Anakin would have it, right? He would want it to come down to a contest of the lightsaber, especially. But it's just on this one day with the right circumstances and the wrong headspace, you can get anybody.
Yeah, you can.
You can get anybody.
And it was all in Obi-Wan's favor. So, oh well. and it makes me always wonder, like, I wish that we got to see them fight in an arena with nothing.
Yeah.
Just an open space.
Yeah, because where's Obi-Wan going to go? I mean, I think that the answer to that is pretty cut and dry, honestly. Like, if Obi-Wan is not able to actively run away from Anakin, I think he's cooked.
Yeah, I think so too. I think eventually he'll just get tired and Anakin will just get more and more furious and powerful.
Yeah. Isn't that like said in the novel for Revenge of the Sith? It's like Anakin is getting stronger as the fight goes on.
Yeah. Yeah.
To where Obi-Wan has to make the decision to ditch the fight.
Yeah.
Or else he's going to lose.
I know. It's the coolest part.
Yeah. People wonder all the time, like, why has this duel lasted so long? Like, why are people still talking about it? It's because this is the duel in Star Wars, essentially.
Yeah.
It is all led to it.
I know. And if it wasn't for his own arrogance, then Anakin would have probably won.
Yeah, no, he definitely would have won, I think. Even, like you said, the location of where they fought has a lot to do with it. Star Wars does not have ABC logic. Which is great because neither does reality.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the times in certain media, I think people get lost with like this person's more powerful than this person, and they'll beat them any day of the week, and they're not thinking about like the subtext and the subtlety.
Yeah, like logistics, and that's why, like, for example, I hate street fights because it's like you could have Mike Tyson versus like a freaking random kid, and Mike Tyson could like trip on a rock and like knock himself out on the floor. Like,
Yeah.
like there's so many variables when it comes to of 1 versus 1 or whatever that you just can't predict, and it's kind of like up to fate to decide.
Yeah.
And that's why it's just so dangerous. It's not so like mathematical where it's like 1 + 1 = 2. It's just like what the heck can happen in this moment. You never know.
Another thing about like power levels, and I love, and I want to touch on this real quick before I say like the whole power level thing, but I found it interesting because I was reading that in Jedi Survivor, the people behind Cal Kestis were saying that when he turns to the dark side, his power is like nearly 10x. So it is interesting that like we do have numerical figures to equate what turning to the dark side looks like in terms of like a power scale.
Yeah. And that's the cool part about it.
I love
it's
that
that
stuff.
like when Freddie Prinze Jr. in that interview was like screaming, saying that like power levels don't exist. It's like, well, yes, they do. George signed off on them, and also Nick Gillard created them.
Yeah.
So it's like that is a really cool numerical way to kind of gauge where characters are at, and I think you can't do that unless you have power levels. So it is like Dragon Ball in a sense. So it's cool. I mean, literally midi-chlorian counts. Like, what do you think those are?
That's another power level thing.
Like why would they be?
People get like, yeah.
Why would they be so surprised that like Anakin's were over 20,000 if that isn't supposed to be some numerical indication that like, wow, that's a big deal. Like the higher you go, the more capability you have to funnel the force through your midi-chlorians and use them. And it's anyways, I love the power level idea. I think it's cool.
Me too. Doesn't Luke describe like the midichlorians as like the ability to open a door to channel the force?
Yeah.
I think that makes such a complex idea so simple.
Yeah.
Like, and it makes him feel like a teacher. It makes you feel like when you're reading that he's teaching you. It's like, some people can open the door wider inherently, but that doesn't mean that the door can't be opened by anyone.
Yeah, I agree. And I feel like so many people got turned off with the whole midichlorian thing because maybe it could have been explained better in the sense that they're literally like just satellite cells. Like they allow you to latch on to it's like if you have more of them, then that just means you can farm more of the force, essentially. If you train for it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Exactly.
It's like it's like people who go on steroids, they have more muscle cells that create abnormally than if you never went on them. And for the force, if you have high midichlorian levels, it just means you can tap more into the force than if you were like Watto or something who clearly doesn't have the same midichlorian count as Anakin or any other Jedi, really.
Yeah.
Watto. Yeah.
You could just boil it down to genetics, really. Like in the Star Wars universe, technically speaking, it could be genetics.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's fun.
I think it makes sense. And I think that when people complained about the midichlorians, they didn't take it in the context of the universe. They took it in the context of the moment. And what I mean by that is they have a very reactionary response the first time they hear that. They're not thinking on like the level of the universe where, well, of course there's a way to measure how many midichlorians people have. We have blood types in our world. Why wouldn't there be, some sort of scale to measure midichlorians?
Well, exactly. I think that just makes it so much more compelling and interesting and just opens the world more.
Well, that's what the prequels did. The prequels was like a sledgehammer to a new reality. The first 3 movies are some of the best films ever created. And in my opinion, the best story ever created. I know that's, controversial sometimes.
Any
but
opinion
to me
is.
it is. Yeah, any opinion now is.
Yeah.
But it turned the prequels turned Star Wars from a story to a universe for me.
Mm-hmm. Someone says, but Shmi wasn't strong in the Force. It's not just genetics. The Force chooses who uses it. Yeah,
True.
I guess so.
Also true. Again,
Stupendous. Since Dooku is your favorite character, would he have what it takes to be as powerful as Yoda and Sidious if he was 10 to 18 years younger and if Dooku learned about the Sith earlier? Could be a cool video for you. What if Dooku was...
Yeah, that would be
younger?
cool.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think that Dooku really ever is capable of reaching those levels of like a Yoda and a Sidious. In fact, I'm not going to say I don't think so. I know so. He's not going to reach that level. But the question that he poses is really interesting. And I think he probably watched a video I made about why the dark side impacted Dooku so much more like physically than it did Palpatine. Talking about like the end of in the beginning of the Revenge of the Sith novel, Dooku says that he's feeling very old and he's feeling, very weak. And the answer is he just doesn't have he did a crash course. And, you use the analogy earlier on of steroids. It's like he used a more aggressive version to get him to the place that he wanted to be rather than, having the foundation that you had all along. And that's where he's going to run into problems because Palpatine has the greatest foundation of Sith knowledge, at least capable of that time. And Yoda has the entire foundation of Jedi knowledge on his side, and he's 900. So that's why. That's a little explanation for my thoughts on that, at least.
But he also had all that access to all the Sith lore that was in the temple too. And it's like
Yoda?
it just makes you imagine like what else did they learn? Like what else did they dive into when they went into the freaking the restricted section?
Yeah. I mean, we don't really that's a big part of stuff like Harry Potter, but like the restricted section of the archives in Star Wars is such a wealth of great storytelling, and there's so many awesome holocrons there. The Sith ones are the great ones, by the way, and like the implications of their presence there. Who's looking at them, like you're saying? I think Yoda, like everybody, has had his run-ins with the dark side. That's what his Clone Wars episodes are all about.
Of course.
He's got to stop pretending like the dark side doesn't exist. He has to reason within his mind, why does it exist?
Yeah.
It goes beyond, denying its existence altogether, which is what Luke did.
Yeah. Yeah. I think if we got some stories like that's what I was hoping Tales of the Jedi would have been, like instead of getting Tales of the Empire, which I thought was horrible. We could have really dove into more of Yoda and Balin and all these dudes, and they could create backstories on them because, like, we did see Yoda's dark side in Clone Wars, but it's like he's got to have more than that.
Yeah, he's 900.
Yeah, I mean, like, you telling me the dude never got pissed off and like never got so composed? I'm sure when he was young and like full of pep, he was probably like, a different dude.
Dangerous.
Yeah, like I want to learn more about his master and all this other crap. And I mean, there's just so much stuff that they could be doing. I hope they do it.
Yeah, well, his power level and like what Yoda is capable of has always been a question in the lore. And like even sometimes in the lore, Jedi Council members are questioning, where his alignment is. I know in the Clone Wars, Ki-Adi-Mundi had questions about him, but the reality is Yoda's dangerous, and I think he knows he's dangerous. But it's really cool to see that, and I think that's why he likes Dooku so much. Is because he sees someone who is a prodigy and who is dangerous, but who is committed, and he finds like a kindred spirit in this apprentice.
Yeah. I know. I would absolutely love for them to do like a Dooku and Yoda series, or even just a few episodes or something like that.
No, that would be so good. I thought the Dooku Qui-Gon episode was incredible.
Dude.
I just love the way that he operated in that scenario where he walks into, like, I think it's a bar, it's some sort of establishment, but he just takes his lightsaber off of his belt and he puts it on the table. And it's like, that's all that needs to be said, Master Dooku.
It's just like, yeah, there's no bigger sort of flex than just, hey, what's up?
You know my reputation. You know
what's going on.
what
You know
I
what's gonna happen.
do.
Yeah. You know what's
And
gonna
it's like
happen,
with
yeah.
him specifically, with Dooku specifically.
Because he's unhinged.
Yeah. But that's why he's compelling, because he's holding it back as a Jedi.
Yeah.
He is like, every part of him wants to flip the switch, but when he decides not to is when I think he's interesting.
Yes. By the way, I said at 1,000 I would have like a job offer for you guys. So I remember how you told me that you have the archivist who now writes some of your video scripts, right?
Mm-hmm.
I want to find someone like that because I simply don't have the time to write the way I used to. And I would love to, like, obviously you fact check everything and like make sure it's good. But anyways, I want to find my own archivist, my own lore master kind of thing that would be happy to write Star Wars scripts for the channel that could be informative, and then of course then they'll be edited nicely and all that and turned into video format. Just for when I travel and stuff like that, and when I don't have time to create the kind of lore videos I want, and that way I can get out the same old kind of content, but still also do the new stuff that I'm doing, like handling theory sabers and also the reactionary videos and stuff like that. So if you guys, you have to know Star Wars inside and out. I won't work with anyone that doesn't. So yeah, if you want to send an inquiry to the Gmail Theory Sabers Media at gmail.com. I mentioned it last night in a live stream and I already got a bunch of potentials. So I'd love to get more and kind of filter through it. But yeah, if you're looking for a job, I'll pay you per script. So
yeah, that's what I do.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, after a certain point, it's like, what, 3,200 videos now? I mean, there's I don't have time anymore to writing takes a long time.
Oops, sorry, you broke out for just a second.
Is it me who's breaking out or you? Because on my end, I
think
feel
it's
like
probably me. I'm on my, what's it called? There's like a signal booster here. I'm going to switch which one I'm on real quick.
Okay. Theory is Palpatine when the Star Wars Disney shills try to cancel him. The attempt on my life has...
The attempt on my life has left me scarred and deformed.
Is that any better?
Yeah, but it's so random. I can't really figure out when it happens.
Shoot.
It's okay. Just want to make sure it's not me either. Thank you, Royal Ranker. We appreciate it. By the way, me and Wave, we split the soupies. So just so you guys know where your money's going. Yo, thanks for making me do a Star Wars reboot canon fanfic. You made me come back to enjoy Star Wars again. Right on. What's the fanfic about? What's up, guys? Love both of you. Both of you choose a saber from form you'd want to master and why. Form 5 Demso or Form 7?
I think Bane had it so right when he did Gemso and Sarisu. I think that is like the definitive combination. Because it's like, Anakin, I've described in my videos before, it's like if Anakin and Obi-Wan, trained somebody. I'm not going to say had a baby. If they trained somebody, that's what it would look like.
I was going the Dragon Ball route. Fuse.
If the witches could do it, why can't? Never mind.
Oh, God.
But yeah, I think the part in the novel where Bane twists his lightsaber around and like no droplets of rain hit him is ridiculous.
You just you just gave me a horrible idea for an
Okay.
image I'm gonna make out of
Oh
AI.
no. Let's see it.
Oh no!
Oh, please.
Oh,
I hope it's not
no.
what I think it is.
It is. It is.
All right.
Now I gotta see this. Hey Tim, Theory, you and Stupendous, what a duo! Congratulations on the 13,000 plus raise. So generous and great. Love both of you guys. Appreciate it. Man. Oh God. Oh no, this is a W, dude. This is a W.
All right, I'm ready.
Bro, AI won't even do it.
That's how bad of an idea it is.
I typed Obi-Wan Kenobi pregnant.
Oh no, that's so much worse.
I typed Obi-Wan Kenobi pregnant, and I got this.
It's subverted.
AIW. Yeah.
There you go.
All right. I don't know what that baby is over there, but it's Snoke or something.
It's one of those. That's just a ball. He doesn't even have.
It's like the ball from Fallen Order.
Yeah.
It's just his lightsaber.
That's just.
Whoa! Why is that Rey? Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa. AI's got some ideas, dude.
They got some theories.
Oh no! Why is that Rey? That's concerning. Anyways,
that Obi-Wan didn't look pregnant. He just looks like he drinks too much beer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which Jedi can drink, which always surprised me a little bit.
Where are you going, Master? You get a drink. Where are you in Miami? Did you mean Adobe Max? Yeah. But Spring and Adobe are the ones that I'm working with. Gifted 5. Yeah, what's up? What's up, guys? Love the new pod. Watched A New Hope today with your live stream from like 4 years ago. I'd love for you to do it again. That'd be cool. We should do a watch party for all the movies. Well, the first 6.
Yeah. No, that sounds super fun. It's actually today is 16 years since the Clone Wars first premiered.
Oh, wow. I think it'd be funny if we actually watched the sequel trilogy on stream.
I think that would be funny. I'm gonna be honest. I like The Force Awakens. I really do.
Okay.
Like as a film, like there are problems with it, but like if I force myself to look at that just as a movie, I enjoy The Force Awakens.
It was the best one.
Yeah. Maybe that's just me reaching a little bit of a glimmer of, the excitement every time I rewatch it. Maybe that's just the echoes of it.
Yeah, echoes of 6. Maybe.
Because that was such a crazy awesome time waiting for The Force Awakens.
Yeah. I know. I was really excited for it, and then I saw it and I was like, it's kind of Disney-fied.
Yeah, you had like mixed opinions immediately.
Yeah, I didn't like it. But oh well.
Yeah.
Hey Theory, when Anakin says to Obi-Wan, Revenge of the Sith, if you're not with me, you're my enemy, have you done a fan theory if Obi-Wan actually joined him? Yeah, I'm sure I have.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have.
I've always found, what draws Obi-Wan to the dark side. And I think it's the things that draw Yoda to the dark side too. It's like loss.
Mm-hmm.
It's not so much like a desire for something like it is for Anakin. Yeah. It's like a reactionary thing.
Yeah. Yeah, what if Anakin Skywalker turned Obi-Wan to the dark side in Revenge of the Sith 7 years ago?
How do you think he would do that? Do you think Obi-Wan, like how would Anakin, if he were calculated, how would he go about trying to turn Obi-Wan?
He would have to make Obi-Wan see everything that he went through from his point of view. And, all the times that he was denied by the council. I mean, we have so much information just from episode 2 and 3. But there's a whole nother 10 plus years between 1 and 2 that, Anakin could explain to him and be like, look, for example, like you forbid me from seeing my mom when I had dreams about her, and you guys knew that my power of premonition was so prevalent. Why didn't you let me see her? And in turn, she died in my arms, and I could have saved her if you guys had just let me go. Um, he was the strongest. He was being held back, I believe. He was being trained by masters that were not nearly as powerful as him. And so I can imagine how frustrating that would be to kind of just be constantly held back in a classroom full of, students who are mocking you and making fun of you. And all the while they're weaker and they're hindering your progress. And the masters are, talking about a whole bunch of like mumbo jumbo about being patient or whatever it might be. I could see how that would really frustrate Anakin. I think he deserved, a proper father figure like Qui-Gon Jinn. He didn't get that, so he should have gotten Yoda or someone else, someone who wasn't so rigid and inflexible like Obi-Wan, someone who could understand and maybe really empathize with the fact that Anakin is truly different and requires a little more extra care and some flexibility.
Yeah.
And so I think they are quite responsible for a lot of the mental turmoil that Anakin went through. And not saying what he did was okay, but he required a lot of extra care, and they did not give that to him.
No, they didn't. He really required a special hand because he was a special student.
Yeah.
And to just force Obi-Wan to train him purely seemingly out of spite for Qui-Gon Jinn is just such a strange decision for a Jedi Grand Master to make. But I mean, you understand. I know that in the lore, something that I really like is that it's made very clear that Yoda is always the one against the training of Anakin. But surprisingly, Mace Windu, he senses some sort of shatter point within him and that he will be important. So he's sort of for Anakin's training. But I think what Anakin just needed was just more kindness and understanding.
Yeah, and exactly understand. Like everyone just wants to be understood, and I feel like they just kept boosting his ego by making him, no, you're the chosen one, this and that, and then no, you're not a master, and but let's everyone will call you master, and you have an apprentice, you have the responsibilities of an apprentice, but yet it was the way they raised him was just, I think, horrible, and I want to say they had it coming, but I mean, they can't be surprised. Like, he was unstable. He was an extremely unstable person, extremely emotional, and they didn't really do anything to kind of give him that extra care. They just sort of, he literally came to them with fear of someone who he's not supposed to be attached to dying. And instead of investigating into that, Yoda's just like, oh, don't worry about it. Just whatever. He's like, not even is he like, nah, these dreams are just bullshit. Don't worry about it. Don't even think about it. He's like, yeah, they might be true. So just don't miss them. Don't mourn them.
All right.
And Anakin's like,
yeah, he doesn't even bug him. I'm about to become a Palpatine apologist like crazy. Yoda is so arrogant. He is so arrogant, and he thinks that he is infallible. He thinks that he is untouchable, and he doesn't even conceive that the Republic could possibly crumble, let alone under his watch.
Yeah, I know. And the whole point is because there wasn't anything to worry about in 1,000 years, but then dumbass Acolyte show comes along and dispels all of that, and pretty much it. And the fact that like people can't understand that, not even it's like literally I tourists that come in there and want to tell us about the show that we've carried on our backs for decades and inform us of how the lore actually is when they just started watching maybe like a week ago because Grogu's cute. I'm like, what the fuck, man? Like, this is such bullshit. How do we go from Star Wars being so unpopular in the mainstream, like being a nerdy, geeky thing in that sense, to, I feel like I was defending it when it was uncool. I was defending it, and you almost get this sense of like entitlement, like, hey, like we stood up for this thing when we were made fun of for it, when it actually affected our social lives, and we still loved it. We still openly said this is cool, this is awesome, and defended it. And now it's like literally the same sort of people who were making fun of you are now the ones writing it, and then they're telling you how to feel about your something you've been like defending and loving for decades. It is very frustrating. It's very insulting. I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate it so much.
I caught the tail end of that because it was certainly not cool to be nerdy in my high school. I'll just say that. It was not.
No, we're how many years apart are we? 7?
Yeah, so not crazy far.
Yeah. Okay, so when I was graduating high school, yeah, you would have been like 11.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just one of the things that made me start YouTube was like people didn't want to talk about Star Wars, you know?
Yeah.
Even
Yeah.
in 2014 people were really disinterested.
Yeah. And it's the same with Dragon Ball as well. I remember with the same thing, man. I got made fun of so much for liking Dragon Ball. And Star Wars. And now it's just interesting to see. It's like it's good, but it's also bittersweet because then it's turning into like a fad. And it was like this thing that was like kind of so sacred that you would protect and you'd defend, and at the cost of your social image in school and peers and stuff like that. And now it's like kind of just feels it's not it's not like a core audience anymore. It's like a much more diluted audience where everyone is just walking in there and they think they have claim to this right away. And it's just a little frustrating because, if you think of it from when you were younger, you're kind of going through all this stuff and defending the shit. And then now it's like tourists are telling you how to appreciate your show or not appreciate your show, or telling you to shut up because you have a problem with something that this new company is not taking proper care in and like destroying.
Yeah.
It's disheartening.
It feels more like a product now than ever.
Yeah.
Which is the thing. And Star Wars has definitely evolved. Like I would say that in the mainstream zeitgeist of Star Wars, that I would probably not be a fan of this IP if it were like this when I was a kid, which I think is unfortunate because it's evolved into things that it should have never gone.
Mm-hmm.
And I just the frustrating part about Star Wars right now is I think that it is extremely fixable. That's the thing that frustrates me.
I know, me too. I think
this is not a big problem for us, to figure out.
Yeah.
And I think that leads into something that like I was pretty shocked by that I read on Twitter, and that was Discussing Film said or like tweeted out that apparently larger studios are going to assemble superfan focus groups in order to like assess the material and see if it will result in outrage. But I think that that's the wrong way to go about things. That's not how I would go about it.
What?
Yeah, like they're creating like super fan focus groups.
What is that?
Like a focus group will watch the product that they're making, and the intentions of this one are to scan it to make sure it won't upset fans, is essentially what's going on.
Oh, God.
Yeah, which is, I think, a terrible idea.
Oh, my gosh. That is horrible.
Yeah.
Oh, no. That's so bad in so many ways because first, let's like, how do they know
what defines a super fan?
Yeah, and so they could be literally hiring like, gosh. And
they
then they're
could
going to
be hiring the people who they're sending stuff to already.
Yeah, the shills, literally the people, the weekend warriors, the tourists. And I'm not going to be apologetic. I've had enough. I just feel like they're so out of touch. It's like, why are you hiring people that need to have some sort of what did you call it? Fan focus group?
Yeah, focus group. Like essentially a focus screening is what I would anticipate it would be.
God.
For like specifically, at least in the article, it said to identify for things that may outrage fans.
Oh my gosh.
I don't even know, like.
Yeah. Okay.
There's too many cooks
like,
in the kitchen.
Well, not even that, man. It's like, one, who is the freaking focus group that they're going to do these meetings with or get the consensus from? They don't even know how to write the story. First of all, they don't even know who they're hiring. Second of all, who are they hiring? Like, if they need fans to tell them if this is bad or good, shouldn't that be responsible, like on the back of the freaking writer and
the
director
leader,
to
the leader
know,
at Lucasfilm?
Yeah, to know where to take this movie or show or game. I mean, I just yeah, I don't know, man.
I think the
It's so
solution is
far
at the head
removed.
of the snake. I think that if you change who the top person is and they have a firm understanding of Star Wars and they accept people who have stories to tell within the confines of this universe, not make the universe into something that they want it to be, but that justifies its existence in the story of Star Wars, that's the way to go. I think that there should be one or maybe two people.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think the more and more as time passes by, I think Jon Favreau is really the right guy to do this.
I agree completely. I think that, that first Iron Man movie is phenomenal, and clearly he has an understanding of The Mandalorian. And in this new era of Disney, he is the person that created the thing that feels the most like Star Wars.
Yeah.
Which at the end of the day, that should be the guy that you hire. The guy that makes the thing that feels the most like Star Wars. And you get the bonus side of he's going to revolutionize the industry because he's obsessed of like technology and advancements. So not only is that, by the way, that's something that he has in common with George Lucas.
The advancements thing?
Yeah. Pushing the boundaries.
Mm-hmm.
I think that that's inherently a part of Star Wars.
Absolutely. I mean, George literally pioneered editing, linear editing, and so much more. That, all we can do is just keep talking about it, I guess. It's funny. They say they want to have core. What was it called again? Core
focus groups.
Yeah, like. But I feel like they're just listening to only one side. And shouldn't you listen? I'm not saying listen to our side. I'm just saying listen to all sides, and or just hire the right people. Like, I don't think Stuart Beattie needs a freaking focus group. He is the focus group.
Correct.
Like Jon Favreau is the focus group. Hire these people. Leslie Headland should not be hired for Star Wars. Hire her for some other IP, whatever. Not Star Wars. Don't hire people that are trying to interject their agendas and whatever in there. Hire people that just want to tell the story that George told.
Yeah.
So weird. I don't get it, man.
Another thing that I think is going to end up biting these studios, which apparently that this is a thing that will be going across multiple franchises. It's not just something for Star Wars, apparently.
Yeah.
But something that will end up biting them in the ass, I think, is when they have to go back and change something, that's going to inflate the budget like crazy.
Yeah.
So say that the fans dislike a character in the film, but that character is integral. You now have the difficulty of going back and shooting large portions of your film to either create a new character or to get rid of this character or to change it. And that's just if the issue is with the character. If the issue is with the story, then you are leveled. Then you have to go back to literally pen to paper.
Right.
So, not a good idea, in my opinion.
No, and I don't know when they'll eventually learn, but whatever they're doing ain't working, obviously. They know it. They can fake it all they want, but they know. They see the numbers.
Yeah. I mean, they're the only ones that see the numbers. They're very private about their numbers.
Well,
I mean, I would
until they cancel shows.
Yeah, that is that is the ultimate tell-all. What is on the schedule?
Yeah.
Which right now, man, not a lot, really, unfortunately.
No. Thanks,
The
Victoria. Jedi 3. Star Wars Fallen Jedi, where Cal becomes canon Starkiller. Also picked up a theory saber, and it was everything I hoped and more. Well, thank you, Cade.
That's awesome.
Appreciate that, man. Yeah. Thank you so much to everyone who's been supporting and grabbing a saber. We're constantly improving and doing everything we can to offer the most exclusives. But I don't think Starkiller would be... Cal Kestis becoming Starkiller is just doesn't seem right to me.
Yeah. He's already such a great character on his own.
Yeah, but like, or becoming like
an
that
apprentice.
powerful. Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea.
I think Cal is really powerful, and I think he's interesting because he's, an interesting Jedi because he's one of the few of this era, which means he's being forced to find his own path. Which, I think that Cal Kestis is great just in his own right. And I think he's super powerful, which is the whole Starkiller thing. I think Cal has the ability to, compete with council members one day, if you want me to be honest. Like he beats Dagan Gera, which, known for his accolades.
That was such a... What did you think of that storyline?
I liked it a lot, and I felt disappointed when it felt a little bit undercooked.
Yeah.
But like in terms of introducing a new interesting force-based villain, I like the idea of a High Republic Jedi who's gone rogue quite a bit.
Yeah, dude, it was interesting. I was on board, and then they just kind of like cut it short.
Yeah, they
like,
push
why?
him to the side to like tell the Bode story.
The worst story. Who cares? Like,
yeah.
What is that? Should have been reversed.
I thought Dagan was so much more interesting than Bode.
He was. And God, my chat called him Darth Scroat. What was his name?
Is it Ravis? Is that who?
Ravis.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ravis. He was a little bit disappointing because I was like, oh,
yeah, and then
Dirge 2.0. And then it was like, oh, he's not as cool as Dirge.
No, it was like Dirge 0.2.
Yeah, 0.2. I think that those guys are so cool because Dirge apparently fought during the Battle of Ruusan and like supported the Sith.
Dude, he's old.
Yeah, he's so old. People don't realize that. And then I was researching Dirge because I wanted to make a full video on him. And I totally forgot that Legends Grievous beats Dirge and Ventress early on as just like a test to Dooku.
I don't remember this.
Yeah, I forget exactly what the source is here. Let me pull it up.
That's cool.
Yeah, no, it sort of puts Grievous into perspective in terms of like Dooku's plan for him.
And beating Asajj is wild.
Yeah, he not only that, dude, he hand delivers them like to Dooku.
That's wild.
Let me see. What source is that from?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. McBreezy. Remember for 36 months. Do you think Homelander will make an appearance? What?
In Skeleton Crew? No.
Mr. Wave, besides Bane novels, what other novels do you recommend for the Old Republic? Better that time periods.
Old Republic novels are kind of tough. I don't love all the Old Republic ones with like Malgus. I'm not in love with those books as books.
Deceived?
Yeah, that's what it's called. Deceived. I don't love it. An Old Republic book. Honestly, a lot of the Old Republic stuff and the lore is going to come from games and comics.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to find a strictly Sith related story in a novel form in the Old Republic.
I think, the Bane novels. Can't beat them.
No, you can't. No, the characters are insane. I love Kasim. Kasim's one of my favorite characters.
Just how it was written. And I feel like the The new Star Wars novels, they're not bad, but they're not like they were in the old days.
No,
They're definitely better than the shows.
I agree. I think that it's not Old Republic, obviously, but if you haven't read the Plagueis novel, like, please do it.
Yeah, that's like the #1 Star Wars novel y'all need to read. What up, Royal Rancor? Meant to say something in the last one, my bad. I just wanted to say I've enjoyed both your content since 2016, and y'all are awesome. Can't wait to see Theory at SpaceCon. May the Force be with you. Thanks, Royal Rancor. Excited to meet all of you guys. Who here is going to be at SpaceCon in San Antonio, Texas, end of the month? And then also at Adobe Max in Miami. I'll be there as well.
That's going to be so cool. I probably won't be able to make it to those. I'm taking the first trip with my parents that I've taken in like a decade.
Cool.
So, yeah, we're going to go to Boston. I've never been to Boston, so
that's awesome.
I'm kind of excited to go there. And then hopefully next year, my dad's never been to New York City, which is so cool. I would love to show him New York.
Hey, I only went once, and that was end of June. So, that was
did
my
you like
first
it?
Time. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's so great, right?
But then you say that to New Yorkers, and they're like, you like it? Why do you like New York? Or people even outside of the state, and they're like, why do you like New York? It's a shithole, blah blah blah. And I'm like, well, I don't know. I guess I didn't see it that much. I was only there for like a few days. I like it. I thought it was really cool.
I think in terms of a place where I like to go places and collect experiences, and a place where you can collect like a lot of great experiences close together is New York.
Yeah.
And when I say that, I mean, like, go ahead. Sorry.
No, please continue.
I love anything from food to I love museums. I don't know. Did you get to see the Museum of like Ancient History, Ancient Life?
I had no time. I was just I went there, I hung out with Nick, and then I went. Where did I go? I came home for 2 days, and then I went to Denver. I should have just stayed there for an extra 2 days and gone to Denver straight from there. Oh well.
Yeah, I love it. I know my dad loves history too, so I think it'd be cool to show him that stuff.
Yeah, I got to see the Empire State Building.
Yeah, did you go to the top?
Yep. Yeah, went to
How
the
was
top,
that?
buddy. It was great. It was really cool.
I haven't been to the top yet. On a day when like all of our flights were being canceled, I
Yeah.
like begged my friends to like take me there so we could go to the top, and then it was like, don't you have to pay like a few $100 to get up there or something like that? There was some sort of charge that they didn't want to do, and I was so sad.
I can't remember. I took my buddy Nick, who's the editor of Star Wars Theory Plus, and also one of the customer service reps that we got. I don't. Yeah, I think it was like 100 something per ticket.
Yeah, it's pricey.
What I remember. Yeah, it is pricey, but it's it's a once in a lifetime experience if you don't live there.
Yeah.
So I really wanted to see it. He lives in New York, and he's never he's
never gone to the top.
No,
I've heard that that's apparently a really common thing. Is that like all the New Yorkers don't do any of the history stuff? Yeah,
it's a tourist thing. So
I know the group I was with hated me when I wanted to go see the Statue of Liberty, but like,
yeah,
I don't know. I think that place is so significant, and
never been.
You got to go again. We should do like a New York trip if there's something in New York.
That'd be fun. Well, I tell you what, I might be, instead of coming home from Texas, I might go straight to New York, or I might go to LA if I don't come home.
What time of year is that looking like?
Oh, at the end of October.
End of October. That's probably when my Boston trip is. We'll figure it out. I think going to New York would be so cool.
I think, yeah. Well, you and I, it's not like we have a boss, so
no.
And we would make content out of it anyway, so it'd be fun.
Yeah. Little business trip.
Yeah, literally. Yeah, that'd be neat.
There was I love dinosaurs. Like that's just a thing that I've always loved.
Yeah.
Do you remember when the High Republic trailer came out and there was like the list of ideas and like dinosaurs was one of them? Do you remember that big whiteboard where it was
the
like all
whiteboard.
and I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
That whiteboard haunts me
Yeah.
sometimes, man. I just think some of the
Yeah,
ideas there.
What were? Can I really see if I bring that up? Lucasfilm Old Republic whiteboard. I'm sure there's a photo of it somewhere. Oh, High Republic.
yeah.
High Republic whiteboard. Here we go. There we go. Okay, what do we got? Authentically lived in, surprise, diversity, actual ending. Actual ending? What the fuck is that? Feelings. Okay, relatable characters. Sweeping epic humor. Star Wars, not pro-war. What does that mean?
I don't know. The name war is in the title.
Not pro-war? Droids, scope, mythic, space, and lightsaber battles? No single main character.
Interesting.
Okay, yeah, let's...
Instead, we get 2 of the same character for the Acolyte.
Fuck. The Force. Yeah. Well, I guess that's subjective, depending on who's writing it. Complicated monsters. Complicated. And I've never actually read this board.
Really?
No. I didn't waste time on it.
Interesting to read it at the end of the run.
Interesting, yeah. Star Wars Wishes? Oh, I guess this would have High Republic.
Yeah, that's where the dinosaurs were. I think that is a bad idea. I go to Star Wars for cooler monsters like that don't exist. I go to Star Wars for escapism. Like,
well, they're probably going to put like, what were those beasts in the? Gosh darn, in Dawn of the Jedi.
The beasts.
They were flying around on them. I can't remember the name.
I don't know.
Chat, can you help me? Gosh,
that would be cool. A Jedi with like a dragon.
Yeah. Can't remember the name. Anyways, university representation, diversity.
So they have diversity twice.
Fuck off. Like, honestly, like, why is that part of a story? And I'm Middle Eastern, like 3/4 Middle Eastern. I don't need diversity. Just tell me a good story. Make it an alien. I don't care.
Yeah, you relate to
care.
You know, you don't have to relate to a character that you don't look like. That's not.
No, I don't give a shit. Make it a girl. Make it a whatever. I don't care, man. It's so frustrating. These people are like, in order for a story to be relatable, you must have the character to look exactly like the person reading it. Or like, fuck off. No, you don't. It's a human goddamn journey where I believe we're all just like, our souls are just thrown into a meat suit. And we turn out the way we turn out physically, but it's on the inside that makes us, unique. But at the same time, we're all on this freaking planet together, and we're trying to figure it out. So make the story and the journey of the character's arc, the hero's journey, trials and tribulations, make that relatable. Fuck off with this representation, diversity bullshit, because it's not working for you. Just make it about a good story. I don't care if Luke is blonde. I don't care if he's a guy. I don't care if he's a girl. I don't care if he's an alien. It doesn't matter. Just make it a good story that I can relate to as a human being going through this life. Like, having a shit story, but it being, it's because the person's black, or it's because it's a girl, or it's a guy, or I don't like, what the fuck? That I don't care about that. It makes me so frustrated. They're focusing on such nonsense instead of just telling a good story and letting the human, like, for God's sakes, I had more compatibility with Toy Story than I did with any of these new Star Wars projects, and those are freaking toys that talk. Like, goddamn, Wall-E made me feel more representation because it goes through so much stuff that I went through.
Yeah,
and it's just so frustrating to see these people getting paid millions and millions of dollars to go through what they think is Star Wars and continuing George's story and putting fucking representation and diversity on the board twice and having that be the main centerfold of telling a story. Like, piss off. I don't need that. Tell me a good story. That's it. I don't care who the conduit is of this story being told. They're focusing so much on the goddamn conduit, the avatar. No one cares. Nobody gives a shit.
Rey is difficult to relate to, not because she's a girl and because I don't look like her. She's difficult to relate to because she doesn't have like any big defining hardships in her life. Obi-Wan is a character that I relate to on a big level because he is defined by his mistakes and he looks for the lessons in his mistakes eventually, which is the whole point. Like the whole point of the Kenobi trilogy, which I think would have been such a great idea, is how does someone analyze their mistakes and come to terms with them and then learn from them to become a better individual, a better human being. Yeah. But if you don't give a character these things that they have to learn from, if you make them instantly good at everything, there's an issue there. But with The Force Awakens, it does something that makes you think it's going in that direction, where it sets up Rey and the character wants something. She wants family. She wants acceptance. That's something that we can all relate to.
All of us, yeah.
But when she doesn't struggle to attain those things that she wants, like the rest of us do, because we are human and we have to fight and work and do things we don't want to do to, get what we want or be the people that we want to be. So when a character doesn't have to do those things, it's very easy not to relate to them. Not because they're a girl, but because of how they're written.
Yeah.
Not even how they're acted or performed. Like the toughest thing to overcome as an actor would be the bad writing. Like it sinks actors. And I think Daisy Ridley is a pretty good actor.
Yeah, she's a good actor. I don't know, especially I was fine with her until she made that stupid comment the other day in that report.
Oh, what did she say?
Something about some reporter asked her about what she thought of the backlash to Rey or something or the violent remarks or something. And she said that she can't control what some men think of women. And I'm like,
that's
why are we constantly focusing on like the 0.1% minority of racist, sexist assholes and taking that brush and saying this is the entire fandom who didn't like Rey? I didn't like Rey, but not for any of those reasons. I didn't like Rey because it was a poorly written character. But just constantly we're being beaten with this stick by the officials at Lucasfilm and Disney and their puppets that were like racist and sexist if we don't like a character or we don't like a movie. And it's just like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Honestly, I seriously wonder if they're playing a game or they truly believe this. And in either scenario, I truly wonder if they have any sort of cognitive abilities whatsoever. But
I think accountability is tough. It's easy to point the finger at others when things don't go right for you. So I think that like accountability is where it sort of has to be. But something that's kind of confused me is I think the fan base would love if Lucasfilm was candid and took accountability for certain projects that they've backed. I think the outcry would be so positive if it wasn't a finger pointing session and was more of like a conversation.
Yeah.
Also, Jazzmaster, thank you. He says, I'm really late to the stream, so I'm catching up. But Stupendous said that Obi-Wan was forced to train Anakin out of spite for Qui-Gon. But Obi-Wan in The Phantom Menace tells Yoda that he trained Anakin with or without the Council's permission. You're correct. What I was trying to say was Yoda personally decides not to appoint a more qualified at the time master to train Anakin out of spite, not so much that he forces Obi-Wan to, if that makes sense for clarification.
I just think and when it comes to hiring, I think you need to hire the most qualified person for the job. And I think nowadays they're just hiring on a checkbox of skin color, diversity, and gender. And I think that you need to start hiring the best person for the job, whether it's a man or woman or whatever ethnicity it is, whatever gets the job done. I mean, if could you imagine if they were hiring today? George Lucas would never get a job. If, let's say, Lucasfilm already existed and Disney was like, we want to create Star Wars, and George Lucas applies for the job, they would not hire him because he's a white man. It's like that thing that just was released about the Disney executive or whatever that was on that date or something, and he was revealing information. He was being recorded, and he said
Oh,
that
shoot. I didn't know
we
about any of
you
this.
didn't. Yes, yeah, it was all over Twitter or X or whatever. He's like, yeah, we don't hire white people. We don't hire white men. Like,
Well,
we
that
make it a point
sucks
to
to
not
hear,
hire white men.
man.
Yeah. I think, it's what's the difference? This is racism. It's all racism at the end of the day.
If a black woman walks into Lucasfilm with a better pitch for a Star Wars movie than a white man, the black woman should get the script. And by the same thing, when I say script, I mean the project. But by the same token, if a white man walks in and his idea for Star Wars is better, there's no problem with that.
Well, I agree with that. I'm just trying to say, who cares who wrote it or what it's attached to?
Yeah.
Let's just hire the best person for the job that creates the best project and gets it done the best. It's like, if, let's say, someone is extremely ill, you want the person who, you don't care if it's an alien from outer space who knows how to cure this disease. You just want them to fix this thing. Now, you're going to tell me, like, no, you know what? I don't want that person, even though they know how to get this job done and fix me. I want someone of diversity and color because that's the most ethical thing to do. We're trying to get a job done. Are we trying to get a job done here? Or what are we doing? What is the end goal here? I don't know. To me, it just doesn't make any sense. But
yeah, that's the conundrum. Like we talked about earlier, but the solution is so clear and vivid to, I think, everyone involved that it's almost a non-decision to ignore it.
And he admitted that they didn't hire a black guy because he didn't check other boxes, politics.
What?
Oh, it's a political thing too. Well, no surprise. So you have to align with their political beliefs and, I guess, racist beliefs too.
Yeah,
that's super weird. Super weird, man. I don't know what's going on with this world. It's like, how about we just stop looking at race so much and all live as one?
Yeah.
I whatever. Maybe one day they'll figure it out.
I think that money talks. I say that in all the reviews of, like, the Acolyte that I did. I think that if they keep bleeding money, there's going to be a change. And I think that there really is a change going on right now. I mean, they quietly moved the Taika Waititi movie aside. It sounds like they've quietly moved the Rey movie aside. So there are, have you heard differing things? Are they still doing it?
I don't know. Yeah, I heard that the Rey movie is like, there's some chatter or something, but that's just articles. Anybody can read an article. Anyone can write an article. Who knows if it's really all that legitimate or not? So,
I think if the lead actress is speaking out about, like, difficulties getting her project made, I would venture a guess that we're not going to see it in the next, 3 to 4 years.
Oh, geez. Yeah, I don't know. I think there's a huge problem up there, and they really need to clean house. They really do. What's with all of these projects that are being announced and then constantly being canceled? What's with the Kenobi script, the Stuart Beattie treatment, the Stuart Beattie beautiful trilogy that he had, and then they freaking don't use him, but they make the project into a show and hire people that I think were not qualified for the job at all. Who the hell is Joby Harold? And he took Stuart Beattie's script and took inspiration from it and, like, just destroyed it, made it shit. And then Deborah Chow, I mean, who is that? She comes in and she, like, just directs the most trash shit. I mean, I'm speaking as a Star Wars fan here, and I really want it to be good, but god damn, it's not good. It's not. It's bad.
Some of Obi-Wan looked, shockingly cheap, and that's so
Absolutely.
disappointing when when you see the Acolyte's budget.
What up, Timify? How's it going, man? How you doing? You guys are the sole reason I'm still a Star Wars fan. Thanks for everything you guys do. Looking forward to Stupendous Theory. May the Force be with you both. Thanks, Ronan. Remember for 49 months.
Dang.
Theory Wave as a name goes hard. Also off topic, but have you guys heard about the new upcoming Tron movie, Tron Ares? It looks like it's going to be another dead on arrival Disney product from a Tron fan. I'm a huge Tron fan. Tron Legacy. They filmed that in Vancouver, actually. So I was seeing the sets around downtown when they were filming it.
That's cool.
I think Legacy was amazing movie.
Ahead of its time.
Punk. Yeah, Daft Punk was amazing in it. And unfortunately, they couldn't get them again. But I don't know. I don't know anything about the film. I know Jared Leto's in it. I hope it's good. I don't know.
My most recent Tron thing was I rode the Tron ride at Disney World.
I wanted to, and I didn't make it.
Dude, it's fine. It's like extremely short.
Really?
Yeah, like it's so shockingly short. And it almost makes like the wait. If the wait wasn't so cool visually, it absolutely wouldn't be worth it. It's definitely a ride that you do once.
Oh.
But a Tron sequel sounds great.
Have you gone to the it's the Avatar land? What is it?
Yeah. Uh-huh. No, that I really like Pandora. Yeah. I think
I wanted to go to that. I didn't.
I think the Na'vi boat ride is overrated, but I think what's the name of the flying ride? Whatever
cool.
ride. Yeah. If you ever come down again, I'd love to go.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a 3-hour train from Miami.
Oh yeah. No, I haven't taken that train yet. I think I might.
It's like a fast one. I could just take that and boom, get there and then
hit up a park.
Yeah, maybe. Or just chill on the beach all day.
Yeah. Are you a beach guy? I don't like sand. I really don't. It's an Anakin thing, but I also I feel that hardcore. The sand, yes, Anakin. It definitely gets everywhere.
Oh, that's funny. I love the beach.
My mom loves the beach, and I just like, it's so torture. She's like begs me. She's like, take me to the beach. And it's just like, Mom, I fucking hate it here, but I love you, so I will take you. I think everything about the beach. You know what I really hate about the beach, man? What? It's how I feel afterwards. After I get out of the ocean, I just feel so dirty.
Because when you sit on the sand, it sticks to you?
Yeah, and just like the ocean feels dirty, or like some of them feel dirty. Like I'm not a big fan of New Smyrna. That's sort of around where I am.
I don't know what that is.
It's a beach.
Ah, okay. It sounds like something from Jurassic Park.
It does. It's actually, I think it may be the capital of the U.S. shark bites of the country. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. No thanks.
No.
I you know what I like? I don't like that feeling, but sometimes like you just, I don't know, you gotta get kind of like dirty with it in a sense where you just like get in the ocean and the sand's stuck to you everywhere. But then when you dry from the sun, then it just like flakes off.
Falls
and
off.
That's the nice part. Yeah. Cause I'm just like, ha.
I enjoyed the beaches in Hawaii, but like that's just, they're on another level out there.
I don't know, man. Just taking a chair and just planting it on the sand and just chilling.
What I prefer is the springs. I prefer the springs here because it's everything I love about like I love getting in the water. I love the wildlife.
Oh wow, never been.
You would probably really like the springs. It's
like
very clear
spring?
water. Yeah, natural springs.
Never been.
Very clear water. It flows out of the ground. You can like dive down and see where it's coming out of.
Wow.
It's very beautiful. The water is pristine. It's super cool. I think that's the
Wow.
move.
Oh, that's cool. I've never been. We have some out in Harrison Hot Springs. It's called, and they're like the hot springs. They're like, I guess, natural. I've also never experienced that.
Yeah, no, it's cool. The only thing is, there was a guy last year that may have been attacked by an alligator, but it was not a very big alligator, and he didn't even he drove himself to the hospital, from what I understand. So if that gives you any idea.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so not a big deal.
Oh, okay. All right, fair enough.
When my sister visits, she's like, "Are there alligators here?" It's like, "No, there's no. This water? Do you see it? No way."
Oh
It's
my
like,
gosh.
dude, yes, there are.
I
Like,
don't think I've ever seen. Oh, no, maybe I did. Maybe I think I did see an alligator or something in Orlando, like far away, while I was like driving by or something like that.
really, you've never like seen one up close?
No.
There are spots. There's a spot like I want to say 30 minutes from me where you can find them like in the wild,
Dude,
no
they're
problem.
terrifying. They are literal dinosaurs.
Yeah,
Like they are the perfected killing machine over like what, millions of years? How old are they?
they're that old. They're millions.
They're millions of years old. I mean, like humans are only what, how 10,000 years old? How old
Yeah,
are
it's
we?
something. It's something sad.
Yeah, it's
That's
something pathetic. Like
that's the thing about sharks is they haven't changed. They're at millions of years and they haven't changed.
they're perfected, dude. They're like literally like maxed out stats, like ultimate level aura, like just
Yes,
they
aura.
just they just like they're perfected. There's nothing more that can be improved, and like with evolution, there's nothing that can be
No,
fixed with them.
nothing.
That's the yeah, okay.
You can't
Humans
beat
have
it.
a long way to go. We're such feeble little creatures.
Yeah.
Oh no, I hit my head. Oh, I'm gonna die in 2 hours if I don't go to the hospital. Oh. Like what the hell? What is this?
But we're
Like, our
adaptable.
our necks are so feeble. Like our
This is
bones can
true.
break. Like
Uh-huh.
I don't know. It's just so like why are we so delicate?
Dude, I think humans are kind of sick, honestly, because our ability to hunt extremely long distances and communicate has sort of put us above on the food chain.
I mean, yeah.
It's the it's the fact that, we don't give up. It's the human spirit, the human tenacity of like when a woolly mammoth has been running all day long and the sun is going down and they turn around and there's like 5 cavemen just chilling on the rock, just waiting for them to get tired.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's cool.
I do, but I also think like we're so vulnerable. Like like why wasn't our skin created to be like extra thick and I don't know, maybe like a reptiles or I don't know. I feel like I guess we're meant to really use our brains and like
Yeah.
but I don't know. I feel like should have been given more of a physical uh improvement.
Well, we're just so advanced now. We're just comfortable.
Yeah.
We seek we seek comfort inherently.
Yeah.
That's why it's so hard to do things like lift weights or commit to a sport, because it's mentally forcing yourself to be uncomfortable for a period of time, which is why it's important to do.
I feel like I go like stir crazy. I get cabin fever if I don't do anything physical for more than a week. I have to do something. Like I just feel like yeah, just like uncomfortable. Like I don't know how to describe it. It's just angsty, anxious, impatient. Like there's so many hormones that are released from just, and I guess it's for an evolutionary trait from when we were hunting and out in the fields all day doing stuff. Whereas now
Yeah.
we just sit at a desk and you know be on the computer.
Progress had to be the number one goal all the time back in the day.
Yeah.
Are we
Yeah.
warm enough? Are we dry enough? Do we have
Yeah.
enough food? What do our numbers look like? But
Yeah.
now it's just like all that stuff doesn't really matter. So
It's so
we've
convenient.
yeah, everything's so convenient, and we've reached an interesting point in our evolutionary period, I think. where
Yeah.
we could go good or bad. We could go, you know.
I think 90s kids grew up in the best time as kids, but the worst time as adults by far.
Interesting.
I think
Why
like
why
this
do
is
you
just
why do you think?
I don't know. I just think society is just so weird now. Um, Media, Hollywood, everything is just. I think it's just so strange. Um, like back when I was a kid, there were no cell phones. Internet wasn't really a thing, and if you wanted to use the internet, it took you like 50 minutes to freaking do dial-up, and you couldn't use a
Uh-huh.
telephone, a landline. Um, there was no YouTube. There was no TikTok or Instagram or anything like that. Everything like oh God, I was so in the moment. I was explaining this the other day. You know, like after a sport or like extreme physical exhaustion, you were like so calm and
Yeah,
relaxed. That's what it felt like 24/7 in the 90s, I feel like.
really.
Yeah, and probably for the 80s and 7. I don't know what it was like for I'm sure people in the chat here are older.
I love that feeling. The feeling of like
Yeah,
finishing at the gym and just sitting in your car for a second.
that's kind of what everything felt like as a kid in the 90s because it was just everything was in that moment. Like there was no like, hey, let me take a picture of this and post it and see what like my friends are thinking or anything like that. It was just like, wow, that's really beautiful. This is
Yeah.
a really beautiful moment. It's just it's different now, especially like doing what we do. I feel like things are much more technologically motivated, and there's a lot more synergy between technology and the moment.
Yeah. No, it feels real. I mean, like look at the reactions that people elicit every day on Twitter that, we're now addicted to seeing people's reactions to things
Yeah,
instead
and
of living in the moment.
I know, and it's like the pranksters now. There are some very popular pranksters out there that are very successful that make a living like being annoying to people, and it's all for the internet. It's all for which I guess isn't anything too new, but you're kind of putting like an incentivization behind. I don't even think those are pranks anymore. At the end of the day, I think they're it's just being a nuisance,
Yeah.
and
Harassment.
yeah, and I think that's what I don't know. Technology is good and it's bad. It just depends on how you use it. It's like the force.
Yeah. I miss that because I was born in '97, so my upbringing was different. I was at the precipice of the internet, but it was sort
Yeah.
of like my generation learned to integrate the internet into everyday life, but we didn't have it in everyday life yet. Like the tail end. I remember high
Yeah.
school things were weird. I remember when tests weren't on paper anymore, is what I'm saying.
Wow. Yeah, we didn't have that. We everything was on paper. We had to learn the Dewey Decimal System in the library. Did you?
No,
Oh God.
nope.
So, so you would have to figure out like if you wanted to search for a book, and this was if you didn't have a computer to find it, or some shit. You had to look through like it's like a phone book of
Oh,
books.
I have heard of that, yes, but it was not something that we knew how to use.
Yeah, and you like had to look on the spine of the book, which had a code based on author and like number and something like that, and you would like go through sections of the library to try and find. So they would give you like 10 different books to find, and you had to find them all and say where it was in the library, what section, which of course now it's obsolete, doesn't exist. There's no point of even learning such a thing. Um,
Yeah,
but
the internet.
we yeah, like I didn't have a cell phone. I had to use payphones. Did you have a cell phone? Did you ever use a payphone?
Not until yeah, I know how to use a payphone. Not
Yeah,
until, the when did I get my cell phone? I wanna say I was a junior in high school. My parents held that shit back,
me
thankfully.
too.
It was like I would go to school and everyone had a cell phone, and I remember being pissed because like, I was one of the only kids in the whole school that didn't have one,
Mhm.
and they had, like, those old Razor phones, which I thought looked so
Yeah.
cool back in
Yeah, yeah,
the
yeah,
day.
yeah, yeah.
But, nah, I had my little, I think it was, like, called an iPod Shuffle where I had like my music, and that was what I had. And it's so nice because now it's like when I leave the house, it's like I have to make sure I have my phone. It's like a necessity. When back in the day, it wasn't that. It wasn't.
No,
like
you
that.
you got your keys and you're good. Your wallet. I remember in grade 8, which was you're a junior, I guess. Is that junior or sophomore? Sophomore is grade 9. We don't have that here. It's like grade 8. Anyways, I remember the iPod Touch came out. No, not iPod Touch. The iPod came out, and this was like a revolutionary thing. And the iPhone. It was the most revolutionary thing. Like, oh my god, a screen! Oh my god, this is like this.
I do
is
remember
the future. That. Yeah. I got my first cell phone at 19, and I was like, "This is so cool." Because before that, I had a pager, and I would use payphones, and I'd have to look people up in like a directory, like a phone book.
Yeah, we had phone books. Yeah, and then now it's just crazy. Now you just go.
Yeah.
But I remember my dad got an iPhone from his work, and I remember like it was an event when he took it home, and we all like got our hands on it. Yeah. I remember thinking like it takes pictures like that.
Yeah,
like that blew my mind.
Yeah, I know.
It's like crazy. I don't need a camera anymore.
Oh my god! Dude.
And now it's like buy the iPhone, 93. It comes with 17 cameras. Like that's where we're at now.
Literally. Oh well, times changed.
Yeah, I'm gonna run to the bathroom super quick.
All right, cool. I'll read some super chats. Cheers from Toronto 3. We will be making a Mara Jade Saber. My wife's dying for one. Also, how would you both bring Mara into current canon? Well, I'll ask Wade when he comes back. We got some really cool sabers and replicas on the way. That's for sure. Thanks, Jim. Shout out to Toronto. My man, who's the new guy? During the Civil War, autocorrect. Love to see you two chatting. Question, is the Plagueis novel, in the Plagueis novel, still wonder how with Sidious taking the life of his master in a giant dark side burst, how the heck did the Jedi miss that downtown? It's a good question. The only thing I can think of for that is that it's Sidious. That's like saying, how did they not sense Sidious right in front of them? Sidious and Plagueis, they were masters of keeping their shit on lock so that nobody knew what they were doing. And they were doing a lot of violent things during that time, but it was only them, and they knew how to really keep their powers hidden, to be masked in the dark side. I think that would be probably the answer that I would give to that. And it's I think it's valid because there's nobody else other than Sidious, freaking Palpatine, and Plagueis that could do this. Someone's gonna be, but Kymir and Osha. No. Yuri, when will you be at another convention? SpaceCon. End of Oct. Started to follow Wave in 2016 after seeing What If Vader Survived Return of the Jedi. I've been following ever since. Following Theory when he wasn't showing his face. Amazing to see you both like this. Ah, cool. Yeah, it's wild, eh? Never would have thought. Thank you for all you do, says Goober Flab with $10. It was great having the opportunity to meet you and support the channel. Never catch live streams, but cool to see Theory and Wave together. Well, thank you, dude. It's nice to meet you.
I'm back. Thank you, by the way.
Oh, dude, it's you. That's funny. Right in the photo, too. When I was in Miami finishing my tattoo, he was there getting a Majin Buu. That's funny, man. What's up? How are you doing? That's crazy.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's really cool. Ah! God. Candy Moody's throbbing head. I thought you disappeared. I'm glad to see you're back. I'd love to see a Sith Academy project going over Darth Bane's training preceding the Rule of Two. Imagine like a dark Harry Potter sequel. Yeah, that would be sweet.
That would be really incredible.
Uh-huh. God damn that photo.
Oh my gosh. Is that supposed to be you? Who is that?
Yeah, I guess so. It's like the crying me from Luke. Goddamn bastard. This one I had to go back to. He had a question for you. He said, how would you bring Mara Jade into current canon? It's kind of difficult. I mean,
Yeah.
like, what
I
are you
don't
gonna
know.
do? Like, say, like, oh, she was at Jabba's palace, like, like her story originally was. Like, nah.
Yeah, well, what does she even do now with, like, if they want to stick to the canon? Like, what do you do with Luke? Because the whole point is that they're, together in
He
Legends.
can't do anything. That's the
No,
thing.
you
It's
can't.
ruined.
I thought for sure that there was like some sort of Mara Jade headstone in The Force Awakens. I remember thinking, I remember being so hyped for that theory.
Yo, Theory and Stupendous Wave. Hope y'all are doing well. What is the one actor you would love to see play a character in the Star Wars universe? Quentin Tarantino.
If he directed one, that would be a wild movie.
That would make my day.
That'd make my year, dude. That'd be insane.
Yeah.
Are you a big Tarantino fan?
Yeah, I love Tarantino.
Me too.
Yeah. I love the guy. I love his work. It's yeah.
Because it's so fun, Jan.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah, I just think his responses in interviews are the best.
Yeah. Or
He's
the Howard Stern one where he's pissed off about The Force Awakens.
At Disney, yeah. He's like they tried to fuck me.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said.
Yeah. You guys could go see that. Type in Tarantino Disney something.
Yeah, he loses it. It's on Howard Stern's show.
Just wanted to say again, loving the Fallen Knight, Black Saber. Can't wait to get the Chosen One. I don't know if I have that right here. This is the Fallen Knight Black Saber right there.
Oh, whoa. It has like
the
interior mechanics going on.
Yeah, you can see the crystal going. Can't wait to get the Chosen One. Thanks for all you do. Can't wait for Vader 2, and may the Force be with you. Thank you, man. Absolutely. Do you mean this Chosen One, the SE without the control box that we just got, or the true Chosen One? Disney Plus just increased premium yearly subscription in Australia by $40. It's now $179.99. Time to set sail again on the high seas. Much love from Oz. Well, it's pretty expensive.
Yeah. I've been getting emails that like things are getting raised. I don't know if you've been seeing any of that, but like a few of the streaming services, it's like we're raising it $2.
Yeah. My mom canceled, and then they sent her like an email saying 3 months free or some shit.
She canceled Disney Plus.
Yeah.
I know my parents, they don't really use it at all. I mean, I don't really use Disney Plus all that much, honestly. I use it for Star Wars and like Marvel stuff. But in terms of like new releases, like Max has got the Penguin, which is the thing that has all my attention.
Mm-hmm. I have Prime, Netflix, and Disney. I'd say I probably use Prime the most.
Yeah, Prime is shockingly good.
It is. It's got such a great library. I mean, I don't know. Yeah.
I like HBO, the Max, because I love those old animated DC movies, and the library over at Max is pretty substantial.
Uh-huh. Yeah. No, it's good. Yeah, I like it. What the? Oh, bro, I thought that was me for a second. Do you guys know anything on the new book by Sean Williams, The Force Unleashed, Star Wars Legends? It says pre-order on Audible for $11.05 this year.
I don't know anything about that. I can tell you if they released a novel that was like supposed to be the stand-in for The Force Unleashed 3, that I would absolutely pre-order it, especially if it's in Legends.
I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything. 11.05 this year. No, I don't see anything there.
Is that just on some website where it's like pre-orders available or something? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't. No,
I've really fallen out of love with a lot of the recent Star Wars books. I got into them when like I thought that all the Aftermath books were going to be important for the sequels, but then that just never happened.
Yeah.
I was so sure that like there was going to be some sort of Snoke reveal in one of those books, or some sort of some sort of in-depth reveal that only the people that got the book would know. You know, kind of the book was advertised that way. I mean,
right,
and it just never happened.
No surprise. No surprise whatsoever. The Last Jedi had that bit that the movie was supposed to have, apparently, where Luke looks out and he hears a voice like come beckoning to him, and that's why he went into the Force, because it was like it was supposed to. From what I heard, it was supposed to be Anakin, and in the book there was a voice, but it doesn't specify who it is, and so it would have made a lot of sense if, I originally thought when the book came out, I was like, oh, holy shit, he's not dead, he's just gone into more training. But no, he was dead.
This is in the Last Jedi novelization?
Yeah.
Man. Yeah, no, that Anakin's absence from those movies is like really glaring after a few years now.
Blasphemous.
Yeah. I always thought that if he showed up at the end and defeated Palpatine, that I would feel better, but it still wouldn't like right the whole thing.
Yeah, and that was my whole thing on it. I was like, oh yay, they fixed what they destroyed with Luke, and then I'm like, wait, why is he even dead? Theory or wave? Can you please explain why the form Trickata is not used by Jedi or Sith, and why it would or wouldn't work in a normal lightsaber fight? Trickata.
That's I think Trickata, isn't that the method of like activating and then reactivating your lightsaber?
Oh,
like,
what? Yeah, what Nick Gillard made. Yeah.
Then you probably have a great answer. Does he? What was his thoughts on it? If you
just thought it was cool
about it, yeah,
he just thought it was cool. He's like, yeah, no one had done that.
I know in the lore the Jedi don't do it because it's perceived as like manipulative and it's like a dark path trait. And then I also know that the Sith don't do it because, the Sith do it, but the Sith don't do it as often because they find it to be bad sport. They want to, beat enemies at the top of their power, which if you were Darth Bane, you would disagree with that philosophy. A win is a win.
Yeah. I think that's how you should think. A win is a win, because your opponent isn't going to be like fighting by any rules. They're just if you're dead, you're dead, man. What the heck?
Yeah. I know the whole thing of like why the Sith get so, get a leg up on the Jedi and why them clashing is so interesting is you have an individual that's like very bound to a strict code of honor. And then you have an individual where part of their code of honor is that they have none.
Yeah.
Which is so interesting.
Yeah, it is.
What does Bane say? He says something like glory is a dead man's prize, or what is it? Honor. It's something like that.
There's a lot of good quotes in that book. I can't remember exactly what he said, but there's a lot of like profound actual quotes, and I'm like, this is beyond just a Star Wars book. This is kind of cool.
Yeah.
Like it actually applies to life.
Yeah, no, there's definitely some stuff from, Sith teachings that you could apply to your life.
Theory, I know BC is a hub for shooting movies and TV. Have you ever seen anything like that IRL? Also, you should do Canadian cons. Much love from New Brunswick. Yeah. I think I've seen, was it Green Arrow or The Flash? They were shooting that in Gastown. Tron Legacy or whatever. No, Tron, whatever Ares. Bunch of others. They're always shooting something here because it's so cheap for Americans to come up and just film. We got Lucasfilm down the road.
Really?
ILM.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
When I was growing up, there was nothing cool that was filmed by me ever. Like the coolest thing, I'm not going to say where I grew up, but I'll just say that the coolest thing was that they filmed the first High School Musical at like a high school an hour away. If that gives you any idea.
That's cool. We got EA like 30 minutes away. EAHQ. Besides that, I don't know. That's about it.
Not a ton. I know my parents, they live in Portland, and it's cool because they have Nike and Adidas. So,
like factories?
like I think they're based out of there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
How was Sidious able to stalemate Yoda even though Yoda had centuries more experience in the Force and combat? I've never really understood that because Sidious was that powerful.
Yeah. Correct.
He was just that strong. Like it. Yeah. And that gifted.
Yeah. I know that people sometimes get it a little bit unclear when you have like the generational talent of Anakin, and they sometimes forget that there's also other people that he's surrounded by, which in any other era would be like his equivalent, if you will.
Yeah.
Like Palpatine's connection to the Force is second only to Anakin.
Yeah.
So, and not only that, but Palpatine's one of those characters that truly has probably reached the pinnacle of his potential, I would say.
Yeah, anything beyond that, I think it's just like finding different relics and Sith artifacts and learning more about, like, I guess magic potentially, like Sith magic.
Yeah. I mean, that's
Alchemy.
why he was so obsessed with the Death Star, is he viewed before the construction of the Death Star himself as Vader, and Vader as like the governing image of the Empire. But he thought that if he could create this weapon that was so powerful and be able to like take the life of billions of people instantaneously, that would supersede his public image. So he could step aside and basically read books for the remainder of his life until he transferred his essence.
Yeah, and then there's Nihilus, who can essentially do what the Death Star did.
Yeah, I think that, dude, I think Nihilus is so overrated when people talk about how strong he is.
It's just because he could absorb planets, and people are like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah, they take that as a very face value. You know, they take like absorbed life from a planet as like he destroyed the planet. It's
He
like,
ate 8 planets.
Yeah, he ate planets. Because I don't know how you feel, but I think if you take all the lore, I think Vitiate is the most powerful Sith that we ever see.
You think he's more powerful than Palps?
I do.
I know you do.
I do.
He was around longer.
1,500 years, I think.
Yeah, which is freaking insane.
Yeah. Well,
but don't you think Palpatine would have been as well if he didn't get yeeted?
Would he have been around that long? Yeah, I mean, if he didn't have, well, Vitiate never had to compete with the Skywalker bloodline.
Exactly. He never had Anakin, like freaking emotionally compromised Anakin by his side all the time.
Right.
The guy was a ticking time bomb.
Idea.
Dude, think about it. He destroyed the Jedi and the Sith. Guy was just unbalanced as hell.
Yeah, he was. That's the thing that I love about Palpatine, though, is it's like he crafts his rise for decades meticulously. You know, every step, every word, every mannerism. And then he gets old and he wins and he goes, fuck it. I'm just gonna like do what I want and say what I want.
Yeah.
And oh wow, does that go bad? Yes, it does, because he was designed to rise, not to rule. Not because he's incapable of ruling. He's just doesn't want to anymore.
Yeah.
It's literally all about the climb for Palpatine.
It is. It's cool.
Yeah, it's great.
Wait, did I read this? Is it not a ridiculous claim when Dooku claimed his and Yoda's force abilities are equal? Yeah.
That's just
Sith being Sith.
He's just posturing.
Yeah.
Does he believe it in that moment? Maybe. The dark side's intoxicating. Is that the reality? You don't think he believes that?
I don't think so.
Huh.
I don't think so, man. Like when he said that and he shot Yoda with the lightning, I've become more powerful than any Jedi, even you.
Yeah.
And then Yoda just absorbs it and deflects it. Like
It's like, dude, you think I haven't seen that before?
Yeah, and he just it's just something the apprentice says to the master, and to kind of like make himself feel like he's become better than who trained him. Where like he
So
was always second best to his master, and now he's like ascended. I think it's just such a typical like cocky thing to say, arrogant thing to say.
so do you think he believes it is the question?
I don't think so.
So you think in his heart, so when he goes in there to fight Yoda, you think it's more of I'm gonna see where my abilities are and less so like I'm superior to him?
Yeah, because that's why he ran away.
Yeah.
He did a little bitch boy move. He just like tried to distract Yoda, and he knew that Yoda wasn't gonna try and kill him while he took 2 seconds to drop the thing on Anakin and Obi-Wan. And he's like, all right, well, you know what? I can't beat Yoda, so I'm just gonna like play
Run.
the whatchamacallit, Lex Luthor role and try and get Superman where I can really attack where he's vulnerable, which is like humans, like people, kind of like Zod, what Zod did, and in the Superman movie in Man of Steel. So it's like, yeah, if he truly felt he could beat Yoda, he would never do something so cheap. He would have killed Yoda right there, and then he would have gone off to like either recruit Anakin or recruit Obi-Wan or kill them both.
Yeah.
I think he was just posturing, and then he like ran away like a little bitch.
Yeah, people do sleep on how strong Yoda is. And again, that leads more to like if that gives you any idea, that shows you how strong Palpatine is. If
Yeah.
Palpatine can best Yoda. The thing that I've always liked, and the headcanon that I have though, is that in that Senate duel, that Yoda is the better duelist. Like lightsaber to lightsaber over Sidious.
Yeah, I think Sidious is stronger in the Force.
Oh yeah, no, that's way stronger in the Force. I just
You think
think
it's-
that
you think
at
it's
the
way stronger?
lightsaber, I do think he's way strong. I think Sidious is substantially stronger in the Force than Yoda, and I think that even at the time of Revenge of the Sith, if you look at Legends, he's not even close to what he's going to be power wise.
I know it's tough because I know Palpatine did the whole like he's just going to learn how to use a lightsaber to mock Jedi thing.
Yeah.
So it would make sense that Yoda, who actually like trained in it like super hard, would be better. But I also
Mhm.
feel like Yoda was using the Force so much to carry his lightsaber speed and abilities to just keep up with Palpatine. It's tough. It's so interesting to talk about.
Yeah, no, I love that tool because
Yeah.
you're trying to get into their heads. It's like
Yeah.
Palpatine sees, or I would like to think that Palpatine sees experience and a superior technique, and maybe
Yeah.
he's a little slower
Yeah.
than Palpatine is, or maybe
Yeah.
he is, not quite on that level, but he's still dangerous because of his proficiency. He swung a lightsaber tens of thousands of times.
Yeah.
So obviously, in my mind, he has a better technique than Palpatine does. But also in my mind, I think Palpatine realizes that and he decides to put his lightsaber away
Yeah,
because
and then
yeah,
do the pods thing.
try to keep him at a distance. Because if Yoda's
Yeah.
at a distance, he's much weaker.
Yeah, because Yoda's like a dude, like a really well trained dude with he's like a Navy SEAL with like a little knife.
Yeah.
Like you don't know where what am I gonna do? Like he's just you're dead. It's
Death by 1,000 cuts.
yeah, literally. So it's like, yeah, I could see why Palpatine jumped away and he's like, all right, I'm gonna crush this little bug.
Yeah. And then Yoda surprises him though, even when it comes to like a contest of the Force.
Yeah. Yeah, where Palpatine starts laughing and then Yoda starts to get serious. So it
Uh-huh.
makes you wonder. It's like, are they then pulling on the dark side a bit? Are they like pulling on anger or fear, or like are they like tapping in? Like what's the deal? Because that's the thing with the Jedi that always pissed me off is like they're so unbelievably powerful, but they're holding themselves back by just trying to be like good and not use all of the Force to destroy their opponent in the name of good. And then they think like, oh no, and then that's what I loved about Legends Luke is that he used all aspects of the Force and said, no, you have to have control as a Jedi to not fall to the dark side. That's where the real test is. Not, not tasting the forbidden fruit. It's about, all right, let's eat it and make sure we don't eat the whole thing and just use it to our needs. I thought that that's the Luke I wanted to see in the sequels, but we got anyways.
It evolves. Luke evolves the Jedi tradition and the Jedi Order. He does not keep it the same.
No.
It's not like he just brings it back. He actively improves upon it. And he says that the thing that they feared so much, that being love and attachment, turns out to be the thing that Luke says draws the greatest from the light side.
Mm-hmm.
The love and the love for your family and a love for life.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
And a desire to protect that. And that makes him stronger than any Sith could be.
Yes. And I thought that was so unbelievably profound in terms of like the character arc for not just Luke Skywalker, but also for the Jedi in general. So it's like you're kind of like on tandem doing it for this character and also for like the entire order and where it was and where it is now, especially from the prequel trilogy to the originals. And then now with Luke, God, I thought that was so freaking cool. And then they, but they didn't give us that, and I just huge missed opportunity. I feel like they could have done a lot with it, and then for the Jedi that come after that. So I don't know. Imagine they're going to do something like that with Rey. Oh my god, she starts touting the same dude. Imagine she starts touting the stuff that Legends Luke was saying that they like, and I'd lose my mind. I would actually
give her all the advancements.
Give her all those lines.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even think about them doing that, but like that would be upsetting. Genuinely. I think that like the reason that works so well is because that's a lesson that begins in Return of the Jedi when Luke makes the decision not to listen to his teachers.
Yeah.
And to like embrace love and compassion.
Yeah.
And then it's like at the end, like Obi-Wan and Yoda were like, wow, this kid was right. And not only has he turned into the Jedi maybe that we didn't want him to be, but he really did become the Jedi that the galaxy needed.
Yep.
And he continues to do that in Legends. Like Luke Skywalker is always so humble. Like he's the most powerful person in the room, but he's also the most willing to like learn.
Yeah, and humble as you said, and he doesn't boast. Like he's not like the thing that pissed me off about Mace Windu is like, yeah, you're super powerful, but you're just a dick. Like how he would carry himself, how he would talk down to Ahsoka, and how he would have the freaking Electrum on his lightsaber to let everyone know that he's the shit. I thought that was just very annoying. Like very like, why does your lightsaber need to be freaking blinged out?
Yeah, I think Mace Windu,
or was it Electrum? Was it Frick?
I think you're right. I think it's Electrum. I think it was made by both. I think Frick is also a precious metal, but I think it was made of the Electrum finish is what you got when you ascended to the council and you got to master, and you got to like remake your weapon if you so desired.
What is Frick? Why am I?
I think that may be another precious type of like Frick alloy, right?
It was a rare, robust alloy. Frick was mined in Gromas in the Prequel sector and Tatooine. Well, what's it again?
That's why Sidious's lightsaber is stupid blinged out. It's got like
they were resistant to lightsabers. Wait, electrostaffs and Bactoid armor sharp is also made of Frick. Yeah. Huh. Wait, what? The High Republic? No, I learned about this way before the High Republic bullshit. Yes. Son of Dathomir 4. And then Star Wars Revenge of the Sith. Episode 3 Revenge of the Sith was the first appearance. Interesting.
I've always thought that Mace Windu's psychology is interesting because he views himself as almost like the embodiment of structure. And when that structure is challenged, when the structure of the Jedi is challenged and the structure of the Republic, that he becomes threatened because he views himself as the ultimate authority. Do you remember in the novel he says something like, or Obi-Wan is looking at him and he's a little worried and he says, above the Jedi, Mace Windu loves the Republic.
Yeah.
So
Mace Windu was I didn't like him, man. I don't like his character.
Yeah. You think he does a lot of damage to Anakin?
So much damage. And that's why I think it's just the most compelling story beyond just a cool fight is Vader fighting Mace Windu.
Because Windu is the embodiment of everything that Vader thinks is wrong with the Jedi.
Literally. And he was responsible for so much turmoil that Anakin, both as a child and teen and young adult, went through.
So, I have so many. I have intentionally attempted to avoid asking you Vader questions because there's a part of me that is excited to see what's going to happen and like if Windu is going to embrace the dark side or what sort of aspects you're pulling on from that story.
Well, yeah, I mean, in that one, we Mace has nothing to lose anymore. He's already lost everything, so he's balls to the wall, man. He is ready to do whatever he needs to do to destroy Vader. And
so
Palpatine.
he will corrupt his own soul if it means the Sith have to go. If the Sith
no, because he's so confident in himself that he's been using Vapod and the dark side for so long that he feels like he can really get a grasp on no matter if he uses it or not. To whatever extent, he's got it covered.
Interesting. I know that's the way Sora Bulk thought too, though. He thought that he had mastered his own inner dark side and it, corrupted him.
It did, but with Mace Windu, he's different. And the thing is, it's like, people who are excited for the fan film think like, oh, it's just Vader and Mace, but like Mace has a motive. Like there's so many twists in this script that you won't even find out until the very, very, very end. And so that's kind of almost not a fear, but like a thing I with episode 2 is people, until they see episode 3, they'll be like, oh, holy shit. Oh, okay. So it's Mace has a motive for Vader. Like they're hiding a lot of the Jedi. Not only did they kill a lot of them, not only does he want to kill Vader and the Emperor, but he wants to know where they're keeping a lot of the Jedi that they're doing experiments on.
Oh, shoot.
Where are they hiding a lot of them? Because it's not just like, okay, Vader's evil, we got to kill him. He also wants to know where the hell are a lot of the Jedi that they're keeping alive, like younglings or like some of the Jedi that they've imprisoned. And Vader also has a motive for Mace. It's not like he just wants to kill Mace Windu because he hates him because of what he's done. There's a compelling aspect to it because Vader wants to know what Mace Windu did to stay alive.
Oh, shit.
Did he come back from the dead? Did he sustain his life in some sort of way? Vader essentially, for lack of better words, is a bit of a whore when it comes to.
I've never heard that before, but I'm ready.
when it comes to learning from anyone who could give him the information he requires to resurrect Padme and bring her back from the dead, he will go to anybody. He doesn't care as long as they can give him what he wants. He's like a freaking addict. He'll go to anybody who can give him the information, the money, the whatever he needs to know in order to bring Padme back. He doesn't care about anything else. His loyalty to Palpatine is non-existent if someone can tell him how to cheat death.
I would have never thought to write that into the story. The fact that Vader would be curious of how Mace Windu is like alive still and how he may that would be an avenue that would be worth exploring for him. That makes a ton of sense.
Very worth exploring. All the while fighting Mace Windu because he hates him for what he did, but also wanting to get information from him at the same time. While Mace also wants to get information from him about where Sidious is and where the Jedi are that they're keeping imprisoned.
No, I think that sounds awesome. And I think you did a good job of creating a story where your leads, it's not just they show up and then fight. It's like you created a reason for them to, speak to one another, which is where the real, you know.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's so many like people who like whatever hate me or whatever. They're just like, oh, it's just a stupid fight scene. It's like, well, I haven't really said anything yet, but the fight scene alone would be freaking epic. I mean, you see like
Yeah.
trailers and whatever of like Starkiller fighting Vader, or Death Battle. There's that channel Death Battle where they just like people team up or they fight against each other.
Well, dude,
and those are always so entertaining.
That's the entirety of the Old Republic cinematics, and that's like
exactly
that's like my jam.
But what if we can take the coolness and epicness of two massive titans fighting who have history, and sure, they want to kill each other, but also they want to take information from each other that is so vital to either one of them. And I think that is like, you get a crazy story while you get crazy fights, and you also get compelling character arcs that can break, diverge, continue on the same path, or whatever, be malleable to fit the human need and emotion to find out this information. And so it's like, is Vader going to betray anybody? Is he going to join forces? Is he going like how is this going to fit into A New Hope? Like how is all of this going to fit into Vader and where he's at right now after 8 months of being Darth Vader? So there's still a lot of Anakin. There's still so much turmoil. There's still so much of a confusion in his mind. And he's unbelievably impatient, but now so cocky as well, because he's more powerful than he was when he was Anakin in Revenge of the Sith, and he's just on a bloodlust. But at the same time, his first and foremost is to save Padme, or to bring her back, because it's 8 months. It's not long enough for him to accept the fact that she's gone, and like it's years and years or decades. She's still like she could still be around. She could still come back in some sort of way. And Mace also knows that that's what he wants, and he plays with him on that. He just fucks with his mind, and Vader can't really tell the difference between reality and dream, and he is so confused by his emotions that it just makes the story in general really compelling, and so much more than just a cool fight scene.
Yeah. I've always thought Vader was such a terrible Sith in terms of like what the Sith's goal is.
Yeah.
Vader just sort of like accepted the Sith as a rebound essentially for Padme.
Yeah.
Something to replace it, something to I mean, there could be even a part of Vader that looks at it like, maybe this is the only thing that's worth any of my time. Like, it could be that simple.
Yeah. So see how it turns out. I mean, I wouldn't be spending so much money if I didn't believe in this story. If it was just a cool fight scene, like, okay, yeah, but there's like so much story to it, and emotion,
substance.
And so much substance, man. Like in the third, that's why like almost like I just want the second one to be over with, so that we can get to the third, where like all of the actual grit and story and pain is. And yeah, so
dude, it sounds like you're setting up a cliffhanger that's gonna hold people for like a year.
In 2, dude, people are gonna be on the edge of their seat after 2. They're either gonna hate me and be like, give us this freaking thing now, or they're gonna want it either way. They're gonna be like, give me part 3.
Give it to me right now.
I've even thought of like not releasing part 2 until part 3 is pretty much ready to go, because I know so many people are gonna be like, give me this thing.
Yeah,
like, I hate cliffhangers like that where I have to wait, but it's also the fun of it.
You gotta do it, man.
Dude, it costs money. Like, I'm one person. And I'm not Mr. Beast. I'm not whoever else. These crazy super rich YouTubers out there. I'm not Speed. I'm not. I wish I could pull those numbers, but the reality is, like, I'm doing everything I can to fund this whole project by myself, and still be loyal to my word to Lucasfilm, and doing my best. So that's why I say super chats, theorysabers.com. Merch, just watch the videos. the only way I make money. So to pay for this $1 million project, but I think it'll be worth it.
No, I think
or people will be like, "What the fuck? We waited so many years for this. This is shit." And I'll be like, "Well, see you guys later."
I tried.
Yeah, I tried. I did my best, but I truly think that it's going to be a spectacle. I really do.
I know sometimes in productions, like that lack of the big financial nest egg leads people to be really creative and to really push themselves. And I'm sure you've had to do that a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, how do you even, from writing fan fictions to doing like a $1 million freaking fan
That's
film?
a jump.
Yeah, it is.
That's a jump.
It's quite a jump. But then like the thing is with anything, any project, company, whatever, like you end up coming through so many unforeseen hurdles and obstacles that set you back, both monetary and time wise, that are so gut wrenching. It is at this point, whenever stuff like that happens, because they do happen and they will always happen, I see like, okay, I've lost X amount of money, or I've lost X amount of time, or both. What can I do to just move forwards and continue on for the sake of the project? And how can I do that most efficiently? And whereas before, man, I'd freaking be so pissed off and like fuck this, like what the fuck? And then you kind of like you build a skin over that and you like adapt. And yeah. But that for me I think was the hardest. And with Theory Sabers as well, the teams that you bring on, the this and that, and with Vader, because you're working with people at the end of the day. So it's there's so much behind the scenes that like you have to make sure you get everything right, and if something goes wrong, you gotta course correct always. Can't cut corners. So I hope it'll be good. I hope people will like it.
I think a lot of people, it's the internet, man. People are gonna say stuff like,
"Oh, it'll be ripped apart." It'll be ripped apart by people who have hated me for not liking the Acolyte or whatever. It could be the best thing in the world to be ripped apart by people, and I'm open for that. That's fine. It's art. It's supposed to be subjective. Some people it'll be the most amazing thing they've ever seen, and some people will be like, "This is fucking trash."
Yeah,
and they'll
but
make
at
fun
least
of
you
me,
made
whatever.
something. At least you tried.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, you know me, I don't care. I don't care what
Yeah.
people say. I just want to make this for myself and the few people who do want to see it, and that's it. And the rest is up to interpretation, and I am so welcome to that, so open to it. So
I think it's going to be cool. I
Hope
hope
so.
that when you do the premiere, again, I'm going to be super excited. I'm going to want to be there.
Yeah, you'll be there for sure.
I will be.
For sure.
It just looks like so much fun.
Yeah, the first one was fun. Yeah.
Did you get a big turnout? You had
Dude.
like a big turnout, right?
Dude, that was 2018 or something like that, and like I had never shown my face. The channel was at maybe like 1 million subs.
Uh-huh.
And man, there was a freaking how many showings did we have? Like 6 showings or something, like back to back. We had over 1,000 people show up, and like people were lining up all around the freaking block in LA. Where did we do this? I forgot where we did it. But it was insane. There's videos of all of it, like the crowd that showed up and stuff. It was insane, man. It was really
Did you
cool.
just show up there without like any security or anything? You just walk out of the building? You're like, holy shit.
Nah, bro, I hired like 4 security guards.
Yeah, you got to with 1,000 people.
Yeah. Well, everyone that I worked with, they were like, you need to have security there for the event. And I'm like, okay. And then I had like 4. And that was wild, man. I had never. So I mean, yeah, for the next one for sure, we'll have even more security. We'll probably have police presence. But make sure everything's safe and good, and have a good time.
If it was something where back then you hadn't shown your face very often on the channel, or like that was like the big moment where you did show your face, that
was the moment. I had never shown my face.
That's a crazy way to like rip down the internet, and like you have all these people that watch you and watch your stuff, but then to like just tear the screens away from everything and just like launch full steam into like becoming a person and not just the voice.
The voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll know it soon enough.
Yeah. No, I mean, I am going to do it. There's going to be a right time. I want more eyes on this. I think it would be cool to do it during like maybe Skeleton Crew, like maybe the first episode of Skeleton Crew.
Dude, whenever you're ready, if you're ready, don't feel like you have to do it. Just go with the flow, whatever you're feeling. If you want to open up to that, cool. If you don't, man,
Yeah.
you've amassed over 1 billion views just with your voice. You don't even, so you do what you feels right.
I think it is right. I think it is going to be right to show my face and to change from like the guy that talks about Star Wars to become more of like I don't want to use the word personality, but to become a person, if you will. To tear down the product, because Star Wars YouTube videos are a product, but like to tear down the product and to see the person beyond the product will be an interesting experience.
Yeah, you'll see how it. By the way, so we'll read super chats. We're just still chatting,
chilling.
Yeah, we're chilling. But we'll get to everybody's super chats, and we thank you so much. Yeah, man, it's up to you. You'll get there when you get there. You'll know when you want to do it, and I don't know. Chat. Do you guys have anything to say to him about revealing his face? Like, how do you feel about it? Like, do you have any advice for him, thoughts for him? Like, I can say my experiences, but I mean, I feel like you pretty much know them. So I'd love to see
Seeing
what
the chat is cool
has.
because I feel like people genuinely like care and they want what's best for you in this chat, which or like what happened in the last live stream. I thought that was so cool.
Yeah. Yeah, some people say no. Some people say yes.
Dude, it's pretty split down the middle. Do it on OnlyFans. No.
Oh my god. Are you good? Yeah.
Behind a
totally
paywall, that seems
nah,
not
bro.
how I want to start it.
No. Yeah, like long time ago he did.
Yeah, no, oh, those pictures are so old. They're like Twitter pictures from like that might be 2016.
Yeah.
Like 8 years ago.
Almost 10 years ago.
That is the baby. Stupendous wave.
Chat, so what do you think? So we're going to ask your feedback and stuff. And like I said, we'll get to the super chats in a minute, but this is our third or second live stream together. What do you think about the conversation? I mean, of course, Star Wars is very dry right now, so there's nothing to really talk about. But do you like these kinds of like lore discussions? And we know it's not controversial in the sense of like drama and stuff like that, but it's kind of like what the heart of the channel is about, which is not just talking about the state of Star Wars and what they're doing, but also lore and things like that. So, do you enjoy this kind of stuff? Give us feedback. We want to know. We want to know what you think.
I like being able to like bring lore that I think is interesting every week and hearing like how you feel about certain things. There's another piece of lore. I know that we got to get to super chats, but
no rush, man. We'll get there. They're here for our conversation.
I thought it was interesting to introduce the idea of Peridia in like a new galaxy and how like maybe the Night Sisters or like an offshoot of the Night Sisters originated from a different galaxy. And in my head, like putting everything together, it kind of makes sense why Palpatine wouldn't understand Night Sister magic necessarily, because it's from a galaxy where the Force could operate in a different way. But what made me think about it was, could that be what made Maul so attractive to him in terms of like a potential apprentice? Could it be that he had access to power that may be from beyond this galaxy that Sidious was interested in? And maybe it's the marriage of the knowledge of the Force from the galaxy that we know and the Force from Peridia that opens all these doors for Palpatine to access, that information as well.
Yeah. No, I it's a cool theory. I think he just like sensed that Maul was, definitely a type of chosen one for him for the moment. Chosen moment. But yeah, I think that's a really cool avenue as well. Like if Sidious had mastered freaking
magic.
as well as the Force,
Game over.
game over. That's the end of that. But
But
he didn't.
no, he didn't. I've always found Maul's potential so interesting, though, because no one ever really talks about his loss of potential when he's cut in half. But of course, he
No.
would.
Yeah.
So the Maul that's interesting to me is like, say Anakin's not ever a thing. You
Mhm.
know, Palpatine probably doesn't want to replace his apprentices all that often if he can help it. So what about Maul caused Palpatine to say this could be the guy?
Probably for what was around. I don't know, man. If you look back at like your relationships, for example, and be like, okay, obviously you maybe not agree with your choices now, but at the time that was
The best
what you really
option.
felt.
Yeah.
Well, just what you thought was it. And as time goes on, you realize that maybe this person isn't the best for you, and vice versa. And maybe that happened with Palpatine too. I mean, I'm a
Yeah.
firm believer that, like, in a sense, sometimes, nothing's forever. Things change, times change. Things are always in motion, and I feel like that's the same thing with Palpatine's many apprentices. And I feel like Palpatine just uses people at the end of the day. He just uses them for a specific task and purpose, and then he moves on, finds the next thing. He's a narcissist. He's just a piece of shit.
Yeah.
But he's successful. At the end of the day, it's all about him and what he needs to get done, and he gets it done. And he's successful at what he does. But as far as like a person goes, he just uses people.
Yeah.
He didn't give a shit about Anakin because he was anything
Nope.
special. He gave a shit about Anakin because he could like mold him and do his bidding and like, all that.
I think that there is a point where he does legitimately care about Vader, but I don't think it's in the way that people would normally. I think that Palpatine would think of Vader like his favorite toy, like he looks at it and he enjoys messing with it, and he would miss it if it was taken from him, but he doesn't feel any sort of deep connection there. But I would say that there is something.
I would argue. Well, look what he wanted to do with Luke. He was ready to freaking have Vader switched up right when Vader was starting to get weak, and he wanted Luke to just take his place. Take your father's place at my. It's like he didn't give a shit. Even after all those years of being with Vader and Vader doing all of his bidding, he was like, "Yo, I'll just replace your ass, Vader. Like I don't care with your son, dude. That is wild."
That is wild.
That is like having a wife, and then you replace her with her daughter.
Yeah,
that's freaking weird.
That is weird. I'm not saying what
he was going to do in front of him, and like he didn't care, man. I don't think he cared about Vader at all. I think he cared for what Vader could do for him.
Right. I just think that Vader became. Nobody is a person to Palpatine. I would say no one is. Like he's not interested in connecting on any sort of meaningful level with anybody because he just views everybody else as below him. But I do think that there is some sort of, like I said, I think he would view Vader as like, you could even say like a car. Like you enjoy your car, you think it's cool. You like that you have it. And then I perceive Palpatine looking at Luke as like the new car.
And only because Vader became Vader and wasn't Anakin anymore. Like because he lost to Obi-Wan. If he hadn't lost to Obi-Wan, I don't think he would go for Luke, really. He would probably try to use Luke and have him there, but I don't think he would replace Vader. Until Vader started showing weakness or something like that.
So you're saying who hadn't lost to Obi-Wan? If Anakin hadn't?
If Anakin hadn't been like physically messed up, I feel like he would have definitely still rode with him, still kept him.
Yeah.
And not wanted to replace him with Luke.
Oh, you think he would have viewed Luke as like an addition, or do you think he would have viewed it as like a test for what Vader could, like his loyalties?
I think if we had Anakin in the Vader suit, then loyal to the dark side, like he was, and didn't lose to
Yeah.
Obi-Wan and become all disfigured and burnt. Um, I think Palpatine would have tried to turn Luke to the dark side just to use him as like an assassin, but he
Uh-huh.
wouldn't, and like a potential second place to Vader should anything happen to Vader. But I don't think he would have like wanted to replace Vader because no full power Vader is better than full power Luke, but full
Right.
power Anakin is better than full power Luke.
Right.
So yeah, I think that's my thoughts on that. You hold the stream down and go pee.
Sure. I would just say to what Theory was saying to that, I think it's interesting that, you're speaking hypothetically. I don't think that Palpatine would last all that much longer if an unburned Anakin was around. I think that just like the Revenge of the Sith video game, if you guys have seen that with the end credits or, the alternate credits where Anakin kills Palpatine. And I think that something similar to that would happen. But just like Vader doesn't have any great love with the Sith, I think that Anakin doesn't either. And he's turned to the dark side because it's the road to the keys to the galaxy and the things that he wants. He's not necessarily fully aligned with that religion or philosophy, if you will. Because Anakin, in actuality, what he knows about the Sith is very, very little. But what he does know is that the Sith could offer a way to save Padme, which is like what we were talking about. That's what he really wants. He wants to save Padme. He wants that above even, his own power towards the end of his life. But I think Anakin would be corrupted by the dark side, destroy the Sith, and create something in his own image, something maybe worse even. Because again, the dark side isn't something that it's something that you can learn and adapt to, but the idea to use the dark side to bring peace and prosperity, it just doesn't work. It represents, selfishness and corrosion and death. Anakin never has any sort of great love for the Sith. He sort of just embraces that because it's all he has left. I'm talking about how I was thinking Anakin would try to destroy the Sith if he was unburned and unharmed. I don't think that Anakin yeah, I do. I don't think he has any sort of loyalty to the Sith whatsoever. I think that's just the way in which he can save Padme.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even think Anakin at his core doesn't even really want power all that much. He just wants peace and, respected. He wants power because he thinks that it will somehow benefit the galaxy around him if he's the one in control. But he doesn't seek power inherently for power like Palpatine does,
I think he does.
You think he does?
I'm gonna say first of all, big thank you to Shkote D for the nice comment, and we have a lot of other big super chats we still got to get through, which we will. I saw a few $50 and $100 ones, and as well as everyone.
Thank
else.
you guys.
Yeah, we'll get to these absolutely. So I think the thing with Anakin is that he has some childhood trauma, where he equates power to being able to have a normal life. And so because his life was so shit, I mean, like people like constantly crap on Anakin, and I think it's so like I don't think they really understand his story. Just like people I see on Twitter and whatever, I'm just like, you don't really get what this kid has been through. It's like he was born a slave. He sees his mom as a slave. Who knows what happened to her? Mistreated by everybody. He was first with the Hutts, and then he was with Watto. Watto's a piece of junk. And then he gets freed by the Jedi, but is he really freed? No, they're like forcing him to
No,
do
he's
all of
switching in
like
for new masters.
yeah, and like going to a new a war and all this and that and the other thing, and they're constantly just pumping his tires and being like, "Oh, you're the chosen one. You are the best. You're the, like the prophecy. Blah blah blah. You'll bring balance to us all. You'll save us all." And Anakin's like, "Okay, yeah, I'll save you all. Like, what about my mom? Like, well, can I save her? No, you can't. But you got to do all this for us. And you're the chosen one. You're the best, bro. Like, oh my gosh. Okay, well, I'm having dreams about my mom dying, and like, can I maybe like check on her? Can someone check on her? No. Okay, his mom dies. That's really where it kind of all starts. And he's like, I promise you, I'll learn how to like. I promise you, this will never happen again. He's like, and he equates that to power, and that's where it kind of all just. I think that moment was like a huge break for him in terms of his personality, where he's like just hell bent on power, and he'll do anything to get there, and it's all fueled by emotion and rage. Because nobody listened to him. Nobody gave him the care that he needed. But not even that. He was a freaking slave. Like, how much abuse did he have to get when he was a kid and just shut his mouth and say, okay?
Yeah.
And his mom, too. And he's just constantly being controlled by these people who are just slow, dim witted Jedi that think they know best. And they think they know his story best, and they don't. And because of their lack of vision and empathy, his mom dies in a gruesome way, and then his wife is about to die, and they tell him not to worry about it. Then he wants access to the restricted section, I feel like, and he asks to be, only a master can get that access. They deny him the rank of master. Mace Windu's always a dickhead to him. And it's like, then his wife dies. And at that point, he's just like,
I'm
fuck all
done.
you guys. Yeah, like fuck all of you. I hate you. And it's just well, okay, great for the dark side. Now he's just even more into the dark side. It's not even that he wanted to be in there. He just wanted to be understood, and he just wanted to be honest, probably left alone and live a happy life. So he equates being able to control all of these external factors of people putting their beliefs on him and controlling him with power. And that if he was powerful enough, he could ward away all of these evil people who are the Jedi, Watto, the Hutts, Sith, whatever, and control everything. And so he doesn't lose the people he loves. And it's at the end of the day, it's so tragic because he just loved his mom and he loved his wife and he just wanted to be left alone and he wanted to be just like happy. But they just couldn't understand, and they just kept using him as this poster boy for the Clone Wars and have him turn into this killing machine, pump his ego and inflate his tires. And but when it came time to like the man behind the lightsaber and the midichlorians, they didn't give a shit. And so in the end, he equates all of that to power and lust. And that's why when he's talking to Padme, he's like, I'm more powerful than the Emperor. I can overthrow him. And it's like, that's all he cares about. Make things the way we want them to be. And he looks sadistic, but I believe when he's saying that, he's not saying it from a point of like, let's enslave everyone. Maybe he is, but it's coming from a place of hurt from being a child and being a slave and being mistreated. And I think everyone just kind of misses that part of him where they're just like, oh, he's a psycho. It's like, yeah, but I mean, he was kind of driven to that. No one really understood it.
Yeah. That's why the Sith's greatest tool is life, That's why they don't train super young people. They want people to have gone through bad experiences before. But Anakin was punished for his selflessness, which is, again, the thing that you're trying to illustrate is he decides to be selfless and dedicate himself to something bigger. And he's always promised vague peace. He's always promised that peace is at the end of the road, but he can never see it even. He's just always told it's around the corner.
Never gets it.
And all he's seeing is war. He joins the Jedi and a war breaks out. And Palpatine, pokes at him. He's like, the Jedi are a big part of this war. I just want peace. We can unite the galaxy. And Anakin makes the decision because for years he's seen, people that are arrogant and not capable of ending the war toil away as people die, including his mother and including his wife, and he breaks. He snaps.
Yeah.
So,
and it's always like at the very end, he's like, "Oh, you'll be promised peace." It's like, okay, well, you know what? With Qui-Gon, like, okay, I'm gonna become a Jedi. I'm gonna become so powerful. I'm gonna come back and free all the slaves. I'm gonna free my best friend, free my mom. That doesn't happen. All the slaves, who knows what happens to them? They're continued to be a slave. His mom dies in a horrible way. She gets beaten and taken by freaking Tusken Raiders. And so he unleashes his wrath on them, which is like also his wrath on the Jedi. And it's just like he doesn't get that piece. So then he tries and continues to go into the Clone Wars and hopefully see the end of the Clone Wars, because then there will be peace like there was for 1,000 years. That doesn't happen because Palpatine's been pulling both sides. And then it evolves into another issue, which is Padme now dying. So along with trying to save everyone in the Clone Wars, beat the Clone Wars, and have peace, then there's like, even if we have that, then my wife's gonna die. It's like now that's the main issue, and then he's trying to fix that, and the Jedi won't listen to him and won't give him the answers he needs. So where's he supposed to go? They're just like a tube of toothpaste. They're just pushing him out, and where's he gonna go? He's gonna go to Palpatine, the only guy who's promising, "Oh, I know how to do it." Oh, okay, maybe this is the answer because nothing else is working. So finally, he goes to Palpatine, and he's just a slave to him too. Then his wife dies.
Well, Palpatine's proactive. He seeks out Anakin too. None of the Jedi care that, someone close to Anakin's sick, but Palpatine seems to care. He inquires about it. He even tells him in that final moment, like, I have the information. So to Anakin, Palpatine, who has been nothing but a loyal, strong friend to everything he has known, Chancellor, the only man trying to end the Clone War, the only man trying to hold the Jedi accountable for the things that they do wrong. And now a Jedi is holding a lightsaber to this man's throat. And he may be a Sith Lord, but to Anakin's knowledge, he's also the only man that ever stood up for him or like saw him as a person, which is so freaking well written. Because in reality, Palpatine looks at him as anything but a person.
Yeah, as a tool.
Which is the thing that Anakin doesn't want to be. He doesn't want to be, well, no one wants to be a tool, but he doesn't want to be, perceived as only what can Anakin do for me today. It's never, how is Anakin?
And it's true. That's why George always said it's the tragedy of Darth Vader, the tragedy of Anakin Skywalker, because he just goes from slave to slave to slave. And then finally, in the end, the only time he gets freaking peace, the final peace that he has wanted in this whole tormented, weird life that he's had, full of death and destruction, is when he dies. That's the only time he gets peace. In that, like, 2 minutes where he's like, tell your sister she was right. Like, tell her sister you were, like, I mean, it's if people can really see how deep it actually goes, they'll be like, holy shit, it's so simple, yet it's so deep, and it's beautiful. And it's tragic. The tragedy of Darth Vader.
Yeah, I think it might be the best story ever written, or I guess made.
I think so too. I'm biased, and of course, whatever.
So am I.
Yeah.
Oh, the two biggest Star Wars YouTubers think Star Wars is good? How weird.
I know. Yeah. Hey, well, we're just, I guess.
Should we read some super chats?
Let's get into them. Because we have a lot of them.
Let's go. Thank you, guys.
Guys, if you want to be sending in your questions, now's the time. We're going to move on to super chats and start reading. So let's get to it. It felt better when being a Jedi was more just monk-like. And is this part 2 of 2? Where am I reading? Watching this while my GF gives me a good. All right. Do you think we can see more Starkiller, or we won't see anything anymore? Also, how powerful could Starkiller's full potential? Well, it was said that Starkiller's full potential was supposed to be Luke's full potential, like the equivalent.
Yeah, that's what the game developers were saying when they like went into the production of the game. What would happen if Luke turned to the dark side?
Yeah.
So really freaking high.
Which makes you wonder, what would Anakin's be?
Insane.
In defense of anti-midichlorians original trilogy fans, their introduction makes Jedi into X-Men mutants and creates fixed royal bloodlines. It felt better when being a Jedi was just more monk-like and about a high level of discipline, study, and personal sacrifice that most people just weren't capable of. But it's still the same.
Yeah.
Nothing's changed. The only difference is that some people are... the only thing midichlorians do, which I don't think people understood, or maybe I understood it wrong, is that they are essentially just a measure for how gifted someone can be. Like how genetically gifted someone is, physically or whatever. And so that's all it is. It's just like, if you're Watto, you got, 100 midichlorians. Doesn't mean you can't train hard. Doesn't mean you don't have to train hard. Like Obi-Wan, for example. He had considerably less midichlorians than Anakin. I think he was, 7,000?
I remember reading somewhere that it was an unremarkable amount for a Jedi.
Obi-Wan. Yeah, it was low. It was very low.
It was below average.
Yeah. And so, yet he still did everything he could and trained really hard, just like a monk, and high levels of discipline, and brought his abilities to be able to combat someone who had the highest level of giftedness and talent, which was Anakin Skywalker with over 20,000 midichlorians. So it just kind of shows like their level of potential if they were to train hard. It doesn't mean that, they don't have to work hard or anything like that. But it just means like what their ceiling can be. They can still break through that ceiling, but it's going to be extremely difficult. So it's kind of like they have a boost.
I think both statements are true. I think that it can be true that bloodlines are important in terms of like potential, but you can also train and reach your ceiling. I think both statements are inherently true.
Mm-hmm. Obi-Wan's was 13,400. Interesting.
That's What's like what, man? Exactly half Anakin's?
Almost.
Something like that.
I'm convinced that during Order 66, when Yoda felt the fall of the Jedi, if Yoda turned dark from pain, it would have been him, the master of the galaxy, in my opinion. I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Dooku thought so too. So I think we're all pretty much we're on the same page. The dark side Yoda would beat Palpatine.
Yeah.
Which is sick. Yeah, dude, if there's a Sith Yoda one day, that might be cool.
Why not?
Yeah. A series where a Sith Yoda is a bad guy?
Yeah, even like a what if they could create that. Why not?
Yeah.
The archives on Coruscant were not really as complete as they made them out to believe. I believe in EU, Obroa Sky was the most complete-ish archives. I'm not familiar with this.
I know that the archives at like the, what's it called? The Temple on Ossus is like the most complete archives in Legends that they made. But Exar Kun blew that all half to hell. So. The Great Library, that's what it's called. Sorry.
Meeting Hayden Christensen this weekend at Comic-Con and bringing BG, my theory, Saner with me. Super excited. Hell yeah. Tell him I say hi. Tell him I'll be at SpaceCon. I think Sidious wanted Vader to surpass and succeed him as the new Dark Lord at his full potential with no injuries. FP Vader would have been... I don't think so. I
don't think he wanted that either.
No, I think he was just lying to Yoda, where he's like, even if you kill... Because he knew that it's possible Yoda could possibly kill him, maybe. But he also, I think, wanted to just play a mind game with Yoda, being like, you know what? Like, what you're doing here is just pointless. It's infutile, because at the end of the day, no matter what happens, Anakin's going to be more powerful than me.
Yeah.
Which technically he would have been, but...
Well, it goes beyond even that. It's like, even what you do here today, the Republic still fell.
Yeah.
Like, that's the whole point the Revenge of the Sith novel goes after, is like, for all Yoda's power, it all ultimately means nothing because the game's over.
Mm-hmm.
You lost.
Yeah. Let's hope Scaldy Crew is decent. I would like to see a live action search for Kyber Crystal and Saber build. I feel like it could be a fun side story. Yeah, that could be fun.
Yeah. Ilum's gone. So.
Can I do what if Tarkin survived the bake of Yavin? The bake? Matt Porter. What's up, Matty? Loving this collab between the two of you and hearing your insights on things. So yeah, I enjoy it, man. Yeah. Spam one if you guys are liking the podcast too. It's like 3 hours in. I feel like this is like something that I could never do with any other person I had on podcasts, is like dive into this kind of lore this deep. So I think it's great, man. It's really fun.
Me too.
Yeah.
I'm having lots of fun.
Yeah, it's like Goku and Vegeta. You know?
It is.
It is. It's cool. Did you see the Luke Ahsoka Tales of the Jedi fan film?
No.
Wouldn't an extended cut of Revenge of the Sith and Clone Wars style absolutely rock and save Star Wars?
I kind of like Revenge of the Sith as it is.
I don't think it would save Star Wars. I think it'd be cool. Do you think we'll ever get a Revan show or movie if you could choose what trilogy and young Palpatine?
Yeah.
I watched the end of The Rise of Skywalker after Rey says she's a shy walker. It cuts to BB-8 and the droid shakes its head like really and rolls away. I was laughing. Does it?
That choice is so weird to be like, no, my name's Skywalker. Like that felt like it came out of nowhere.
Dude, they didn't even know what they were doing. Let's be real.
I don't like the title, The Rise of Skywalker. I really don't like that at all.
No. Not at all. Star Wars man, what do you think Stupendous ironic nickname going to be? That's for you guys to decide. Y'all are the ones making good nicknames out there. Super excited about the podcast. What's up, Machete Order? Member for 42 months. Also super excited for the future of Disney. Marvel cleaning house of all the activists will bleed into Lucasfilm. Do you think? I don't know. I think they have a long road ahead of them, man. And I
that's
think
a slow process.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't believe it. I think Marvel and Lucasfilm are just so different. Do you think we can see more Starkiller or not anymore? Also, how powerful is Starkiller's full potential? What's like Luke's full potential?
Yeah.
It would be underneath Anakin. This would be second.
I would probably put Luke above Starkiller. I've always thought, again, we talked about this last week. Was it where, Palpatine says something like, you could have been my equal. And you think that he's mocking Starkiller, which is totally possible. But I've always put Starkiller like below Luke in terms of like a full potential. I know that in terms of what the game is like structured to be like makes sense for him to be Luke. But in terms of lore, I've always in my own head canon thought of him as like lower but close.
Yeah. So he'd be third then.
Just to me, I mean.
Yeah, I agree with that. Disney has a habit of making Disney movies. Isn't that weird?
Disney can make good movies.
Anybody can make good movies. You just need the right team. I have good news. I made a compilation of me and Grandma dueling on YouTube. I spoke to her about a possible collab with you, and she said if she beat the Great Depression, she can beat anyone.
Oh, that's really... You must have an old grandma. Jeez.
If you do a sequel watch party act like Shills.
Oh, that might be fun, actually. Oh, I just love this shot so much.
Dude, that'd be hilarious. Oh, I just love when Luke threw his lightsaber. Fuck Vader and Anakin legacy. It is so profound. He's killing the past. It's like it all rhymes like poetry, like what that white guy with the beard said.
If Star Wars taught me anything, it's that the past means nothing.
Yeah, and coherent writing just also means nothing. And
how about a good time? How about going to the Star Wars movie and expecting a good time? When did that go away? You know, like it used to be like, let's go see like the blockbuster and have a good time. Now it's like tough.
Shit. What was that? I can't wait for more of this garbage.
Now it's like anxiety before he's like, oh, here we go.
Well, it's just because you have people that don't know how to running it. Is there a single Star Wars book or story that could unite us? Maybe a pre-Episode 7 Grandmaster Luke movie, Revan, Alec in The Mandalorian Wars, or just a brutal Rakatan Empire show? A brutal Rakatan Empire show? Sign me up.
Yeah. That's old stuff. That's old too. Like that's breaking open the universe again, like we were talking.
Yeah. Down for that.
I would love more dark side villains that aren't Sith.
Mm-hmm. Do you think we can see more Starkiller or not anymore? Also, how powerful is Starkiller's full potential? Damn, y'all are excited for Starkiller tonight. Yeah. I think we've answered these already. If Qui-Gon survived and Anakin didn't turn, do you think there would have been another who would have filled that role meant for Anakin? I think he would have stuck with Maul or gone back to him.
So when they're saying if Qui-Gon survived and Anakin didn't turn, what do they mean by like another role? Like
who would fill in for Vader?
Oh, in terms of Palpatine's, like,
yeah,
I guess he might. I don't ever see Palpatine stopping pursuing Anakin turning to the dark side. I just that almost becomes as important to him. It feels like as winning or manipulating the Clone Wars does. Feels really important.
Yeah, I feel like Qui-Gon would catch on pretty fast. Like,
yeah, Qui-Gon would stop it.
This old creepy guy.
Yeah, old creepy guy.
Think of me like your uncle, Anakin. What did he say?
Liam Neeson's like, we're leaving.
Anakin, fuck this guy.
Do you think he would stay with the Jedi? Or do you think that Qui-Gon would take Anakin somewhere else?
I think he would take Anakin somewhere else, man.
That's what I think so, too.
B-Man says, I just got my third theory saber today. I can't wait to break it out later on and get some saber staff dueling done. Thank you for the 25% code. Absolutely, man. My pleasure. And, yeah, that code will never happen again.
You got cleaned out?
Yeah. Wasn't the best business decision, but that's okay. That's all right. Yeah, that's all right. You know, it's. Have you guys seen Star Wars? Yeah, live and learn. I mean, whatever. Have you guys seen Star Wars Supernatural Encounters by Bagel? I have not.
That book is sick. It is so weird. It gets into like Sith gods. It's one of those like gray areas where it's like, yeah, like Typho Gem, the left-handed god. Have you heard about
buy
that?
This book?
I'm not exactly. I find most of my sources for it online. It's sort of, from what I understand, it is like a gray area in terms of continuity. But that's kind of why I love it, because like it has permission to be weird.
This is a book?
Yes.
Oh wow, it is. Huh. Oh, you can buy it on Amazon. Oh, currently unavailable. What? No, what the freak?
I know my writer, the archivist, has a copy.
Supernatural Encounters. The Trial and Transformation of Arul Hextrophon. What?
It's really weird. It does a lot of weird world building decisions for the lore. Someone took mushrooms and went crazy. Like that's sort of what it feels like. But I mean that as a compliment.
I want to buy this book. What the heck? Damn, can't find it. It's like nowhere's selling this.
Whoever wrote about that definitely knows their stuff.
Whoa. What? I just found the second edition. But it's like online.
I'm pretty sure my writer has the online one. I don't know if he has a physical copy or not. I'd have to ask him.
I want a physical copy. That's cool.
But it goes into stuff like I said, Typho Gem. Typho Gem, the left-handed god, was a deity worshipped by the Kasai. So it goes all the way back to like the Sith purebloods religion.
Huh.
So when a Junta Pal showed up, one of the 12 Dark Jedi, they thought that he was like one of the chief followers of Typho Gem. But they also thought that King Adis or King Adas was like another potential god in their pantheon and more than just like a man. This is what I love. The Sith mythology is like probably my favorite part.
I just found the I just found it. Volume 2. What the freak? The Life and Death of a Historian, Book 1. Wait, this is both books in one? Holy shit. Wait, no, hold on. Book 3? What the F? Dude, what did I just get? Oh my gosh. Dude, it goes into chapter 83. What?
Yeah, it's confusing.
In the Temple of Darkness, the long journey of the Night Sister, the lore master of the Shadow Sanctuary, the testimony of Leia Organa Solo, a droid in his mouth. What are these like little short stories?
Yeah, calling it the Silmarillion is really accurate because the Silmarillion is famously very difficult to read and decipher. It's just a compilation of, I could be wrong. I don't know much about Tolkien as I do Star Wars, obviously, but it's sort of like a compilation of incomplete shorter stories. But I know in terms of where this falls in continuity is brought into question, and I think that that's one of the more interesting parts of the book too, because it's sort of in this middle ground floating in space as to, do the Sith actually believe in this stuff, or are these stories actually real?
This is insane, man. Holy shit, book 6. Wow. What in the world?
It's good. It goes into, like I said, I love all the stuff of the philosophy and the religion of the Sith people. Like, we know what they want and how they want to do it, but like, who are their idols?
Galaxy of the Vampires? The Blood Spites of Tython?
Okay, I don't know. I don't know these. These are even deeper. These are even deeper cuts.
These are like deep lore, like freaking.
No, this is deep. This is pretty deep.
Beyond
lore.
the Doors, the Nightmare Machine, the Beast of Kurul, Lords of the Seven Kingdoms, Hunter of the Elixir. Bro, what in the world did we just come upon?
A gold mine of great Star Wars legend stories.
The first Earth worlds. Wow. Sorry, chat, that I'm being quiet. I'm just like reading through this whole, just the table of contents. And this is just the second book. Jesus. Fugitives in Space, Secrets of the Keeper.
Is this the book where they have like the Bedlam spirits? Have you ever heard of the Bedlam spirits? They're like the reality warping.
Yeah, I don't know much about them though. This is Star Wars Supernatural Encounters, the trial and transformation of Arhul Hextrophon. Is this volume 1 or 2? I'm confused. Star Wars Supernatural Encounters, Trial and Transformation is a work of fiction, names, places, incidents. Okay. What? Star Wars copyright 2023 by Lucasfilm Ltd. 2023?
I don't know. What I'm seeing is that they were produced originally in 2002.
Yeah. Wow. Is this like a reprint or something? There's so many authors too. Or there's like Amazon cover. Oh, so they did this just for Amazon. What in the world? This is the third edition. What? Third edition, February 2025? None of this makes sense. I'm very confused.
If the archivist was here, the person that helps write for the channel, he would know all these answers. Next week, I will know about this book. I'm sure you will too.
Yeah, this is cool, man. I want to like. It even talks about George Lucas. Holy crap! It talks about like people from the 1800s, as in the forward. It's very strange. Anyways, sorry, I just, like got into a freaking just so entranced by that.
No, it's cool when you find like a really deep piece of Star Wars
That's
media.
that's like something else.
That's not like a TV show. That's not like even a comic or like that. Like this person said, calling it like the Silmarillion is the closest equivalent you can really get with like a really popular book.
Yeah. That's crazy. Jesus. What in the world? Anyway, sorry. I gotta look at this later on because
this person, it was written originally
really
for a
cool.
gaming magazine. It's not considered Legends. That, from what little bit I know about the history, that sounds correct. I know there's some sort of history that I heard where it was supposed to be published at one point, but that it was rescinded, or there's some sort of interesting stuff.
Very cool. Sorry, chat. I was I couldn't show it because I don't know if it's you don't want to show some copyrighted work or whatever, but anyways. Thanks, Cody. That led us down a rabbit hole. Obi-Wan was likely placed in his position by the Force. Most of their lives were definitely enhanced by their pairing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's designed by the Force. I think a light side Dooku would train Anakin better than Qui-Gon. He would make him the most powerful. I disagree. Yeah, I disagree. I think
Dooku would be way too hard.
Yeah, I think he would make Anakin probably turn to the dark side even more.
That's what's fascinating is Dooku is so much like Anakin. He's the proto Anakin in a lot of ways, but what makes him fascinating is that he hates him and he's threatened by him.
Yeah.
He doesn't embrace him.
Yeah. He was really, what's the word? I think he was much more controlled than Anakin was. But also he didn't have the horrible upbringing Anakin did. What up, Nick? Love the streams. Goats, did you see Disney and other studios are starting to roll out fan focus groups? Malcolm Rogers basically tell them if something is good or bad. Do you have variety source? That's just so stupid. Yeah, we talked about it here. I think it's so stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We talked about that for like 30 minutes.
Yeah. The Star Wars sequel trilogy would have been better if Tenebrae, the Sith Emperor from Star Wars: The Old Republic game, is the true villain, not Snoke.
Yeah. I'd rather they save Tenebrae.
Yeah, not mess him up.
No, because Tenebrae is like the Palpatine of the Old Republic to me. So it's like it would almost feel, it'd feel inappropriate. Like it'd be like era smashing.
Yeah. If Jedi were not allowed to father children, then why is there emphasis on parentage? If Jedi were taking wives on the side, the Order's worst kept secret, Anakin being denied would have to hit progress. They weren't taking wives on the side. That was only Ki-Adi-Mundi.
Yeah. I've heard it explained before that, certain Jedi are capable of maybe creating more attachments with people than others, but I've never liked that theory very much. I've always just thought of it as the Jedi being rigid in this era and saying like no significant others.
Yeah.
But I do know that there's a different interpretation out there on like attachment.
Well, then there's Rael Averross, who Disney created, who I thought was intriguing. Do you know about him?
No, I don't. I will if you remind me.
He was Qui-Gon's other apprentice before Obi-Wan, and he was like this freaking like cowboy that would sleep around, he'd drink, he'd smoke, he would do whatever he wanted, but he was a Jedi.
I don't know if I like that.
Yeah, me neither. It was definitely interesting though. Definitely different.
That's a Disney character?
Yeah, it was in the Master and Apprentice novel.
Oh, there it is.
Studio CMAT is saying he can't send supers. I think it's a YouTube issue. Other channels are having this problem. He DM'd you about an NBA player wanting to promote Theory Sabers, just helping Matt out. Thanks, Rossi. Seems like super chats are coming through pretty well. We have 187 of them, so thank you guys. And we're going to get to every single one of them. But sometimes it's the person's card, because the card will be like, this is your fraudulent, or someone stole your card or something, because it's, I don't know.
I had an issue last week.
Yeah.
On stream.
He was donating. Yeah. If a Dalek fleet invaded Coruscant, do you think the Jedi and 501st could successfully defend Coruscant? Love your channels. Awesome seeing you both together. Also loving my new Fallen Lightsaber. Right on. Dalek fleet? Who's this?
Does he mean? Is that like a Doctor Who thing? I'm sorry, I've never seen.
Oh, is it? I don't know. I don't know anything about Doctor Who. How do you know it's Doctor Who?
I looked it up. Dalek.
Damn, you're fast. Happy to see my two favorite Star Wars creators link up finally. Love from Otto. What's up, Shay?
What
up, Shay? Jake James? Literally hiring professional shills as tokens. Yeah, I know. Yes, it's probably where part of that $300 million budget went for the Acolyte. You have people in Hollywood who don't like an IP, but will hitch their wagon to that IP to propel their career. I was involved with a show from another IP and watched it happen as those people ruin things in that IP. Yeah, I mean, I see stories like that all the time, just from people I'm friends with in the entertainment industry, and like, it's what we're hearing is quite true. There is like a full-on checklist. It's no longer about the best person for the job. It's no longer about story. It's about a checklist.
Yeah.
You can do a watch party of Rebuilding the Galaxy, Star Wars Lego. I watched it and thought it was interesting and refreshing. Probably not. Probably not. Are you doing a meetup outside of the Adobe event? I don't know, because I don't know when the event's going to be done, because they're probably going to have me do a whole bunch of different stuff. But, I mean, I'll do it inside the event, man. So, you guys want to go there? Watch me talk on stage.
Will this be like your first time doing something like that?
Oh, yeah. Now that I think about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you get nervous for those things at all? That would terrify me.
No.
No. I think once I get out there, if I was like having an interesting discussion, it would get better. But like the idea of presenting for like a major company, it's cool, man.
I don't think of it like that. They found my story to be inspiring, and I'm obviously I'm one of their top creators on Spring, and there's going to be an integration with Adobe, and they want me on stage to talk about everything that I've done with YouTube and the other businesses, such as like the merch, the hats, Theory Sabers, and essentially just becoming a YouTuber and creating a passion, and having a passion, turning it into a career, and all that. I don't know. I don't really think of it as like, I don't know. You're just telling your story, so it's
Yeah.
kind of easy in that sense. It's like, okay, well, yeah, this is. I don't know. Yeah, I don't really.
That's a good way to look at it. Like you boil it down to what it is instead of you look at all the things that surround it necessarily. Like you're not thinking about, the people or, the other people even present on the stage probably. You're just thinking like I'm here to tell my story.
No, I think there's like a few hundred or so in the crowd,
Uh,
and then it's like broadcasted online as well to like I don't know, tens of thousands or something. I don't really
that's
know
cool.
but I don't know, man. We're YouTubers. You're so numb to this,
Yeah.
so used to it. I don't know. We're doing live streams with like 30,000 plus people in there. It is.
The
I
same
think
thing.
that's much more on the spot than a crowd of a few hundred or whatever it might be. I don't know. It all just kind of becomes the same thing at the end of the day. It's just you're. Yeah, I don't really. I don't. I don't know. I just don't. I'm just. You're just yourself. Like you're just yeah. You're just talking, telling your story, and that's it. And
Yeah.
you're just another human, just like everybody else in the crowd. Nothing too deep about it, really. I guess. I think if you do show your face, you'll totally like that. Won't even be a thing on your mind. You'll be like, yeah, cool, whatever.
Yeah, no, I'm very much talking as like the outside person looking in, curious.
Right. So maybe like for you, I remember before I showed my face, I was like, okay, well, there's me, and then there's also Star Wars Theory. Maybe for you,
Correct.
it's like Stupendous Wave, but now it's me.
Uh-huh.
I am Star Wars Theory.
Yeah, no, you
I
are.
like who I am as like I'm not. There's no act.
Uh-huh.
There's no like It's just who I. This is me. This is me, whether the camera is rolling or not. And so many people can attest to that, and I can attest to that, obviously. So it's that I think that's what makes it so easy for me is that like, um,
It's natural.
if I say something that I fuck up on, then I fuck up. Like whatever.
Yeah.
Like what's the worst that happens? I'm like, what you're telling me? Like none of these people have fucked up. Obviously,
Yeah.
they've made mistakes. That's human. It's what makes Star Wars so cool is that like Luke messed up so many times and Anakin freaking messed up the entire time until he died. So it's like I don't know. I don't think too much about it. It's just it is
Yeah.
what it is, and cool.
It's like the Kobe story where it's like if you've missed the last 3 shots, if I give you the ball, are you going to shoot it? And it's like, yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody missed a shot. It's like, yeah, I'm going to shoot it. It's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
But it's just like his reaction to it is like, yeah, I'm going to shoot it immediately. It's not even going to, the last 3 missed shots are not going to enter my mind.
Yeah.
So that's cool. I admire that way of thinking.
But I don't know. Maybe I'll get up on stage and I'll be like, "Oh shit, these are real people. It's not just like a digital number." And I'll be like,
Yeah.
But I don't know, man. I don't think
Nah,
so.
you'll be fine.
Yeah. I think. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I feel very comfortable. So like I remember when my first face reveal was at the Vader premiere. That was in front of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. So it was.
Yeah.
I mean, that I didn't feel nervous there really. I think people get nervous when they are like thinking about what the crowd thinks of them and what they're gonna say, and then that can really like trip them up. And that's how I used to be in like high school or elementary school if I'd ever have to talk in front of a crowd.
Dude, I just have not been good at that then. Like talking on YouTube is fine. Like I'm just chill. Like we're just hanging out, but like when I've had to talk in front of people in like my normal life, I don't know. Sometimes it's hard. Like my leg starts to shake. And what I do is I just grab onto whatever is close and then it sort of stops. But, I believe we can get better at these things and I want to get better at it.
Always. Yeah, always. I don't know. I just don't think too much of it. It is what it is. And
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I still will have to afterwards go and try to grow 3 sabers. I'll still have to upload a video. I'll still nothing's gonna change.
Uh-huh.
You know, I'll
People are
still
saying it's like you got to wait for the adrenaline to pass, and that's true too. But it's interesting. Public speaking is very different than like a sport. I found myself feeling that adrenaline and that nervousness and that working for me when I'm like trying to perform a sport or like do something like play basketball. But if I'm having to like entertain or, you know, say something interesting or insightful, if it's in front of a bunch of people, that can it becomes more difficult than if it were just on YouTube.
Yeah. I think one thing, now that I'm thinking about it more, one thing for me is that like I was always kind of shunned and like always kind of the outcast. And like no one really, I don't know, I don't think really people liked me all that much anyways in school. So you kind of just like accept that and you're like, okay, well, they're gonna think what they think about me anyways, and might as well just be authentic and be myself instead of trying to like appease the audience or change who I am to fit in and stuff, which I tried to do when I think many people do when they're growing up. Eventually, you get to a point where you're just like, you know what? If you cater to one side of an audience, you'll have the other side that are going to talk shit, and you try to cater to that side, then the other side are going to. So it's it's like you can't. Not everyone in the world is going to like you.
Yeah.
So why don't you just try to like yourself? And
Totally.
that's sort of my outlook on it. And I'm like, you know what? Yeah, maybe I'm not likable for a lot of people. That's okay. As long as I just say what I mean and do what I mean and speak from the heart, then cool. And maybe I'll change my opinions later down the road someday. But as for right now, this is what I think and this is how I believe. So I'm going to do that.
Yeah, and that ability to know how to do that and to learn that at a young age allowed you to be sincere with a lot of people and to grow your audience. So like going through that hard thing shaped the creator that you became.
Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. I know I just keep saying I don't care, but I think
Don't
that's
care.
the best. Yeah, I think it's the best way to put it is I don't care. I don't care what someone thinks about me. And if they can see me for me, cool. That's awesome. If they see me for like what they think of me because of how I look or what people say on Twitter or then that's on them. That's not all I can do is be authentic, and that's okay.
Yeah.
So that's really all you can do. I don't know. I don't have all the answers, so
I'll figure it out. It's something I'd like to get better at.
I think you're fine, man. I think you'll figure it out, dude.
Yeah.
You kind of just it's like swimming. You just gotta be thrown in.
Yeah. I just got to rip it off at the premiere.
Yeah, and I think in the beginning, like when I showed my face, I think I was like maybe a bit of a showman for sure, because you're kind of like transitioning from like what people have made you to be to just being on camera, and you like, and then that just that either becomes larger and you become fake, which I think is a complete contrast between who you are on camera versus off camera, or you just let all of the walls down and you're just, hey, this is me, and it is what it is. And if people can choose and decide what they think about you. So,
no, that's great advice. Be yourself, be genuine. Don't put on an act. I like it. And none of this talking about Star Wars for me has ever been an act. Like when I log on to my YouTube channel to talk about something that I'm passionate about, it's not manufactured passion, it's sincere.
No. Yeah.
Same with you. I mean, like there's a reason we have Star Wars YouTube channels. It's a sincere passion for Star Wars.
Yeah. And yeah, nothing else to it really.
Sometimes I struggle because the YouTube landscape's so different now, where people want to enter it to make money and to do something. And it's just like I I've had success in my channel, but that was never really why I made it.
Yeah.
So
No, I know. I don't think either of us liked Star Wars as a little kid before YouTube even existed to say that one day I'm going to be a Star Wars YouTuber and make money.
no.
So
I mean, when we were kids, YouTube wasn't around.
No, it didn't exist. I mean, everyone wants to make money because that's the way the world works. Is that the more money you have, the more you can kind of be free to do what you want and live life as if money didn't really exist in that sense, where it's like you're playing a video game. It's like, what would you choose for your car? What would you choose for your outfit? What would you choose for the quality of life you want to live? And unfortunately, sacrificing time to make money allows you to choose different things in life. But I think, like what my dad used to always say, it's like it's not important that you get the gold. It's important what you become in pursuit of it, which many people might disagree and be like, well, who cares? I got the gold anyways. It's just different values. It's like the Sith. It's like, what did you become to achieve that power? So you became a murderer, a Sith Lord. It's so I think if you can turn your passion into a career and not let it corrupt you, and still maintain integrity, I think that's special.
Yeah.
And to just drown out the noise, because the more successful you become and more money you make and more noise you make and whatever, there will always be people that will want to tear you down and lie about you and try and destroy you because somehow it makes them feel better about their own inadequacies and laziness. And it's a vicious world for sure. What I've noticed is so many people are so vicious and so evil to want to destroy you, because you're simply having the balls to do something you love and they're too afraid. So they think the best way to get rid of that mirror in front of their face, which they see you as, unfortunately, instead of seeing it as motivation, like how I looked at a lot of other people who are more successful than I am or doing what they love and they're happy. They see it as a way of to get rid of that is to smash the mirror. And I think that's just not the most self-fulfilling approach, So
No, that makes a
maybe
lot of
once
sense to me.
maybe once you show your face, you'll notice that. And if you have different takes on Star Wars, like you'll start to notice the level of vitriol and hatred from people, but you'll also notice a higher level of love and appreciation from people as well because they see it's a human, it's not a logo.
Yeah, you can't
It's
hide
not an
your.
entity.
You're right. You can't. When I do show my face, I'm not going to be apologetic for my Star Wars opinions. I'll be apologetic for my mistakes, but
Mm.
to be attacked over like an opinion viciously is going to come with it.
Yeah,
And
I would say
and
if I could go back, I would say just don't even pay mind to it. Don't even pay attention to it.
yeah, I mean, that's how I've handled, negative. Every YouTuber gets negative comments, but a lot of the time, if you just don't let it bug you and you work on like what you're creating, what you're building, like that's really fulfilling.
I think for me, it gets annoying because it's like there are so many weak-minded people that believe whatever someone wants to say. It's like, oh, he's a grifter. He's doing it for money. He just
Yeah.
hates on Star Wars, and it's like it can be the further from the truth. Or it's like I love Star Wars arguably more than so many people I know, or so many more than so many people online. I feel like, but and so my criticisms come from a place of I want it to be back to where it was, and I feel like it's straying so far away. I feel like people actually listen to what I say and not what people say about me, they'd have a much better grasp on who I am. But
Totally.
but that's life, and you can't expect that to be the case. That's just the way it is, and I'm not gonna sit here and bitch about it. Be like, well, whatever. That's people.
Right.
People are people, and they're
People
either
have been
gonna.
tricked by headlines and sound bites for the dawn of the internet. It's not going to change.
It is what it is, and that's why people need to do their due diligence with everything in life to actually like research something before forming an actual opinion. And are you just going along with the crowd and being a little sheep, or are you doing your actual due diligence to research something and see for yourself? It's easy to just copy someone's opinions, be like, oh yeah, So yeah, I don't know. You just in the beginning you want to make sure everyone sees you for who you see yourself as, but you realize that that's impossible, and you have to accept the fact that you won't always be liked. And maybe that was my training in life, that like not everyone's going to like me, or maybe to the extent of being bullied that I was. To kind of accept that maybe at an earlier age, and to come to this realization that like I can't change everyone's opinions, nor should I want to, because that's a form of control that I don't need to have. Then you're just yourself, and then you're just comfortable being yourself, and it's like whatever someone interprets me as is whatever they interpret me as. It's not me. What I see myself as is different than what someone on Twitter thinks of me as, or whatever, or someone in the crowd, or whatever it might be. So be it, Jedi.
Amen.
Amen.
Yes, so be it, Jedi. I like
So
it.
be it, Jedi. What up, Will Roth? Also, you two should make a new channel together, create news, content, lore, skits, animations, podcast, call it the Star Wars Show or some sort. So what do you think this is?
I think a joint, you brought this up last week, a joint lore video would be sick. Like a different holocron gatekeeper for like a different era. Say like I did one era and you did like the next era, or vice versa. I think that would be cool. Like a new gatekeeper from the holocron.
Yeah, that'd be fun. The Force Fandom says the greatest convo. Stupendous, you mentioned this is fixable. What would you do first? This is from almost 3 hours ago.
Oh, Star Wars. Okay, I don't know what I was talking
I don't even know
about.
what to talk. I don't even know. Do you think we can see
I'm
more
sorry.
Starkiller or not anymore? Also, powerful the Starkiller's full potential. I think we answered that one too.
I think that's a third time around for that guy.
It's like the fifth, yeah. Next year, 2025, is the 20th anniversary for Revenge of the Sith. Yeah. Posted my Padme VA on X today, and I'll be at SpaceCon too. Oh, right on. Yeah, we're looking for a new Padme voice, and a new and a Mace Windu voice. So
are all the
Mace
other
Windu,
voice roles cast? Most of them.
pretty much, yeah. I mean, we could do with a few new Jedi, but that's not difficult to find. It's not particular. Mace Windu is a particular voice, and Padme is a particular voice. So
Yeah, definitely.
funny enough, the wife of the voice of Vader for the fan film, she which also funny enough, they met on set of at the premiere. Actually, they met at the premiere, and then
now they're married?
Now they're married.
That's awesome.
She actually put in an audition for Padme, and she actually did a really good job. So I yeah, maybe.
So you got a front runner.
Yeah, maybe.
No more. What is this?
Oh, thank you so much.
Separate donations?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Starkiller's cool. We like him too, man.
I think some people like don't know how we run here. Like we'll talk for hours, and then we get to super chats, and then they're like, "Why are they not answering the money I sent?"
I hope he's still here. I would feel bad.
I know. Coming to Boston, go to Blackbird Donuts.
I will take all Boston recommendations, by the way, if you want to post them in the chat.
Okay.
I'm excited. Dude, I haven't had a trip with my parents since I was like early teens. It's gonna be, I don't know. And now I'm an adult. It'll be cool.
Well, it's amazing that they're still together.
Yeah, no, I'm so grateful for that. My parents love each other, and I'm lucky. I realized that that's a big blessing.
That's cool, man. They're
together. Dude, I wouldn't call it fighting, but like if they have issues, it is on site, and that is a good thing, believe it or not.
Oh, good.
They don't let any of that stuff boil over. I love it.
Good. What's up, big guy? Long time no see. 300 million is insane to lose. Anyway, hope you all having a good night. Thank you so much. Fun with chaos. Glad you're here. He said that 2.5 hours ago.
Thank you, man.
You know what's crazy? You guys were the first Star Wars channels I ever watched. I remember in 2016 watching Theory's fan fictions, and Theory did his Palpatine impression. Oh, jeez. Yeah. Yeah, definitely better at it now. Have you told Wave of our Lord and Savior Fat Mace? Oh, do you know about this? Do you know
What
the
is
lore?
Fat Mace? No, what is Fat Mace? Is this its own rabbit hole? This is its own
rabbit hole.
Grave
man.
Encounters or whatever it was
Yeah.
called.
I wish I could share stuff because it doesn't let me for whatever reason it doesn't let me share the music.
Huh.
But yeah, like
Oh jeez.
yeah, Fat Mace. That's
What is that? What is that from?
from the Bad Batch season 1.
Oh shoot.
Yeah, I was literally like dying. Can you hear it? No, hey.
Yeah, I can hear it now.
You can hear it?
I heard a little bit. I heard a gasp, a theory gasp. Okay, now I'm not hearing anything. I definitely heard it the first time. Oh no, I heard that. No, I'm not getting
It's not
anything.
coming in?
No, I hear it at like the beginning,
Damn.
I'm sure.
That sucks.
I did
Oh,
not
well.
love the Bad Batch. I know that's gonna be crazy, but I don't know.
Yeah. Is this one of my reels? Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, okay. I guess, you don't know. Anyways. Plagueis is a great novel, but my favorite is Path of Destruction by Drew Karpyshyn. Nothing wrong with that.
Can't argue with your pick.
Can't complain. Theory, I just saw your video with Stuart Beattie. What a fantastic interview. It's so bittersweet because the whole video is smiling at his story, then thinking what could have been. Also, we love you, bro. Love you too, Eric. Thanks, man.
That is a good interview.
I had a great time. Yeah, I didn't know he wrote all of 310 to Yuma.
I really like that movie.
I just watched it the other night and I messaged him like, dude, this was great.
Yeah. Is that Christian Bale's in that movie?
Christian
right?
Bale and Russell Crowe.
Dang. I remember watching that movie and like it's one of those movies that you do stumble upon where it's not in the regular moviegoers like front of their mind, but that is a great Western.
So good.
If you guys have not seen it, that is a really good sleeper movie.
Yeah. 310 to Yuma. Go check it out.
Also, before it gets too late, I also want to say go see Transformers 1. That movie is being absolutely destroyed at the box office. It is not doing well, and I thought it was great.
Transformers 1?
Yeah, there's the new animated Transformers movie.
Oh, shit, okay. You know what I'm watching right now? I haven't finished it. True Grit.
Which one?
The remake.
Yeah, the remake, yeah. He's who's the
Jeff
main
Bridges?
actor? Yeah, Jeff Bridges. I was gonna say Obadiah Stane. That's who he plays in Iron Man.
Oh, yeah. Jeff Bridges.
No, I think that's great. Are you an anime guy at all? I know you like Dragon Ball.
Have you not seen my arm?
Have you seen Attack on Titan?
No.
Dude,
it's when you find that one woman, man, you don't
Time
need
goes
any
away.
other anime, and you don't need anything else.
Dragon
Ball. Dragon Ball for me is that I don't need any other anime.
What would I have to do to get you to watch Attack on Titan?
I know everyone says that. Like, you gotta watch this. You gotta watch. You know what? I watched. I think most of Baki. It was badass. I actually liked it a lot. I love anime, but I don't know. For me, Dragon Ball it's as important as Star Wars.
Yeah. Oh,
and in
man.
fact, it's they're not ruining it, which is nice. This is Japanese, so it's like they're sticking to story, and it's beautiful. And oh well.
I just gotta say, when you find some time in the future, hopefully, you gotta just try Attack on Titan. It is so good. It does take a time investment where you're not really grasping the entirety of what's going on until like later seasons. but I will say the time investment is well worth it. I've had friends that have never watched an anime before and they love it. I think it's a masterpiece.
People are saying Full Metal Alchemist, Chainsaw Man. Right? Chainsaw Man, what is it? That guy just has like a head for a chainsaw?
I've heard that's good. I'm not a crazy a crazy anime fan. I am a crazy Attack on Titan fan, but
yeah, we could get Geekdom on here. That'd be fun. Star Wars is speaking facts. Stupendous Wave is speaking facts. Couldn't agree more. Demon Slayer. One. You know what anime I do want to watch? I can't seem to, and I have Crunchyroll. Is One Punch Man.
I saw the first season of One Punch Man. It's surprisingly pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't find it anywhere. I don't know what the deal is.
I don't know where I watched it originally. But Attack on Titan, it's like an epic. It's almost more of an epic than it is an anime, if that makes sense.
Death Note, yeah, I started watching that a year and a bit ago. Then I stopped. Yeah.
Same here. I feel like that's with most people with Death Note. It starts out so strong, but it just peters so quickly.
Right. I mean, Josh got me into that, and I was just like, "Oh, it was cool." And then I get sidetracked. I guess I don't know.
They're so long. Death Note's long.
That's the one I'm thinking about, right? It's like the
Notebook. Write his name. They die. He becomes like a
and then there's this guy that comes in there. He's got like chains attached.
Oh yeah. What's that called? They're called something. He's like the Death Angel.
Yeah, and the guy fights him with like some sword or something that he like.
Oh, okay. Then I don't know. I don't know what this is. Then we're talking about two different things.
I don't know. I have no idea.
Ghost in the Shell. That's one I've heard of. Berserk. Is it Berserk?
I guess. Where am I? What's up, Mamba? The Ethereum Wave. Love to see these collabs happening. What do you think happened where the Jedi took over the Sith Temple under the Coruscant Jedi Temple, and do you think that would be a good story for a show or a game? Bro, I think anything would be a good story for a game at this point.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a piece of the lore that's important in the future.
When are you going to start streaming Star Wars Unlimited? What do you mean?
Is that a game?
I don't know. Bro, I want to get into the Supernatural Encounters book.
It's good. If you like
wild.
trippy stuff.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
If they were smart, they would animate from a certain point of view, but that might be asking too much. Maybe even breaking. Yeah. Book was fine. Thanks, Rossi. Which do you like better, Legends Clone Wars or Canon Clone Wars? Oh, you mean the 2D Clone Wars? Both are so different.
I was thinking he was talking in terms of like continuity, and I think I would pick canon. The Legends Clone Wars, it's certainly a lot more depressing than canon Clone Wars. Canon Clone Wars with Legends Clone Wars?
What do you mean?
I'm thinking like the Legends depictions of the Clone Wars, like the Battle of Jabim from the Republic Commando stuff.
How dark it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I think it's good quality. The Legends comic Clone Wars can get really dark.
Maybe a little too depressing.
Yeah, that's where I am too. Like I like tuning into Clone Wars and having a little bit of fun.
Put a chick in it, make her lame and gay. What's up, Groots?
Thing.
I'm really late to the stream, so I'm catching up. And he sent this 2.5 hours ago. Dude, we're so behind on Super Chats.
We'll do better next time.
No, this is how it goes, man.
Really?
This is Especially with you and I, will probably be this. It's like a regular thing. Look, Star Wars, there's nothing to even talk about with Star Wars, and we're like freaking almost 4 hours in and just started Super Chats. I'm really late to the stream, so I'm catching up. But Stupendous said that Obi-Wan was like forced to train Anakin out of spite to Qui-Gon, but Obi-Wan and Phantom Menace told Yoda that he trained Anakin with her without the Council's permission.
Yeah, this was what we were talking about earlier, where I think the point I was trying to make got misconstrued, where it was more out of spite that Yoda didn't train Anakin personally or appoint a more seasoned Jedi, is like the point I was trying to make.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why he just gave him a shit master.
Yeah. It's not his fault.
The role.
No, he's certainly not fit, but I don't blame Obi-Wan at all for any of that.
Thank you for the new membership, Garrett. The Brave Little Toaster made me feel more and had more depth than most Disney Star Wars.
Yeah, I used to watch that as a kid.
I'm Maori. I like Django Boba, the 200K clones, and a million more on the way. Not because Tamora Morrison is Maori, but because they're cool as fuck.
Yeah, clones are cool.
He sent that from New Zealand. By that logic, if Leslie Headland was a good writer and producer that aced Acolyte, would it matter that she's a monster associated with Weinstein? Of course.
Yeah.
I think that's two separate things. It's not like one absolves the other. They pushed AC Shadows to Black History Month. AC Shadows. Assassin's Creed Shadows to Black History Month? I don't know. I don't know what's the drama on Assassin's Creed these days.
I don't know. I've played like one game. I think I was a Native American.
Oh, geez. I stopped playing at what was his name? Ezio Auditore or something?
Yeah, Ezio. See, I stopped at 3. I think it was 3.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think I played the Viking one for like a little bit, and then I was like, I just got sidetracked again.
Dude, I just wasn't allowed to play video games as a kid. Like, I had to like sneak Battlefront. They were like,
I couldn't
guns in it. It's like, yeah, dude, it's Star Wars.
Oh yeah. So I wanted to play Gears of War the most out of anything else, and my parents wouldn't let me play because they were like, "This is just way too violent," because you're like chainsawing aliens and stuff.
Okay.
So I would always like sneak play it.
Yeah, you would sneak play it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, my dad was a cop. He would have caught me so fast if I tried to sneak or play anything.
Damn.
Vigilant.
Damn. Yeah. Yeah, those parents with like the discipline background, they don't fuck around, eh?
No, they don't. They definitely don't.
No.
In my house there were rules and they were not to be pushed.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that raised us pretty good though, you know.
Yeah, no, I'm so grateful for that. Like structure, accountability, all that stuff.
Kids today have no structure, man.
No, they don't.
No, and that's why they push boundaries with so many people in society and stuff. And like, one day you're gonna push it with the wrong person, and that's not good.
No, exactly. And my dad was a person that you knew you weren't gonna push a boundary with. You know.
Yeah.
Like not even like he's a cop, so he deals with way scarier people than his teenage son when he gets home. So it's sort of like what he says. Dude, when cops have a look, do you know what I'm talking about at all? Like the look of like you have a few seconds to walk this back or stop.
Yeah, like you want to rethink that?
Exactly. He has the look. It's his face. I don't know how he does it.
Yeah. Well, it's just the energy. It's the aura.
Yeah. It is the aura. There was one time apparently they were walking out of like a haunted house and there were these two drunk guys fighting. And my dad grabbed them both and was like, "Stop right now." Like really calmly. And everyone was just like, "Oh, this guy knows, this guy could fuck someone up."
Is
and
he a
I
big
asked
guy?
him, yeah, he's 6'4", 250, something like
Well,
that.
That helps.
He's 2 inches taller than I am, which sucks. Anyway,
Well, I'm 5'9", so
there you go.
Oh no, I'm 6'2". Gosh darn.
It's not that I'm 6'2". I would be 5'9" if he was 5'7". I would hit that button.
What the freak?
I would.
All right, whatever.
I gotta tell you, he said when you enter a fight and you're fighting with someone that lacks confidence, but they tell that you don't, and you sort of have that edge that I'm not really afraid, that disarms most things in life, apparently.
Yeah, because most people are afraid of getting punched in the face and stuff, but if you've been punched in the face enough and you just don't really, you're like, all right,
let's go.
Let's still go. Like it's oh no. But I mean,
not to go off on a tangent, but he's a good dude.
Your dad.
Yeah. I love him.
That's good. A lot of people don't have relationships with their fathers, and I think it shows.
Yeah. Just
go to Twitter.
No kidding.
It's like, you had no structure, did you? Okay.
No.
Explains a lot. Yeah. I wanted to be, that was a thing for me. I wanted to be tall in high school and in elementary school so bad, dude. Really? I remember, I was such a late bloomer. Yeah, by the time I was a senior, I think I was only 5'7" or something like that. And then finally grew to 5. I think I'm really 5'10", but I just say 5'9" because I don't know. Who knows? I'm not going to inflate it.
Yeah.
But
in high school, I just wanted to be thin because I was just a big kid.
What? Really?
Yeah, huge.
Oh my gosh, we had complete opposites. I was a freaking rake. I was
Really?
5'7", 110 pounds or something. Yeah.
I was 6 feet 300.
My God, we would have been the most funny looking best friends.
We would have been. That would have been awesome.
Could you imagine that?
Yeah.
That'd be freaking hilarious.
Yeah.
Dude, that's I don't know if you've seen Dragon Ball or not, but some people in the chat, I'm sure would. That'd be Evil Boo and Good Boo.
Is it Majin Buu or is that another evil?
Yeah,
Boo?
but the fat version, the good version, the jolly version, I call him. He separated. Boo. Yeah, he separated, and the evil came out of him, and he was an absolute rake before he absorbed Happy Boo and became the evil jacked one. But
yeah, dude, being fat in high school is hard. The only thing being fat and worse than being fat in high school is being a fat middle schooler, because kids are even meaner in middle school.
Wow, bro, kids are mean, and yeah.
But moving on from high
but
school,
we're
trauma.
Behind that now. Yeah. So, fuck those guys. No Rey, that the Rey movie is getting made now.
I'm not against seeing Rey. I know that a lot of people are. I'm against her having her own film, but her showing up, that wouldn't bug me at all. If it's handled correctly.
He said they didn't hire a girl not black enough. Oh, they did with the Disney executive. Until they get Sam Witwer, Jon Favreau to lead Lucasfilm, I have no confidence in the current regime and their new projects, including Dave. I want to see more projects with Obi-Wan, with James Arnold Taylor. Animated Obi-Wan. I think we need to
Tales
see
of the Jedi. A young Anakin. You were talking about the years between Phantom Menace and Clones. Why not do Tales of the Jedi with Obi-Wan and Anakin?
Give us a freaking animated series on young Anakin and young Obi-Wan, starring James Arnold Taylor as Obi-Wan, and I don't know, man. Maybe Jake Lloyd would be down to reprise his role as Anakin, a young Anakin. I don't know. Or Matt Lanter could do maybe a young Anakin somehow. I'm not sure.
Getting Jake Lloyd back would feel really appropriate. It would feel really good.
It would. I'd love to see him at conventions.
Yeah. I think that he would be so surprised how things have changed regarding his performance.
Yeah, I think so too. I actually had coffee with Devin Michaels.
That's cool.
Who was the runner-up. He was the He was the other boy.
Devin
That Anakin.
Michaels. Let me look this up. Star Wars.
Yeah, he was supposed to be the other boy.
Oh, they look so similar.
Him.
This was the runner-up to Jake Lloyd?
Yeah, this was the runner-up to Jake Lloyd. Yep. Yeah.
That's too much pressure to put on a kid to hold him accountable for it afterwards. He was bullied too, you know. Kids are mean.
He was. Wait, what the? Thought that was my thumbnail.
That looks just like your thumbnails.
I think. What?
I would like to see him in another project. I think that it's time.
Yeah.
If you can do something to, unsour someone's negative experience with this.
Here's my thumbnail.
Oh, there you go.
Took my thumbnail. Fuck.
Oh, someone just ripped your thumbnail?
Yeah, he just ripped my thumbnail. Yeah. Do you get lots of that?
I've seen thumbnails I've made places before. It doesn't really, I don't really think about it.
I think it just happens to me so much. Remember thumbnails are so much more like, I'll show you a recent one.
The thumbnail debate that I've been having is like, do thumbnails look better with text or without text? And I'm still trying to decide or whether or not to implement a mix of the two. Oh, gosh, that's what I've been trying to look for articles on what is better, but
Give him a nice little plug here. Yeah, look at this.
What is they selling their own sabers?
No, bro. Look at the intro.
Oh, it's animated.
So the guy who made my intro, he told me and he showed me the DM, and this guy, he's like, I want it just like Theory. Like, what the fuck? Like, why? And this is the same guy that talked shit to Nick Gillard as well. And there was a whole thing about that. It was horrible.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I know.
Are you to have Nick Gillard do the choreography for Vader 2 is the greatest possible get.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, I gotta say. And here's my intro.
So basically the same thing.
Yeah. There's just so much of that shit that happens to me that I'm like, well.
Moving
whatever,
on.
Dude.
Yeah. No, that's the same thing, but the lightsabers were blue in his, I'm pretty sure.
Well, I use the same music and all that. Hey man, it's what do they say? It's a form of flattery?
Yeah,
what's it called?
Not copying. Not imitation. I know what you're saying.
I don't know.
Plagiarism,
right?
Theft. No.
Yeah. Well, whatever.
I'm
glad I
I
could inspire.
That's the best. That's the best word for it. Inspiring.
Oh,
inspiring intro.
A little too closely. But yeah. Anyways.
Imitation. That's the word.
Copying. Yeah. Stupendous in theory. How do you think Balin knew that Anakin became Vader? I've been wondering that ever since Ahsoka.
Me too, dude.
I think we're all wondering that.
I think you can sort of Thrawn put the pieces together. Balin's an intelligent person. Maybe they fight similarly. Maybe they move similarly. Or, maybe Balin. What I would do is if Balin was at the temple during Order 66, that's what I would do.
That's what I thought they were going to do in the Tales of the Empire.
Really? You thought they were going to include Balin in
in his story?
Because doesn't it make sense that he would be a survivor, that he would watch Operation Nightfall Anakin walk in through the room? Wouldn't that sort of shatter everything?
Yeah, or maybe he was off-world. I don't know.
Yeah. He could have saved Grogu. Not obviously, we know that he didn't because Keller and Beck did, but like the possibilities.
Right. That would have made it a little too closed world, I think. Small world, I think.
That's true.
Well, yeah, I mean, whatever. Kathleen wants to win General Grievous 2-season show telling of his people's oppression, Jedi involvement, and subsequent betrayal from Tyrannus. Thoughts?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why not?
That story is so good. Just copy it from Legends. Don't change anything, please.
Linking to my other comment, Tron Ares is starring Jared Leto, and it's supposed to be 80% in the real world and no Sam Flynn.
80% in the real world?
Huh? No Sam Flynn. Why? Okay. Lived in Florida all my life. The springs here, especially Cold Springs, are a must visit. Some of the most beautiful places you will ever see.
Here.
Are those in Miami?
I live in Central Florida, so I'm only really aware of the Central Florida Springs.
I love water. It's wet. It's cool. It's refreshing, and it gets everywhere.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Another one. Feeling generous tonight. Thank you so much, Shay. Theory. So happy you're training boxing. Ever considered trying to add BJJ to your training? Cured my inner self-doubt. I did MMA for like 6 months when I was in my early 20s, when I was 20. That, and I wrestled my friends a lot. We were just like, I don't know, wrestle each other. That's what boys do, I guess. But I don't know. I really like boxing. I'm really enjoying it. And yeah. So I don't really care to do BJJ. I think I know like generally enough, but I mean, you could be a master of everything, I guess. But that's then you're Batman. But yeah, I don't know. I really like boxing right now. It's fun. It's cool. Hey, Mariana. Happy 16 years to the Clone Wars and 10th year to Rebels. I noticed that now loving the Clone Wars and Rebels is considered controversial in Star Wars. Kind of sad. Everything is controversial in Star Wars.
Yeah, I didn't see. I don't know. I think that that's not controversial at all, in my opinion. I think I don't love Rebels anywhere close to how much I love Clone Wars. But, I was a kid during the Clone Wars, so it's kind of cheating. But I also, if you boiled it down, I think the Clone Wars is far better than Rebels.
The Living Force book is a great read. What's up, Theory? Hope the convo is going great. Nice to be here with the boys. Let's try to get Wave to show his face. When he's ready.
It's going to happen.
When he's ready. Yeah, whenever. Maybe next year. I wish I grew up during the 1980s and Legends era. 1980s would have been neat. Can't wait to see you at SpaceCon. My husband, Big John from San Antonio, Texas, is a huge fan and admires you. So do I. I can't wait to meet you guys. I canceled Disney Plus Night of Ahsoka finale, and I got the same email about 3 months free. They really need subs after their latest releases. Yeah, that's great.
Jeez.
Thank you, nerd. Big super chat from Colin Watkins. Revan is the seed of Star Wars, in my opinion. So much of his character is built off of him. How do you feel about a 3-season series of Revan, 3 eras, Knight, Sith, Jedi, to branch off to the Sith Triumvirate and Mitra Surik as she survives after the mass shadow? I would absolutely love that. Again, it comes down to the writer.
Yeah. I think we're going to get a Revan story eventually. I think
nice.
Lucasfilm is holding that card kind of close to the chest, but I think we're going to get it.
Chat, do you like this more or this? I guess, okay, type 1 for zoomed in, type 2 for zoomed out. Domo Boy 92, very excited for Vader 2 and 3. I'll be auditioning for Mace. Where can I send my vocals? I didn't want to post them on threads on Twitter. Post them on Twitter, baby. If you get cast, you're gonna be out there anyways, so post them. Post them on that thread. Vader's saber skill is second to none. Thoughts? No, it's shit. His saber skill is
it's shit.
His saber skill's ass, dude. Anakin's was great, but his saber skills, dog water. He couldn't move.
He doesn't beat anybody.
Yeah, he couldn't do anything. He was just stiff. Especially with those cybernetics Palpatine gave him. Great Jedi. Hey, what's up, Serena? Love you both. Both your channels. Glad you're having a stream together. Yeah, me too.
Every Thursday.
Oh, what are we gonna do next week?
What are you
until the end of the month? Because I'm traveling. I'm gone.
Oh shoot, we can figure it out. I'll work around you. I don't have anything until.
I can always just do it in the hotel. Do it in the hotel room or like whatever. That'd be 9:00 my time, Thursday.
Yeah.
If something like huge comes up, like I'll be like, hey, let's just do it in like a next day or something. But
yeah,
let's stick to it for now. How well do you think the Old Republic era would have fared against a Yuzon Vong invasion? The Great Galactic War era Old Republic, to be specific.
Which one's the Great Galactic War? Is that Naga Sadow? Or no, that's the Hyperspace War.
Well, the Old Republic in general, I think, would have done way better against them than just Luke.
Yeah, just Luke. So. Yeah. Well, plus they demilitarized after the Empire too, so they were really double like unprepared.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I've always thought stories of Jedi and Sith teaming up could be interesting, but you have to be careful.
That'd be so badass.
Yeah.
Honor is a fool's prize. Glory is no use to the dead. Darth Bane. That's the quote Stupendous was thinking of earlier.
Of course, Darth Revan gets the quote. Thank you.
Honor is fool's prize. Glory is of no use to the dead. Yes, indeed.
That's a bar.
That is a bar. Theory, I like how Luke didn't see light or dark. He just saw the Force. How he let the families come with the children, and accepted older Force users. Yeah, that was the great progression of his character.
I always loved that in the lore too, where he would like teach older Force sensitives. I thought that was so cool.
I think so too.
A Saiyan Jedi, that's cool.
A Saiyan Jedi?
Yeah, this person in their super chat is writing a story with a Saiyan Jedi.
That's wild. In the old EU, Palpatine made the Death Stars as a first defense of the Yuzon Vong.
That's I think that's a theory. I don't know if that's explicitly stated anywhere. I know that it might be one or two lines of like, oh, maybe he was getting ready, but I prefer that he just made the Death Stars because he's a dick, you know?
Yeah. He was. Theory, been listening to your channel for 2 years now. Keep doing you. Ignore the haters. Bought one of your sabers. Thanks, Jacob. Hope you enjoy it, man. Do a review. Appreciate it. Theory, if only modern Lucasfilm cared about story writing and characters and the lore like you do. Well, I think like all of us do. I think everybody here like has the same goal in mind. Is they want good Star Wars. Right on. Thank you, Jacob. You got to get Wave to come to MegaCon. Maybe by then he'll want to.
What's going on at MegaCon? Is that the?
I'll have a big booth there.
Oh, that's the San Antonio, Texas one.
No, MegaCon's Orlando.
Oh, Orlando. Oh, okay. See, dude, that's how little I'm plugged in. It's in my city, and I don't know about it.
I know. At last, Stupendous will reveal himself to the fan base. At last, he will have revenge.
I don't have revenge to take, but yeah.
A Timothy says, Oi would love to write What If Tarkin Survived the Battle of Yavin and Wave Malik's VO is Shan Yu's VO's brother, and he helped Carrie Fisher audition for Leia. I told Theory this.
That's cool.
VO is voiceover. Wave, what's your favorite IP other than Star Wars?
Oh, I don't have a firm second place, but I really love Tolkien. I really love comics. You know, I love the Marvel comics and DC comics. I love a series of Ice and Fire too. You know, Game of Thrones is cool. I was super into Attack on Titan for like months. Like I did deep dives into that lore in my own time, which I loved.
I found you feels like 12 or something years ago. Any lore discussion is sweet. That's how I found your channels. Looking forward to buying a saber. Well, thank you, Christian. Let me know what you're planning on getting. There aren't new generation of Star Wars fans, at least Disney Star Wars fans. My middle school nephew tells me people bully the Disney Star Wars fans now, not George fans. Literally, they call it gay wars. What the fuck? Love the streams. Well, I don't think any Star Wars fan should get bullied. I just think we should all get better Star Wars.
Yeah.
So, I hate bullying. I hate bullies. I just think bullies in general are just very sad people. Very sad people. Sith Empire gone, and there were thousands of Jedi for over 1,000 years without 1,000 Sith. Do you think Order 66 had to happen to bring balance to the Force? I mean, obviously, yeah.
Yeah, I think there's an argument to be made for that. I think what makes that argument so interesting is that the characters in the lore don't have concrete answers. They all have their own opinion.
Yeah, and that's this. It's from a point of view. It's beautiful.
Yeah,
and I think the Jedi, when they thought bring balance, it wasn't true balance to the Force. It was balance in the sense that like there's no Sith and it's all Jedi.
right. They perceive the dark side as a perversion of the Force and the light as the Force itself. They don't really, I'm speaking just Clone Wars Jedi, but they just think, they think of the Force as black and white, you know?
Yeah. Oh, well, nice knowing you, buddy, with that comment. That was a joke. Oh my god, dude!
Dude, I had a heart attack.
No, you can't. No, dude, you can't take it so seriously like that. Like, oh man, we got to toughen Wave up a little bit.
A little bit.
We got to make sure he's ready.
It's late. The later it gets, the more.
Oh my god, dude! I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. Dude, you could say one thing and they're gonna throw you every single Istanphobe and they probably already are because we're doing like a stream together. So you gotta be ready.
Yeah,
ready to.
I'm
ignore.
ready for it.
Yeah. EU Palps wanted to start the rule of one. Palpatine only cared about himself. Vader was always replaceable, in my opinion, to Palpatine. The rule of one.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he did. Palpatine wanted to instill the ultimate rule. I know that's like an actual thing he was like writing about.
Yeah, he didn't care. You know, I don't even think he cared about the rule of two. I think he just wanted, wanted everything to be done his way.
No, he cares about power, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he's the perfect Sith. It's because he cares just about power.
Yeah. Yeah. Another big super chat from Shkote D. Guys, your chat started off great, and all through this has stayed great. Wander about through lore and random ideas as you will. This has stayed 100% interesting, and lore-wise, we learned a lot. You both spark well off each other and are equals. So far, I think this is the best podcast I've had. Just like best co-host.
Oh, I appreciate that a lot, man. What you said earlier is true. Like, you know, when you have people that care about it and have researched it this much, the topics flow exceptionally easily.
Yeah. Yeah, and like understand the lore and have been like theorizing and making videos. It's a dream. Like it's someone who understands everything that I went through and I understand everything that you've gone through just on like the surface, on the front end and back end of the channel, and Star Wars in general. I think is that like you cannot find that.
Yeah,
I think it's that's yeah. Thanks, Star Wars Explained. Thanks, Molly.
Yeah, for real. No, thank you sincerely.
They all hate you, Theory. I'm so glad two favorite Star Wars creators have joined up. Get a third and become the Sith triumphant.
Triumphant. Dude, that is a hard word to pronounce. See, I can't even pronounce the word pronounce correctly. Triumvirate. Triumvirate.
Yeah.
You know who wasn't big on pronunciation? George freaking Lucas. Okay, give me a break.
I know. Did you see the behind the scenes? He pronounces Genosis.
Yeah.
Dooku was Daku. His own character.
Yeah. See, guys.
I swear he would. I swear he did it on. He does swear he did it on purpose. He's just like. He's like explaining scenes with Dooku. He's like, and you have Daku over there, and he's just, and I'm like, what? And then the next minute he'll change it to Dooku. And I'm like, what are you, bro? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Why are you doing this to me?
To me. I love this.
Yeah.
He's making it hard specifically for Star Wars YouTubers in the future.
Well, I remember I after seeing that, I was like, okay, so you know what? I'm going to start pronouncing Genosis.
Or Daku.
And I did. And then I had like an editor at the time be like, just so you know, you pronounced it wrong. I'm like, no, this is how George.
Just so you know.
Have you seen the videos by Skywalker Stories, their animations in the Clone Wars style from Legends? Love to see y'all reaction. I think so, yeah. I think I reached out to him on Instagram. Thanks for reminding me. I got to reply. You remember, new member here. You guys are the best. Thanks, Hankimus Maximus. Slightly spicy with Riley. What's going on? She says, do you think Anakin had a choice in being the chosen one, or was that always his destiny? I guess it's a question of free will and how that interacts with the will of the Force. What was funny about that was that in the book Dark Lord, the Rise of Darth Vader, he thinks about what would have happened if Qui-Gon never came to Tatooine, and he essentially gave himself the fan fiction that he would have just raced pod racers and been #1 in the galaxy at that. And he never would have known why he's so good, but it's because of the Force.
That's so fascinating. I wonder if he would have been happy. Probably,
man. Probably, dude. He would have been like, he would have been, dude. Everyone would have, everyone, like all the masters and stuff would have loved him, and like he would have continued to probably be a slave forever. But
oh yeah,
they would have probably treated him like royalty because they can make so much money off of him. And he'd probably have so much power at that point because it's like you're now rolling with the gangs and the mob and the Hutts and the cartel, and it's like they want to, like, they support you.
Yeah.
So he probably would have had a freaking interesting life, dope life.
You think Palpatine would have found him eventually?
Yeah.
That's what
it's the will of the Force. Yeah, it's the will of the Force. He probably would have like gone to some political thing or whatever, and like gone to like some pod race perhaps, and he would have like sensed something peculiar about this driver, this racer, this rider, and we're like, I'd like to meet that boy. It's kind of like what movie was this? Gladiator. Yes, it was Gladiator. When Commodus saw Maximus, didn't know it was Maximus yet, and he saw him in the arena, and he's like, I think I'll meet him.
Yeah.
And then I forgot the other guy's name, his servant. He was like, yes, sire. And it was just like, that could be like Palpatine in that case. Like, I think I'll meet this winner or whatever. And then he meets Anakin, and he's like, holy shit, this guy's powers are insane.
Yeah.
And then he starts.
Then he
pulling
probably
strings
manipulates him.
Oh, like crazy. And then sponsors all of his races, and yeah, dude, that'd be nuts.
Brings him to one Coruscant party. Lots of baby oil.
Ain't no party like a Palpatine party.
No.
Having the Force off.
Oh boy, that's That's so much. I didn't know it could get worse than freak off, but it can.
I am the Senate.
Oh, shit.
A force off.
I can't watch anymore.
Oh, damn. God damn. That's bad.
The attempt on my life has left me.
Anyways.
Somehow Diddy has returned.
Oh, no. Oh, no, dude. Oh, God damn.
Once again, you've proved, if you'll excuse me.
Shit.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, fuck. It's fucked up. This shit's been popping up everywhere, and I'm just like, so
enough.
Mortified. I'm so mortified. I'm like, I feel so bad for so many people involved.
Yeah. It's like the Vince McMahon thing that went on.
I don't know anything about
holy
that.
Crap.
I don't know anything about the Vince Mc, but I heard there's like a documentary on him now, and
yeah.
Jesus.
The documentary was whatever. It's a little bit. It's advertised as like we're gonna go over all the allegations, and like that's not what it is, you know.
Dude. No. Oh no. Oh my god. I'm about to crash out on that one. That's bad.
Yeah.
Oh, that's. Oh.
Revenge of the Diddy.
Bro,
I opened it up. I'm sorry.
I know, and that's why I was stalling when I said he was gonna be taken care of like by the Hutts and the gangs and stuff. I was gonna be like, essentially, oh fuck, I can't say it. Anyways, yeah.
Count Diddy. Count Diddy.
Oh yeah. Anyways, thank you, Merrick. Big super chat, man. Thank you. What do you guys think of Maul, Dooku, and Vader versus Sidious? No, they all get fucking destroyed by Sidious. I think Dark Empire Sidious would take it, but outside of that, Legend Sidious before DE would lose to them. Dooku's Makashi and Maul's Juyo. No.
This is the three of them versus Palpatine?
Maul's Juyo. Maul's Dooku's Makashi. Bro.
What?
No. Bro, Palpatine
Wait, so is the question Maul and Dooku versus Vader and Sidious, and they think that Maul and Dooku would win?
No, it's Maul, Dooku, and Vader versus Sidious.
And you think that Sidious would win?
Bro, he would freaking take baby oil and
throw it in their eyes.
Bro, it'd be a force off, man. I'm telling you that much.
That's the real force off.
Yo, this is a real force off right there. Yeah. There's no there's no match there really.
Dude, I gotta disagree. I think Vader's kind of a Chad.
Damn.
Just a little bit.
What?
Yeah, because if Vader is 80% Palpatine, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that if you add Maul and Dooku on top of that, I think they take that.
But Palpatine's he's a dirty fighter, man. He's just gonna shoot.
True.
He's gonna shoot Vader with lightning, one powerful jolt, and it's lightning, so it happens like that. Vader's out of the picture and he's having like asthma problems. Then he just takes out Dooku and Maul.
Yeah. I guess I know Vader built stuff into his suit so that like he had conductors and like that helped him fight people like Starkiller. But it is a time bomb. It is a ticking time bomb between, how long can the suit hold out?
I mean, all Palpatine has to do is like, because we know what he did to him in Clone Wars. He would just force push Maul into a wall. All right.
Yeah.
And then he would take Dooku and probably do the same thing to him. And then with Vader, I don't know, he could just zap him with lightning, which would give him like the 1 second or 2 seconds he needs to just go eat and zap Maul. Because Maul was just zapped with lightning ever since he was a kid. So he probably has some like, I don't know, he gets like submissive with it or something. And then Dooku would just fly into the pillar and like crack his head or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I could see that happening for sure. I don't know. I think Vader and Dooku are so strong.
They are, yeah.
And I think Maul is obviously the weak link here.
Yeah. Do you think replace Sidious with Yoda? And Sidious beat Yoda. So I mean,
yeah, the big thing about that is I've had so many debates with the Vader versus Yoda thing that it's crazy, but I am just a Vader apologist. Darth Diddler. Did you see that one? The Darth Diddler. That one's pretty...
I'm looking at this one, the unlimited oil.
Oh no. No, but I think Vader is so underestimated sometimes. Like I think that he would have a chance against Yoda. I know that that's crazy, but I just do. You don't think so? You think Yoda just...
I don't know. I think I think Palpatine would destroy. Okay, chat. If you think Vader, Dooku, and Maul teaming up against Sidious would win, would beat Sidious, kill Sidious, or submit him, type 1. If you think that Sidious just diddies all of them, wipes the floor with all of them, type 2. I'm type 2. I'm a 2. So I think he would destroy them.
I'm gonna have to rock with 1. I'm sorry. I think it's tough. I think it's tough and brutal, but I think that Vader and Dooku, man, I don't know. It's literally like 49-51. Like, it's stupid close. If it's Dark Empire Sidious, then I can't even argue with you. It's Dark Empire. But that man could like summon 4 storms and destroy the surfaces of entire planets.
That's what I'm talking about.
Just Dark Empire? We're not talking base Sidious. We're talking Dark Empire Sidious.
Yeah, because in what world are we going to have Dooku teaming up with Vader and Maul? They're all in different timelines, pretty much, and like fighting. So it's like it's got to be some legend stuff,
right? I was operating under the. I'm gonna say that if it's the 3 of them and they face off against, say, Revenge of the Sith Sidious, I think that they take it. I think that the trio of Sith Lords take it.
What era of Vader are you talking here?
I think the most powerful Vader is after Empire. Yeah. I think that he's locked in, and I think that he has new purpose. And I think he's let go of the baggage and the weakness of any other era of Vader. So I think if it's Empire Vader, I think that they win. But that's a good question. I think, post Revenge of the Sith, Vader has a lot of slip-ups. He's not mentally as sharp. He's not mentally as tough. That's a different...
But he's also unhinged.
Yeah, but is that against Sidious? That's gonna...
Yeah, true.
Against Sidious, like Sidious
it's close.
Feeds off of the unhingedness and the what's it called? Like Savage. Like it's just a joke.
Yeah. I know. I agree. Well, it's
dang, that is
46. 54-46. But I mean there's like 2,000 people watching. There's only 182 votes.
Come on, guys. I'm curious. Vote.
Yeah. I think so many of them are just watching in the background or like
chilling.
Guys, get to your phones right now and vote. Or our lines are open. Make sure to donate at 323-84. Remember those infomercials?
Oh no, Palpatine's pulling ahead. Yeah, I do. It's close. If it's Dark Empire Palpatine, like once he's able to manifest 4 storms, it's pretty broken.
Yeah, it's not fair. Oh, golly gee me.
I have arguments with my editor over the Yoda versus Vader debate because I think, it's tough, but I have to rock with Vader. I really do.
Damn, we should have a phone line where people can just call in.
Get their Star Wars hot takes.
Be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. How would we do this? Can't give them the link because we have to give it publicly.
Right.
We just have people calling in and it'd be cool.
Well, how do people like Pat McAfee do it? Because they have the NFL commentator guy. Pat McAfee. Do you watch football?
Negatory.
Negatory. It's tough. It's right around 55% for Palpatine wins, Palpatine loses.
Yeah, it keeps teetering 54, 46. The tragedy of Anakin Darth Vader best story. Do either you collect vintage Star Wars toys and collectibles? And have you ever seen the infamous C-3PO tape dispenser?
That sounds awesome. I do
Watch
collect
both of you.
figures.
What do you collect?
I like Godzilla figures a lot. I got some old Lego Star Wars stuff. I got back into Pokemon cards recently.
What?
Dude, I'm a freaking nerd. I love it.
I don't know what to do with my Pokemon cards.
Do you have Pokemon cards?
I got ones from when they just came out, 1995, 1996.
You should look at them and see what they're worth. That's always like the first step.
Every card.
Oh, the 150? You should look through it. It's really cool. I
have
love
every card.
I love the idea of being able to invest into something so nostalgic like that.
Yeah, and I've taken, like, since the day I got them, I've taken care of them so well. They're like in protective plastic sleeves, inside a sleeve folder, like, and then inside of a binder, and then in a freaking bag, and then in a box, and like.
So it's fortified. It's like the Death Star plans.
Yeah.
I guess better than the Death Star plans. Those got stolen pretty easily.
Yeah, it got stolen pretty easily, yeah. Yeah.
You should the way it works now is like, you know what PSA is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've wanted to do that. I just don't trust mailing my cards out.
Totally. Also, PSA they take up to a year sometimes, which is egregiously long.
No. I need the guy to like come to me, grade it, do it right there, and I'll pay him. I'm not leaving those cards out of my site.
You could go there. They do have physical locations where you could get your cards and stuff graded. But I lost all my Pokemon cards in my move. So it's something that I collected a lot as a kid, and it kind of broke my heart, you know? So I decided to invest into the ones that I like now.
Oh, that's cool.
Collect?
I'd be surprised if they were anything below 10.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, okay, let's say anything below 9.8. I don't know.
You got
how
a lot of
graded,
first editions?
No, I don't think I really have many first editions, to be honest. I got a lot of shinies. I got like 2 Charizards. But they're not first editions. At least I don't think they are. So
it'd be cool to like sit down and open up and like see
what I have.
Yeah.
Yeah. Imagine I have like one of the cards that's worth like millions. Oh, that'd be
oh
insane.
my gosh, that would be so cool. A lot of the cards, anything's possible for sure. I know a lot of the cards when they get into like the $1 million range of Pokemon are more like cards that you had to win at events. Oh yeah, dude, you pulled ahead on the voting. Looks like Palpatine 58%.
Yeah, I just feel like he's just so OP. He's just smarter than everybody.
That's another thing too. He stacks like fights in his favor. When I'm thinking of it, I'm thinking like they just are randomly teleported there and like have to go at it.
Yeah, I think he still wins.
Yeah.
He's just so intelligent and he's so powerful in the dark side, and he does not get bent out of shape. Like, he's just cool and collected. He's a freaking psychopath.
Who do you think he would target first? Like, if he's gonna try and win, does he take out Vader first? Yeah.
Vader. He would shoot him with lightning or just throw him into a wall. And probably throw his lightsaber around the room with the Force to buy himself time. And then shoot lightning at people, and you can't break through his force field either. So it's like, what is it like? What's gonna, he's more powerful than Vader. Vader's more powerful than Dooku and Maul combined. I mean, like, what is, is.
One thing I would think about would be like dexterity. Like Vader's not someone who you're going to be able to take out like most of the time with a one big solid hit. But I
No.
look at Palpatine as like physically he's really frail, and maybe an injury to him would be more critical than it would be to someone like Vader. But again, we don't know the limits of Palpatine's ability to heal or to use the dark side to sustain himself. I just think that I don't know. I think if he got tagged, it could be a problem. It's tough.
I don't think so. I think he would just use that rage to just fortify himself.
Sometimes when I'm having these Star Wars debates, I'll like come up with an old piece of lore that helps my opponent's argument. So just for the sake of it, I thought of something and I'm going to help your argument.
Okay.
So in the Darth Plagueis novel, it's made really clear that he's afraid to confront Plagueis because he's not confident in Plagueis's level of like, he's not confident he'll be able to beat him, even if he's intoxicated. But after that point, Palpatine experiences like a gigantic increase in power once Plagueis is actually dead. Yeah. And that comes from the author. So I would say if he is able to say 10x his power from that point with Plagueis, that sort of gives you another character to equate to, how powerful is Vader, how powerful is Dooku. I guess the big problem here is we don't really know the upper limits of Palpatine's power. It's not really, he doesn't have as many comparable feats, especially not competitive ones.
Yeah, and that's the thing. But like Revenge of the Sith Palpatine, and you got to also wonder like how much of his power was he subduing so that he wouldn't notify the Jedi? Like any at all, or is he just that good at hiding all of his powers and like masking it within the dark side so nobody notices? So it makes me wonder, like, in Revenge of the Sith, when kind of, the mask is off, so to speak, is he full powered? Like, he just does not care about notifying anybody anymore, and he's not even using the Force to hide the Force, to hide the dark side. So it just kind of makes you theorize on different things, and it's like, maybe he was kind of just not at max power even at those times.
No, I don't think he is. I don't think that he is at max power in Revenge of the Sith. I think he is at max power in Dark Empire. But to your point, like I know Plagueis didn't sense anything in him at all, which is one of my favorite parts of that beautiful novel. Is like Plagueis. It's not the fact that he senses that Palpatine's strong. It's the fact that he doesn't sense anything at all.
Yeah.
And I've always thought of Palpatine in that way. Like, is his soul really so dark that to those with the trained eye, it looks like the abyss?
I think so.
That's so sick.
I think so, dude. Yeah. I think
freaking love Palpatine.
He's just so evil. Like pure darkness, pure evil without motive. Just an evil entity.
So you think there's any Sith that compete with him, like a Valkorian or a Vitiate?
I don't know. I'm biased. I truly think he is like the most perfect dark villain ever. Like he's the embodiment of pure evil, pure darkness. There is no like, I don't know. Without hesitation, he would do the most horrible things, and I don't think he would even care to justify it. He would just do it to do it.
Yeah, no, you're right. He doesn't. When he murders civilians as a young man, he doesn't feel any need to justify that. It's just they were in the way.
Yeah, like Palpatine is goal oriented. It's just about getting the job done, and he doesn't care if it's his own father in the way. He'll get rid of whatever is blocking him from his objective. And I think that's a very just mix that with power and talent. I mean, that you're the most scary villain. You're just not to be messed with.
No.
And to do that without emotion, and to if anything, if there's any emotion, you're enjoying what you're doing. So you're like, it's a thrill. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Just psychotic.
He's the GOAT for sure.
Let's talk about prior convo, race and bloodline 100% matter. Plo Koon species was known to all be force sensitive.
I agree that bloodline should matter. It's just the argument that that can be true and anyone can train and hone their skills with the force can also be true.
Like Watto.
Like what? Oh gosh,
30 is my lucky number. Hope you boys are well. What's up, Sotico? Thanks, man. Member for 30 months. What's up, J. Kane? Since Ahsoka was revived with the essence of the sister, would she not be the new embodiment of the light side and potentially immortal, or at least yes?
Yeah,
that's the theory.
I think that's where it's going.
Is that Theory Saber sale still up? Well, we have a Halloween sale that we just started now. So it's Halloween 13. So 13% off everything. So that should help you guys out. I mean, our prices are already so competitive and we offer so much more than what's out there, in my opinion. But we just always want to be even more fair to everybody who wants to grab a saber, and so every excuse to run a sale, man, I'll run a sale, no problem. Why? I don't need to be greedy. I want everyone to have a saber, and if that means we don't make as much profit, who cares? It's not like we pocket it anyways. It just goes to Vader Episode 2, and as long as those bills are paid, I'm happy. As long as I can pay the bills of all the employees we have, I'm happy. All the customer support, all the web team, the product, pay for the products, pay for the licenses that we have, like with Kyberphonic and all, like, then I'm happy.
Yeah. You got to take care of the people that support you.
Well, yeah, without them, there is no company.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it'd be cool to get to the point where, Vader Episode 2 and 3 are paid for and done, and then I can, like, actually, like, but then I would just use the money to make my comic. So it's like, yeah, it's it pays for all the extra projects that I'm doing, which is phenomenal. Because if it wasn't for Theory Sabers, I wouldn't not be able to afford Vader Episode 2, especially with all the upgrades we're adding to it. So it's a blessing. So very thankful to everyone, and they get an amazing product. In my opinion, the best in the world. I don't think there's anybody else offering what we're offering, and especially with the customer support.
Yeah, which is a place where so many companies struggle too. So the fact that it's like a big deal.
A lot of companies, like even like major companies, like phone providers. So I just use my own experiences, not even just with buying from other saber companies before I started mine, but just in general, like how I wouldn't want to be treated as the customer.
Yeah.
And something my dad always instilled in me with sales was it's not about making the sale, it's about how you take care of the client or the customer after the sale. That's what really makes you apart from the rest, and also morally taking care of the person who just like paid your bills.
Yeah.
So many people are so fixated on making a sale that once they get that money, see you later. It's kind of, but like you want to take care. I've just been treated really shitty with just like many people, I'm sure, with after a sale they get your money and they're dickheads, and it's like, fuck you.
Dude, my internet went out once, and the guy that came to fix it sat in the room where the like modem is for like 4 hours.
Yeah.
And he came out and he was like, I didn't fix it. And then he went home. He just sat at my house all day long.
And got paid.
Exactly.
Those people piss me off so much, man.
Yeah.
So much. So much. Oh my gosh. Anyways. Sup, General, and wave. Everyone hit the like button. Oh, yeah. That'd be right. Thanks. What up, Delta Dan? A Metroid-style Star Wars game exploring Abeloth prison world or exploring the Night Sisters' home world it would take before the New Republic. Yeah, it'd be cool.
Yeah.
Your theory long stretch, but if Christopher Nolan made a Star Wars movie or show, what would you like to see from him? He could probably do Young Palps, no?
Yeah. My only thing with I don't know if Nolan can get that Star Wars feel quite perfect, but that's not a knock at Nolan because Nolan has his own, style and approach and presentation to things. I think it would have to be the right project. I wouldn't just throw anything at him,
Well, as long as you have the right people overseeing it, I think they could steer him in that Star Wars feel.
Yeah, it would certainly probably be a darker project because Nolan gets intense.
No. Yeah. I'm sure this has been said, but it would be so amazing if you guys started a weekly podcast. Did everyone miss the memo? That's what we're doing. This is a weekly thing every Thursday, 6 Pacific, 9 Eastern. It is.
I'm glad they want it. That's
yeah. This is it. This is the thing. This is the thing now. Oh wait, I think he's just being funny. My bad.
Oh,
oh my gosh. Hey guys, True Blue Diecast here. Great chat tonight. Got a question. How, when did Vader find out Luke was his son? Was that in Kenobi or one of the novels? In the comics, it's different. In the comics, Boba Fett brings him the information.
Yeah.
Between,
and actually, they make you buy 2 comic issues if you're curious. They make you buy the Vader one and the Star Wars annual, whatever thing for the full story. I know that because I just did that. I just bought them for a video. But yeah, if you want the full story, you got to buy them both.
Would you rather be a shit fan-hated character in an epic Star Wars movie or an amazing character in a shit Star Wars film that has no sequels?
Can I just watch the movie?
We saying, for example, Jar Jar in Episode 1 versus or what? Watto in Episode 2 or I guess Episode 1 versus Kylo Ren in Episode 8.
I don't know. I think I would just rather not be in a Star Wars movie if I'm being honest. If it's what I would rather have, I'd rather have the good Star Wars product with the bad character, obviously.
I don't know. It's a weird question. It's a tough question.
Do you have any desire to ever want to act in one of these? I just have no desire to.
No?
People ask, if you could play a main Star Wars character, it's I'm not an actor, man.
Yeah, no, I don't. No, I want to make movies and stories, but I don't know. I feel like all the actors are narcissists at the end of the day.
Yeah.
A
lot of them.
Yeah, think about it.
People in love with their own face, in love with their own performance.
I want to be on screen. I want to be viewed.
I know Adam Driver does not do that. I know he hates seeing himself on screen.
Yeah. But I guess maybe people could say the same about YouTubers, but I don't know. It's not really what you never. Yeah. No, you do. Yeah, you could say the same about YouTubers, I guess.
Yeah, you could.
I guess people who start out as vloggers, perhaps. I don't know. Maybe it's not that deep.
Yeah. I've just never wanted to be in any of the movie besides maybe a background thing, if it was ever offered would be cool, but nothing that would distract.
I don't know. Yeah. I think those who really love the art of acting are really good actors, like Johnny Depp,
Joaquin Phoenix is pretty good.
Joaquin Phoenix. I think Russell Crowe is a great actor. I enjoy Sean Connery's movies. Sylvester Stallone, to me, I know some people think he's not a great actor. I think he is like the jacked George Lucas. I mean, his life story and I've always been he's like a huge role model for me since I was a kid. What are some other good actors out there?
I'm trying to think of like an up and coming actor who's been pretty impressive. You know who speaking of Halloween stuff, I really love. What's his name? The movie Late Night with the Devil that came out this year is excellent.
Brad Pitt. Yeah, Brad Pitt.
Brad Pitt's great.
Amazing actor.
Amber Heard. Not so much, man. Fassbender's also good.
Yeah, Fassbender's great. I mean, Ian McDermott, obviously. This will get a lot of eye rolls, perhaps, but Hayden Christensen, in my opinion.
No, Hayden's great. I'm trying to find the main actor's name in Late Night with the Devil. What's his name?
Chat, can you figure that out? Who's the Late Night and the Devil? What is this?
Yeah, Late Night with the Devil. It's about like an old 70s era talk show where it's set on Halloween night and the guests' ratings are decreasing slowly over time, and he really tries to draw in a big audience with like bringing in this possessed girl or a supposedly possessed girl. Damn. It's 90 minutes. It's 90 minutes. It's great.
Wow. It's crazy.
And the main actor's name is David Dastmalchian. He if you remember in The Dark Knight, he's the crazy guy that Harvey Dent like puts the gun to and keeps flipping the coin.
He's a he's a schizophrenic or something.
Yeah,
bipolar schizophrenic or something.
Yeah, it's that actor. He's really good.
That's not it's him and the dude from oh my god, that movie that is like it's such a good thriller, man. It is insane with Hugh Jackman.
Prisoners.
I know. Yes. Yeah.
Jake Gyllenhaal.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, that movie.
Dude, that movie is so goated. It is very emotional.
Paul Dano, that's another like less sung guy who's in that movie. He plays the Riddler now. He's the mentally disturbed kid,
the child guy. Yeah, the guy who took the
child guy.
Oh my god, the diddler.
Yeah, pretty much.
Jesus, I hated that guy in that story. He played it so well. You know, when you hate a character, like when you know the actor did a good job.
Yeah.
Like when you can't separate the fact that, oh shit, that's a human just playing a role, you know that they did an amazing job.
Paul Dano has range too. He played like Steven Spielberg's dad recently, I think.
I don't know who that is.
Paul Dano, the Riddler guy.
Oh, okay. Jesus. Dude, no. No Country for Old Men, Javier Bardem. He's
incredible.
He's a fucking insane actor, dude. If he hasn't won any Oscars, I don't know what the hell's going on there.
He probably won for No Country for Old Men.
Javier Bardem is like that. He is insanely talented. Every movie he plays, you're just like, it's like you're watching something real. It's wild.
He's chilling in that movie. Legitimately, sincerely chilling.
Dude, with the coin flips that he keeps doing to people?
Mm-hmm.
Fucking crazy.
I showed my roommate that movie recently for the first time, and he loved it. The thing about No Country for Old Men that's cool is the soundtrack is like non-existent except for like 2 scenes.
You got a roommate?
Yeah, I got a roommate, just a buddy of mine.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. He is the biggest Anakin fan ever. He made like Anakin a little more than you. I know that is insane.
That's crazy.
He likes Anakin so much he hates Obi-Wan. Like he is just sick of hearing about Obi-Wan.
Yeah. I could feel that. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of good actors out there.
Yeah, he did win Best Supporting Actor, by the way, for No Country for Old Men.
There you go. You got a buddy now. Are you seeing the screen?
Oh, there you go, Florida. Sorry, I was researching No Country for Old Men. I got distracted.
Gotcha. How many desktops do you have open? Like screens do you got?
I have 2.
Okay, yeah. 60 mil tops defo went on Colombia's finest. It is comforting to know that no matter what mistakes I make in life, I will never lose $300 million.
There you go. Yeah.
Vinland Saga. Cowboy Bebop. Love the new pairing. You should watch Fairy Tale. Never seen this. Pat Labor movie sequel. Same director, Ghost in the Shell. What's up, Rossi? General Theory, you're shorter than I expected. Hey, man, I grew after 6th grade. I'm 5'3". You actually 5'3"? It's crazy. How tall is Danny DeVito?
Probably around... my roommate's 5'5". That's all I know.
Oh, wow. Thanks, Beto. All Disney had to do from the start was listen to George Lucas and let him make 7, 8, 9, along with Thrawn trilogy as well as Clone Wars run. Yeah. They would have had... very unfortunate. Imitation is the best form of flattery. Money is temporary. Star Wars is forever. Thank you, Sunset Hellcat. Thank you, Knee Pain. Thank you, Tim O'Brien. Where are you? When are you? Wait, are you going to San Antonio, Texas? Yeah, we're going to SpaceCon. We got a Theory Sabers booth, so it's the first convention we're actually going to be selling sabers at. So you guys are going to be in the vlog. Make sure you come out. We'll be there. We'll have the booth for all days. We're gonna have our sabers like on our stand, which we're building right now. It's gonna be sticking up in the sky. We're pretty much right at the entrance. Would you two, plus other YouTubers, ever play a Star Wars Dungeons and Dragons campaign? Sure. Never played Dungeons. Never played DD.
It's so fun. I think you would really like it.
I'd love to learn. This is just my opinion, but I feel like the old Star Wars that we know and love should just rest now. Disney should focus on more animation than live series, just like Star Wars Visions. Or just like Tales, man. And Clone Wars.
I like getting new stuff. Like, obviously everybody does. I see the whole point where it's like, let what was made rest, but I don't know. Then I wouldn't get The Mandalorian.
A movie where the Sith and Jedi team up, please throw on the Star Wars The Old Republic Knights of the Fallen Empire trailer. A film adaptation would be great.
Yeah.
My 2 favorite Star Wars YouTubers together. Phenomenal force potential and podcast chemistry. Cheers from Atlanta, Georgia. Would be stoked to see you guys at Dragon Con or something like that here in GA. What if Leslie Headland was in the Star Wars universe? It's a world I don't want to... No. Hey guys, love your theory and been watching Star Wars since the beginning. Just wondering, you ever think we need a character threat with a Kreia morality? Yeah, absolutely. Could just be Kreia.
Complex Darksiders are the best.
Yeah. Intelligent ones. The movie y'all could make is no joke. Maybe.
Yeah.
My theory is Qui-Gon meditated and saw to help bring balance to the Force, he had to sacrifice himself. I like the idea of Obi-Wan doing the same. Yeah, that was like that video I released. Which is a very profound theory for sure. I agree. I still wish we got the Star Wars 1313 game. Me too. I tried to play Outlaws last night, man. It did not go well.
Really? You're not liking it?
Oh, God.
The Star Wars Coruscant lore, especially the lower level lore, is off the chain. It's really good. Like, there's monsters and shit down there.
Yeah. Do you think they allow a R-rated Star Wars film, Vader film, with a scene of Vader dreaming of him and Padme's Rex scene? What? I said Rex to censor the actual word. Thank you very much. We need Star Wars Pimp My Ride, Palpatine voice, no Vader, the Sunset Hellcat with a big 50 Canadian. He says, thanks for all the great content. Recently got a Revan, Sith, and Annie Profi saber for me and my fiance, and we love them. Well, thank you so much. Hope you guys Go and check out the new one we just dropped, which took many months. I swear when I say this thing is so heavy, it is probably one of the highest quality sabers we have ever constructed with TXQ. It's called the Hermit 4, and right now we've got the sale going on, Halloween 13, so you can grab whatever you want. It is a absolutely beautiful saber. I'd say this thing feels like it's freaking like got to be at least 5 pounds.
Really?
At least, yeah. It is like some very, very nicely made, very high quality. And of course, we got the new Annie 3 without the control box. I love this one too. It's this is our best seller. One of our best sellers actually is the Prodigal Son V1, and that's because there's no control box and because it's cheap. So we decided, why don't we do the same thing with the Annie 3, and so TXQ got right on that, and they made some amazing.
What was the saber with like the internal components that you were holding up earlier in the stream, or something like that?
Oh, yeah, this one right here.
That one's cool.
Yeah, it's pretty dope. Spinning dual crystals.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Hmm. Yeah, and then we got of course, the silver chromed out version right there, which is it's like inspired by the Annie 3, obviously.
I've always thought the design of a lightsaber with an exposed kyber crystal was so sick, like Star Killers.
Yeah, the best one. The best one we have is it's called the Apprentice V2, and it's absolutely just beautiful when you turn it on. It's like just a very gorgeous looking saber. Theory: you should do a what if Vader brought back to life Padme during the time of the Empire.
Yeah, that'd be a pretty solid what if that I have not heard.
I don't think I've ever
before.
heard of that. It's a
That's
great idea,
great
Rossi.
question.
It's a great idea. Fat Mace for Chev Diddy the Fiddly.
Chev Diddy.
Dude, I laughed so hard the other night. I saw something. It said 5 nights at Diddy's. Fact, Stupendous. People sleep on Vader sometimes. It was always Sidious. He's inevitable, and no Yoda wins. How are you doing? Because I know this is like you're new to streaming, so this is like a 5-hour stream. How are you feeling?
I'm a little tired, but this is all just exciting. I'm enjoying it. It's the thing I appreciate is how relaxed and sincere it is. It's genuinely just a Star Wars discussion.
Chat, we're breaking them in, man. We're getting used to this. It's gonna take a minute. Yeah, it's crazy. Streams sometimes can take so long, but I don't know. I could finish this stream and then go do another stream on like the same channel or one, like on the gaming channel or Theory Talks. I don't know. When you do it, you're just like, it's just so fun.
It is,
but I find like
fun.
I find like starting it up sometimes to be the difficult part.
Yeah, I can see that. I guess the thing sometimes it's I'm really focused on making sure the audience is like as entertained as possible, but I guess you sort of learn that when it's more of a hangout, that just comes like naturally.
Yeah, that's like hanging out with your friend and being like, "Oh, I want to entertain them as much as possible." It's like,
yeah, no, just hang out.
No one's thinking of that. Yeah, you just hanging out. So, how do you guys feel? Has anyone been here the whole 5 hours?
Geez, see, it doesn't feel like 5 hours for me. It feels like maybe an hour.
Yeah, like I started at 6 o'clock my time. It's now 11 o'clock.
Yeah, it's 2 a.m. here.
Yeah,
but dude, I would be awake at this time anyway.
Yeah, there you go. So, and then also what happens is like, I mean, we've pretty much kept most of the audience, which is wild for 5 hours. But the longer it goes on as well, you get like your core. It just like gets to the sweeter and sweeter and sweeter part of your audience, and it's just like the people who like really, really ride with you, or they just remain. And then it becomes even more enjoyable because it's like you really don't have to worry about anything like entertaining anybody or impressing anybody because they just want to hang out.
Yeah.
Or maybe they got you on in the background and they're like drawing or doing work or doing paperwork or building Lego or whatever, and they're just like hanging out with you, like, you know?
No, it's nice.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't read this. Do you guys know if there's a reason why Vader would never work or improve his suit? Was it a direct order from Palpatine to never work on it?
I think it's just risky, man. I think that if Palpatine saw something, it would definitely,
Would freaking fry his ass.
Yeah, and which is interesting because then Vader has to be secret about what he's doing.
Yeah, which he was.
Yeah.
Working while I watch you guys. You are the best. Thanks, TRND Culture. Playing Call of Duty while listening right now. Right on. That's a sick vibe.
Yeah.
It's a sick vibe. Star Wars Unlimited has a new set coming out next month focused on the Clone Wars. It's a really fun card game. I think you should definitely give it a chance. Love your stuff. Thanks, Mike. Anybody here play that? Sup, homie? 6 months sober, baby. What up, Lunatic Butcher? Glad to see you two together. Best thing that has come out of this insane situation. Yeah.
Hey, congratulations, man.
Yeah, that's great, dude. I remember when he came on the streams on my Theory Talks channel. He was like, I'm like 1 week or like 1 day or something like that. So I'm happy
Now
to see
6
you.
months. Wow.
Yeah, that's amazing. I'm really happy about that. I'll be streaming. For those of you who don't know about my Theory Talks channel, it's like sometimes I just do random streams at night and we all just like talk about stuff with the community. It's like very small, maybe like 100 to 200 people in a live stream. But that's also where I do a lot of my live streams, like if I go traveling and stuff. And it gets really fun with chat. It gets kind of hilarious. Thoughts on new Lego Star Wars series, both of you?
I haven't checked it out.
Yeah. Palpatine's worse than Maleficent and Stalin. U.S. was Section 31 the Federation's Gestapo? I don't know what that means.
Neither
31?
do I,
Section
man.
31. Have you read Splinter of the Mind's Eye 78? Yeah.
Oh, I got my cat that's just dug her claws right into my leg. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah, I read most of it. I can't remember the ending at all.
Is Splinter of the Mind's Eye, is that the old comic with like...
It's a book.
It's a book? Is that with like the Kai Burr crystal?
Yeah, it was supposed to be episode 5.
Oh, what? So this is like a George Lucas first draft?
It's you got to check my interview with the writer. It was pretty cool. And he explains everything about the book. I don't remember exactly the specifics. I don't think it was George's actual first draft, but I could be mistaken. But anyways, it was supposed to be right after A New Hope, and it was supposed to be the movie that they were going to do next.
That's cool.
Yeah. It was like the original episode 5. Shout out to Darth Puff. Theory would kill any Star Wars role? Oh, maybe. Mini series of Vader through. Remember they give me the script, and I'm just like,
no.
What's this?
Vader through the eyes of the 501st. That would be kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know about an entire series. I could see that being like a 10-minute thing.
Yeah. Jeffrey Combs, the antagonist in the Frighteners. Could Maul show up for Kenobi Season 2, Maul vs. Vader Live, Actiones?
I don't think so, man.
No, he's dead.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he's not dead. He's not dead at that point.
Yeah, it wouldn't make sense for Maul to be involved with Kenobi, though, after Rebels. Like, they were going to tell that story eventually. I think we all sort of anticipated that. I think it was going to be a coin flip, whether it was going to be like a Kenobi show or Rebels. I personally would have preferred if it had gone down in some sort of Obi-Wan show, just because I prefer the character of Obi-Wan to the Rebels characters, but I like the way that it was handled. In fact, I would say I really think that it's great.
Yeah, I agree with that. Grateful Gamer says, ordered a Theory Saber, failed to switch to no signature drop-off. My roommate missed the delivery guy. I missed him today. Missed him twice now. You got to make sure you catch him, dude.
I've been there. That sucks, man.
Yeah, I've been there too. The annoying part is like delivery is just out of our hands. So it's like,
Yeah.
they're so huge and they have their own like operations and HR and way of dealing with things, and like it's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No,
So
they really are, like, the shipping companies are so tough. I lost a Pokemon card in the mail. I never
no,
got it, but like they ask you to go through like 3 different people before you get
dude,
anywhere
I know
close to
it's so annoying.
progress.
It's so annoying, man. Like we've had a few customers where literally it was like one or two where something went wrong with shipping, and the shipping company was giving them a hard freaking time, so we just
Uh-huh.
reimbursed it. I like just sent them a new one. I'm like, I don't want this to be your experience,
Yeah,
man.
you gotta do that. When I bought the card, they were like, "Oh, it's marked that it was delivered." And I was like,
Yeah,
Guys, it wasn't delivered." And they're like, "There's nothing we can do.
yeah.
Closed." And
No,
it's
and
like
it's
that, no
I know,
refund, no anything.
I know, and it's true. There literally is nothing you could do unless you like literally dig into your pocket and send a new one because the shipping company won't do shit for you, and they're
I
just
hate
such a
that.
like massive monopoly that they do what they want, and it's like it's horrible. Most you can have is like shipping insurance, but then you still gotta like jump through hoops to get anything refunded if it gets stolen or damaged or whatever.
It's so easy to buy the insurance, so hard to claim it.
Yeah, well, that's what they do, right? It's horrible. Can we get a Salacious B Crumb emoji? Saber battle theory versus Stupendous Wave. Who wins and what saber are you using? Nah, we would team up and we'd fight someone else.
Yeah, we would.
I would probably use this, to be honest with you. This would be my saber. This one or this.
I've always thought Qui-Gon's hilt was so cool. I just love the simplicity of it.
It is. It is. It's very nice. But this I would actually. I think I'd probably choose this because it's just got all of the things I want.
The grip,
It's
larger
got the
grip.
grip. Yeah, if you want, you could like. It's got everything.
It was so good. Vader made his look like Anakin's,
I know,
and
but
it pissed Palpatine off.
this one's actually. I think I'm more. Yeah, I think I'm better with this. Yeah.
Okay, seeing that, I would lose. I've seen some of the twists you've done with those things before, dude. I would get the most theory battle. The most lightsaber battle I ever got involved in is I think I was like 7 and I hit my friend and got like in trouble.
Dude, I have this story. So I was at this convention. I was at MegaCon, and I was with my friend Balin, and there was this dude, and he I don't know what was going on with this guy, but he like full on took it serious. We were all just like playing
Okay.
around, and this dude came
Yeah.
in and he was like, "I challenge you to a duel," and he goes against my buddy Peach first, and like almost breaks his thumb. Like Peach was just like ah, and this guy was
Yeah.
like just freaking, just literally trying to kill him. It was weird to see. And then he does the same to Balin, and then Balin like comes finds me, and then he's like, bro, I need you to, I need you to take this guy out. And I didn't really
Oh, no
understand that
way.
he was going actually like hard. And then there were
Yeah.
people watching and shit because and this guy like starts opening up crazy, and I'm like, oh shit! Like, then I got hit in the hand pretty hard, but then I just freaking like decapitated him.
Oh,
And
you felt
then
like Obi-Wan for a second with Grievous
well, yeah,
walking at
I was
you.
like, holy shit, this guy's actually going insane. Like this hurts. And then I'm like, I gotta take out my DMSO, man. And then yeah, I got him in the head.
Oh, you did? Was it like
Yeah, but
solid too?
no, not hard, okay. But I like, when you like take it and you like stop it at their head,
Yeah.
that.
Oh, you did it like, oh, I could have ended
I was
you
merciful.
right there.
I was very merciful. But yeah, and then afterwards he was like very wide-eyed. He was like, "Oh my god, is it you?" I'm like, "What?" He's like,
Did he bend the knee?
You Star Wars theory? I'm like,
Oh,
yeah.
he didn't even know it was you until you beat him.
Dude was like in a trance. He was just trying to like decapitate everybody, man. And then he saw it was me. And then he just started, he like
What a crazy realization to have. Imagine you're dueling someone at a convention and you look up and it's a famous YouTuber.
he was chill. We all laughed.
Dude, I hit my friend in the hand, and that was the end of lightsabers in my house for a while.
Yeah.
Dude, I got in trouble. I remember thinking, like, dude, you just got hit in the stop, like, grow up a little bit, man. This is combat.
Stop
like,
being a bitch.
Don't tattle on me to your sister. Like, you're corny, dude.
Damn. What?
Yeah.
How
we were
old were you
dueling.
guys?
We were a little young. We were like 7, 8.
Okay, well then that's fine. I thought you were like 20.
No. No. Dude, but I do have a friend that does not know how to hold back. And sometimes, because I got the FX lightsabers for a while, and when you get going with like a close friend, those things break so easily.
Yeah,
I got like the Anakin one, and I was so hyped because I looked everywhere for it, and my friend swung it at me as hard as he could, and it just hit my wall and just like broke.
And it breaks, yeah, dude.
Yeah, it breaks. They break.
Yeah. That's why these things are so freaking durable. It's insane, and they just don't break inside because inside it's a string of LEDs that's in like cotton.
Oh, so it's like
it's fixed in there, but it's like a string. So it's very hard to. You have to like break through this first. And in my video, when I went through like a week of trying to break it and I couldn't. Finally, this tip came off, and that's what made the light come out. So you see how that it's got it, it's like a penis tip. That popped out, but like this thing did not actually break.
So you can duel with that.
Yeah,
that's so cool.
Absolutely.
That's an important part. Like, why are you going to make a lightsaber that you can't duel with?
Well, bro, I mean, I don't care. Like, to be honest, I don't care to duel with it just because it is. I mean, you tell me this is not cool. Like, just to have this by itself like that.
Yeah. I would never get any work done if I had one of those by my desk.
Yeah. I mean, like, this by itself, I don't care if I have to, like, if I can't duel with this. The fact that I can is a plus, but I mean, it's so beautiful.
That is cool.
Yeah. I know you can't hear right now, but
I always like to, when I had the FX lightsabers, I would always try to scare my friends, like Vader and Empire, how he just sort of comes out of nowhere, swinging at people.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
I always love the detail that, I don't know what the source is from, but the idea that like he has to shut down his suit's mechanics for a second so that it's completely silent.
Yeah. That's just what's like maniacal about him. Send Stupendous Wave a saber. Yeah, well, I want to sponsor him, man.
Yeah.
Like as if, all these other companies, that's what they do. They sponsor like YouTubers or whatever. Like, I mean, I've been asked before in the past. I said no. I bought all my sabers on my own dime. But yeah, like Instagrammers and stuff like that, like it's ambassadors. And so that's what I want to do with my friends and stuff, which I'm already doing. But I mean, to get Wave, that'd be a big hitter, man.
I would love to. It would be an honor.
Yeah, you're gonna have to give me a price. So we'll figure that out.
What else? How are we looking at the other super chats?
I think we're pretty much done, man.
Oh, awesome.
I don't think
5 hours, not bad.
Let's see.
R.I.P. Joker. Oh, I haven't seen the new Joker movie, but I'm going to tomorrow. Are you going to go see it?
Nah. No interest. I saw the first one. I liked it. I thought it was great.
That's what my roommate said. He was like, I don't want to go ruin my image of the first movie.
Yeah.
I don't know. My sheer curiosity will get me in the theater.
I don't know who Daniel Day-Lewis is.
Oh, have you seen Gangs of New York? I think that's a Scorsese movie. That's a great first movie to watch with Daniel Day-Lewis.
Oh shit, that guy.
Yeah.
Ah, cool.
I know everybody knows him for like There Will Be Blood or Lincoln.
I haven't seen any of those either.
There Will Be Blood is a really well performed slow burn, but like you kind of need to go into it knowing that it's going to be like a movie based around the performances, not necessarily some sort of crazy plot. But I mean, if that's your expectation, it's executed great.
I just started watching Dexter, but I'm only on episode 1 still. I've been on episode 1 for like the last 2 weeks because I just can't.
Is it just? Oh, you can't find time. What do you think of Dexter? Like in terms of the?
It's like a updated American Psycho.
Yeah, no. I like Dexter a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It's got an interesting sort of tone to it, huh? It's a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
The way he talks is like, not that killing is fun, but like he makes it.
Yeah, like he's thrilled by it.
Yeah. No, it's good. What's disappointing about Dexter is it will never be better than it is pretty much now for you.
Yeah. Okay, guys, let's not pretend that Jar Jar Banks couldn't just body all the sequel series characters in one filled swoop using only 2%. It's true.
Yeah, he's a Sith Lord. We know this.
What up, boys? I've been reading up on Legends content a lot lately. Just finished Kenobi. Got a signed copy from John Jackson Smith in person this summer. Any recommendation what I should read next? Yes.
Yeah.
Numero
that
uno.
is like the Legends book.
The trio can combine force powers. Vader's a superior duelist, and with Maul's strength and Dooku's precision, they could get him. Mace Yoda disarmed him, and Yoda broke his force barrier. Go Stupendous.
I don't know what he's talking about the force barrier. Is he talking about like when they clashed in that one moment, or is he talking about when he pushed him early?
Oh yeah, probably when Yoda pushed him. But those guys aren't Yoda.
Yeah. I don't know. I still am gonna side with the trio. I think the whole thing of like the better duelist is true, but
yeah.
But I don't think that that's gonna matter all that much when it comes to Palpatine.
Yeah. We'll see.
We're gonna have to keep talking about that.
I like the idea of phone in, but I could see problems. And thanks for a chill stream. I'm working 10 hours. Love your schedule for the stream. Oh, right on. Do you guys like the timing for the stream? I think it's pretty chill. Stupendous ever tried indoor rock climbing? There's some good places. Yeah, that guy really wants to take you rock climbing.
Yeah, my buddy loves to rock climb. I don't know about.
It's because he wants to throw you off.
Oh no. Dude, I'm not a good rock climber.
Hey, Theory, Qui-Gon is my favorite Jedi, and I just got my Jin Saber delivered. Thanks. I was outside just a minute ago recording videos of saber twirls. Hell yeah, dude. Make sure you upload those, man. Every time you do like a review or something, it definitely helps big time. So I appreciate it, man. So does the team. We're growing fast, and we're doing our best to get out there as much as we can and show the world that we offer the most. What did you guys think of the Force Unleashed book? I just found my copy of it when I moved and been feeling the desire to read it again.
I think that's an underrated book. Have you read through the Force Unleashed novelizations?
No, I don't think so.
There's
I
a lot
remember
of
seeing the
insight.
book in bookstores as a kid. I don't remember ever actually reading it.
My opinion on those books is they're shockingly quality.
There were multiples, weren't they?
I think there's 2. I know there's like a comic too.
I can't say I read. I've spent most of my youth in bookstores, so I would just like walk around and like read books. But I haven't like read full back page to page, cover to cover. Love you guys. Do you think the BlackRock companies behind Disney Star Wars woke agenda? Look into them. It's shocking. I don't know. I think bad writers are. But anything beyond that, I don't know. It's up for debate. You're in Bafsar. Thanks, man. Well, that concludes Super Chat. I know I can feel your You're antsy. You're like, all right, I've had enough of this. Please. Please.
I'm not antsy. I'm just not.
End it.
I'm not up to the mental snuffness that I was 2 hours ago.
Fair enough.
I'm trying.
All right,
to,
I guess we'll call it there. Chat. We love you guys. We had a great stream, about 5.5 hours long.
That's sick, man.
Yeah, I might go stream on Theory Talks or on Theories Arcade. Maybe play some games. I'm not really sure yet. Probably gonna go eat some food, and chill out. But yeah, we had a great stream. Love you guys so much. Appreciate you. Go check out the Stupendous Wave on his channel, of course, and the sale on theorysabers.com is happening for Halloween. Halloween 13 is the code, and go grab yourself something. We just dropped a bunch of new ones. So Eminem is a grandpa now. Holy shit! Time flies. Time flies. All right, we love you guys. We'll catch you later.
Love you guys.
He's always the goat. Later.
Once again, you've proved. If you'll excuse me.
That's why I'm here.